Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to today's Resource Adequacy Workshop to discuss the issue paper. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I will be facilitating today's meeting. Today's slide deck presentation is available on the initiative webpage, and you can get to that page by going to kaiso.com, and then under the Stakeholder Center tab on the homepage, you'll see Policy Initiatives. If you click that link, it'll take you to our main initiative landing page where you can search for the initiative webpage. Next slide, please. This meeting is being recorded and the video file will be posted to the initiative webpage for information and convenience purposes only. The recordings and any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. If you need any technical assistance at any point during the meeting, please send a chat to Inteller Events. Next slide, please. To ask questions during the meeting, you can open the participant and chat panels on the bottom right. You can then raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, or if you joined audio only, please press *3 on your device. For everyone joining us today, please state your name and affiliation first before speaking. You may also send comments and questions via chat to all panelists. Next slide, please. This here is a visual representation of where we are in the stakeholder process. We're here in the proposal development stage at the beginning where it says issue paper. Next slide, please. Today we will begin with Welcome and Framing by Partha, followed by Track 1 UCAP by Ansel. After, we will take a short break, followed by Track 1 discussion on default PRM and capability testing by Ansel. After, we'll take another break for lunch before launching into Track 2 outage and substitution and availability and performance incentive mechanisms with Anya. After, we'll take a last break before we go through Track 3 visibility and backstop procurement reform with Hillary. Then Partha will discuss next steps before we conclude for the day. And with that, I'll turn it over to Partha. And if you could please go to the next slide.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you everybody for being here today. Both the people who are here in the room in person, as well as participants on the phone line. Just as a pitch for, really appreciate it joining in person. We have a very lovely breakfast here today at the ISO. So more making a pitch for the participants who didn't join today. I recognize for a lot of people, distance and travel and other work priorities can cause challenges to attend in person. But if you are able to attend in person, really it makes for a good discussion. So so as we move forward, just as maybe set a little bit of context, we're moving from the working group stage where we really were trying to hone principles, problem statements, and priorities, and move towards policy development. And we're looking for both the, as was sort of reiterated a number of times, we're really looking to have a very collaborative, stakeholder-driven working group process, and we're looking for the same from in the policy development stage. And that, the first step in what we're doing here today to primarily discuss is our issue paper, which we released roughly 10 days ago, and to level set on what's included in it, and to really kind of drive quickly from that issue paper stage towards, policy development, identifying the specific, challenges we're trying to address and what the alternatives look like. So in the issues paper, we had a number of sections. These are really kind of I'd say the standard format for what our issue paper is in terms of, defining out the objectives and background, laying out the current challenges that we discussed at length in the issue paper, but then really kind of getting into when we talk about the stakeholder feedback, benchmarking, and options for consideration was, it was kind of that first step towards policy development, where we're not coming out with a straw proposal like we often have moved to in the past, but really kind of laying out some of those options and kind of looking for your feedback so as we can narrow our choices as we move forward policy development. And we're discussing a little more of that process and how we're thinking about narrowing those policy choices going forward. So maybe I'll pause there and see if my colleagues wanted to provide any sort of additional color or if there's any sort of maybe questions to start. Next slide, please. So this slide really is really trying to describe, those three tracks. And most people who have been through the issue paper as well as through the working processes, fairly familiar with the three tracks of work, particularly around, track one, focusing on modeling default rules and accreditation. Track two, looking at outage substitution, as well as availability and performance incentives. And track three, looking at reforms to visibility and backstop. And one of the feedback from the working group process was there was some, I'm not sure the right term, hesitation by stakeholders on does it really make sense to divide it in three tracks? Like these are really very interrelated topics, and we heard that feedback. I think we recognize that as well. And so there's sort of a number of different levels of coordination that we saw. Like some of it was coordination between tracks, where how we design UCAP, for example, might impact, how we wanted to sort of look at availability, any additional availability and performance incentives, and what was sort of the remaining gap that those might provide. As well as I think we realized that there's sort of coordination needed potentially between different parties, particularly, I think there's a number of people who have sort of raised up the issue of coordination between, the modeling efforts that we have going on at the ISO and with the development of UCAP and the efforts going on at the CPUC as well. So we're going to touch on that as we go through the different sections to describe sort of those coordination efforts and some of those key elements that we're going to need to stay coordinated on, both from a entity standpoint as well as from a substance standpoint. So maybe I'll turn to my colleagues. Anything else you all would like to add to this slide, just in terms of sort of framing the high level picture for what we're discussing? Anya?
I think in general, if there's areas of coordination that we haven't captured that you'd like us to be aware of or be cognizant of as we continue with the straw proposals, please weigh in either here in the meeting or afterwards in your comments. Thanks.
All right, next slide, please. So this slide is sort of one illustration of this, and this was included in the issue paper. And sort of upfront, I just want to make it, I hope the issue paper made it clear. I wanted to sort of reiterate it here. These packages were really, illustrative packages, and these weren't really meant to be sort of in any way limiting the set or meant to be, any one of them being a preferred approach by the ISO. But what they're really trying to do is, get more discussion going, and particularly around some of the key topics where there were, potential, intersecting issues where they needed to be sort of focused, or we could sort of pull different levers in, one track or one element versus another track. We really were sort of trying to highlight some of those issues and some of those trade-offs and what they could look like. And maybe because I focused on it before, I'll just talk a little bit about sort of the UCAP and the availability and performance incentives, where that's what I think they had a lot of focus by stakeholders and a high prioritization of topics. But one of the discussions we really had was around there's kind of different ways to look at those topics. And I think in the next slide we'll get into a little more in particular about what those levers are. I was really trying to understand some of the focus could be more upon relying upon the UCAP mechanism to provide that that performance and availability incentive. And it kind of depends on how it's defined, what where the units are being applied to, and sort of how stringent that UCAP mechanism is. And then there's kind of this ongoing question that the stakeholders had on availability and performance incentives, and kind of the same questions on which units would that apply to, how would that work in conjunction with the UCAP design, and what's sort of the need for it to produce the policy goals that we're looking at. I see we have a question, I think, in the room, so I'll stop here momentarily. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Partha. Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. Since we're talking about UCAP, I was going to hold this question, but I'll ask it now. The scoping memo for the resource adequacy position proceeding at the commission has UCAP in track 3. Track 3 is targeted towards a May 2025 proposed decision and a June decision by the commission. It also includes UCAP in the scope of that. It just seems like that's a pretty aggressive treatment of that topic if the ISO is going to be looking at UCAP in this initiative. Can you just comment on how you see those things interacting?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe I'll turn to the team. I know Kevin's here, and I think he's ready to discuss that. But Kevin, do you want to talk about the coordination a little bit?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Kevin Head from the California ISO on the Regulatory Affairs team. Yeah, I think we'll be sending comments in today, largely supporting the idea of coordination with the PUC. I think, the timeline of getting a proposal approved in mid-June, we'd have to, it doesn't seem to synchronize with our policy development timeline right now, but there could be a future in which we really start cracking on UCAP and can develop a coordinated, proposal. So I think we might just have to see how much progress we make in this process and what the kind of coordinated proposal that Energy Division comes out with. But yeah, it's kind of a non-answer, but
That's okay. If I could just follow up, Kevin or Partha, the scoping memo for track 3 indicates that party proposals are due, I think, January the 17th. At this point, recognizing there's a lot of work to be done, do you think the ISO will be submitting a UCAP proposal on January the 17th in track 3?
No, I don't think that's our plan is to have a proposal per se about how we're working through all the design elements. I think we recognize the fact that that's going to take more time.
Okay. Thank you guys for your response.
No, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Brian. Yeah, so maybe we'll go to the next slide pretty quickly. So at least what I'm trying to focus people on is I think in the comments and the discussion, I think what we're really looking for is like ultimately when we're doing policy development, I'd say kind of two things. So we recognize the fact that probably all the changes we're looking and contemplating here won't necessarily go together at the same time. There might be some sequencing of different policy changes that are going to be happening. If you're willing to go back one slide, I apologize. Yeah, but ultimately, I think what we're looking for as we work towards development is, packages of changes that make sense together and that are achieving the goals and objectives that came out of the working group process in a comprehensive and consistent manner. And that there are sort of different ways that different packages that you can consider, which sort of rely more and less on different mechanisms in order to achieve that objective. And so if you're willing to go if you're willing to go to the next slide. Yeah. So when we're looking at sort of the different ways in which we can construct the packages, there's kind of a number of different elements to which, which those packages be constructed. It really is kind of like there's a number of different terms in which are kind of, I think, the most relevant. One is the time frame, and some of them are, the incentives and the mechanisms will be done in sort of a more forward time frame and process, and some will be done sort of closer to the day ahead real time processes in terms of where that incentive, where that mechanism of achieving the policy objective is residing. And the second major question I think that's often done is sort of like, what is the entity that's really applying the incentives? And so when we look at RAIM isn't the only topic, but I'll focus on it just because we've been doing it. Like We do think that one of the key elements was that it's important, if we're in an RA construct, to have, good incentives for availability and performance. But there is kind of an open question on, what is the ISO's role in this versus the LRA and LSE? It could be done through a standardized process through the ISO to provide those availability incentives. It could also be done in contracts. And I think in that partly, what would determine that, maybe the applicability could be, what type of resources and how well it's sort of suited to a standardized process versus more flexibility to where, some people brought up the concepts of like demand response, and that might be one where, depending on the program and design, having an LSE or LRA type incentive mechanism applied might be more appropriate than a single standardized mechanism. So I think there's a number of comments in the room. I'll pause momentarily and then we can maybe circle back. Steve, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. This is Steve Keen from Edison. One thing with that, if we're talking about like a incentive mechanism for availability or performance or whatever, that seems to be more on the generators than on the LSEs. And most of the LRAs don't have direct control of any of the generators. That CAISO is the only one that deals with the generators, right? I mean, you guys have to do all the validation and stuff because you're the only one that sees, reports from both sides. I think that I'm not sure how, I mean, I understand with a lot of this stuff, maybe DR is one, but where it could be kind of, there may be some questions, but I think a lot of the other stuff, it's pretty clear it's got to be, you guys are going to have to do it because you're the only ones that have any, I don't know what the term is, control maybe, or oversight over the generators.
No, that's perfect feedback. I think that's the type of, as we get into it, I think understand those details of like where and why is the ISO best suited? What should that type of mechanism be? I think that's the type of thing we'll be looking to like draw folks out on. So I saw Lauren.
Yeah, this is Lauren Carr from CalCCA. I was wondering if we were going to get into like what these different triangles mean, like medium UCAP versus stronger UCAP, just what they would entail.
I'm happy to hear. I would recommend it probably makes more sense to defer this is the fine line we're walking where I'm trying to paint a broad picture because I recognize that Anya in her section is going to go into more of the details. Maybe on that one we can just talk about. Do you want to just talk about that a little bit about some of the triangles on here? I'm happy.
Yeah, we don't have to get into it now if it's going to be covered later.
Sure.
There's just a couple of like terms on this slide that I am not really sure what they're referring
Happy to go through them.
In some ways, you can think about matching the figure 1 from the issue paper. And if Partha, if you can go back a slide, or if we can go back a slide. We go back a slide in the presentation, please. So one example would be, a stronger kind of upfront UCAP has a different weighting than just having UCAP with kind of just during the 20% tightest supply conditions. And so that was a shorthand on the next slide to say kind of stronger versus medium UCAP. And for RAIM, a kind of stronger approach to it could be something like pay for performance, which has a much kind of larger payment. It applies to all resources, regardless of if they're on outage. There's a lot of design considerations on how we might adapt that for the CAISO versus kind of a medium UCAP would be kind of inclusive of many of the reforms to RAIM that are discussed in the RAIM section. So examples would be removing the deadband, increasing the price of RAIM, subjecting resources that are under a megawatt to RAIM. So those are the types of changes, but it all maps back to figure 1 in the issue paper, and that's been condensed for this slide.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. You willing to go forward to the next slide again? Yeah, so I think you covered it, that example really well, Anya. But I think like for all these topics, I think that what we're really looking at is there'll be lots of very similar topics, just in terms of, what is the ISO's role in this process versus the LRA? What are the different levers that we can pull to achieve the policy objective? Even if it's within the ISO's purview of our processes and procedures, how strongly should we be relying upon one mechanism or another mechanism in terms of trying to achieve the policy objective that we're trying to look for? So, and I think what we're particularly trying to do here for some of these topics is try to narrow it down and really trying to get focused on what should we be really sort of emphasizing as we move forward towards policy development. So, and maybe I'll pause there to see if there's any questions to start on the phone.
Not seeing any questions coming in online.
Maybe I'll just emphasize for the group that when we were kind of thinking about the issue paper and recognizing the numerous options available, we thought it might be helpful for there to be a framework for stakeholders to think about this through. And it's really not intended to say, as Partha mentioned, this is the state of the world under package 1, 2, or 3 that we're advocating for, but a way to look at the design interdependencies and trade-offs. So package 1, kind of that blue triangle on the screen, is kind of minimal changes. You can almost think about that if we don't get to a compromised position with all stakeholders, there's kind of, this is the lowest hanging fruit. The green triangle represents more of a forward planning paradigm, and this is usually implemented by local regulatory authorities like the CPUC, and is done so through mandates or requirements, and is done kind of further ahead in the process, like the year ahead process. Whereas the orange triangle we refer to as operational measures. This is more along the lines of something CAISO would implement. It's more incentive-based, and it occurs kind of closer to the operating timeline or afterwards. So bring this up for illustrative purposes to think about. And what we're really curious about in your comments and feedback is what package of reforms you'd like to see the CAISO implement and how those different pieces fit together. Thanks.
And one other, maybe just to maybe make sure, from the feedback we have to date, and like it really be helpful, is like we really viewed that the minimal changes one was the one that was probably not what stakeholders were looking for. It felt like almost everybody felt like there was enough real substantive pain points with these various processes that we needed to make substantive reforms. It's just the question of like, how do we make them impactful? And that was probably more just sort of like kind of a benchmarking of a kind of a, here's sort of what it would be if we did very minimal changes. But I think we're, based on the feedback to date, I think we're certainly looking for, good substantive changes as we're sort of driving policy forward. So with that, are we ready to? Steve?
That's one. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding with those packages. Those are just your suggestions. Those aren't formal things you're putting forward, right?
Not even our suggestions.
Okay.
So like that, I think that's probably the key thing to, it's really, they're illustrative to describe trade-offs in terms of like the way I would think about it, different levers that either we or other entities could pull to accomplish the policy objectives that we're shooting for. And that it's really, and that the packages are meant to be, to understand the fact that in the end, we're going to want to have, frankly, one package, obviously, of, here's a comprehensive set of reforms that work. We want to have all the different levers lined up in a consistent manner to achieve those objectives. So, Noah?
Or the Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I liken it to something like, what I used to read were pick your own adventure books. And are you asking us via comments to pick our own adventure and submit to you a book at the end, and you pick out which adventure out of all the comments you would like sort of at the end?
I think the process is a little bit working through it together. Like, I don't think it'll be one book and picking, but yeah, I think that concept works. I think that it's maybe a little more on the why might also be helpful of, in the Choose Your Own Adventure books, you're not really told which path you're going down or what the rationale is for choosing, door A versus door B. But I think we're really trying to understand, like, what's your thought on the trade-offs and why you'd be sort of looking for one lever versus another. So, yeah, I like that. Thanks, Noah.
I'll just jump in as well. Ansel Lundberg, California ISO. I think as we move toward a straw proposal at some point soon, it will likely not look like one of these packages, right? But I think we're just trying to understand, and provide that framework, like Anya said, about what are the trade-offs? Why would stakeholders prefer one element over the other? How do they interplay? And then we will move towards that traditional straw proposal process. So this is kind of like a way to get us thinking about that next step.
All right, any last questions? Okay. Any questions on the phone?
Not seeing any questions on the phone.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, with that, we can take it to our next slide. And Ansel, take it away. Maybe I realized I hadn't done this yet. We haven't done introductions yet, so maybe that would have been a helpful first step. I apologize. So.
It's a good time. Good
Yeah,
as time
yeah.
as any.
And I will just say too, just for, as you know, we don't have currently, we have a number of people supporting, including Kevin Head from our California regulatory group, as well as a number of other people in the room supporting this effort. We have David Zlotlo from our legal staff is on the phone, couldn't be here today. I'm Partha Malvadkar, Principal of Resource Adequacy here at the CAISO. Hillary Staver has another internal meeting, but will be here in time for the section she's leading. But maybe I'll let Ansel and Anya introduce yourselves just so folks know who you are. I feel like people do, but just always can be new people who are joining in.
Yeah, thanks, Partha. So again, Ansel Lundberg on the market policy development team at the ISO. Some of you may recognize me, of course, from the working group process over the past year or so, but I am responsible for the Track 1 Elements initiative that's coming out of the working groups that we kind of put a pause to this summer. So I'm looking forward to working on these issues with everybody. Some of that is already going forward with Aditya and his team in our modeling group, and we'll meet tomorrow to discuss that some more, but glad to be here today. So, and Anya?
Great. Thanks, everyone. My name's Anya Gilbert. I'm a lead policy developer here at the ISO, and I'll be leading Track 2, which is focused on outage and substitution and the availability and incentive mechanism. I'll note and kind of put a plug right now on Friday, December 13th, we'll be hosting an input session for the straw proposal. And we will ask if there are presentations to contact the policy leads for the kind of track you'd like to present on. So again, that's Friday, December 13th. Contact Ansel for Track 1, me for Track 2, and Hillary for Track 3. Thanks.
All right. So Track 1, and you kind of got a big picture of the tracks to some extent in the slides that Partha just went through, but I think I'm just going to take a little bit of time to kind of be explicit about what falls into the initiative that I'm working on. And this was a large issue paper. I think usually our issue papers tend to be a little bit smaller or shorter, but we've put a lot of work in since through the working group process. So that's kind of just recognizing all the input we've already had through that. And also, I think we've talked about the paper as essentially 3 issue papers in one. We're still planning to run these as 3 separate initiatives, but we'll use time as appropriate to meet together to talk about the interdependencies and just recognizing we have most of our stakeholders are going to be following all 3. So, but let's talk about Track 1. So let's go to the next slide, please. Let's go one more. Thank you. So the big picture with track one is RA modeling, defaults, and accreditation. So this is outlined at the beginning of the issue paper, kind of what's in this track and this initiative. It includes our RA modeling efforts that I mentioned. The Aditya's team at the CAISO is leading, and we'll be meeting tomorrow again to discuss that in more depth. We had a meeting in early October to kind of see first results on the year ahead modeling. The second element that leads from that modeling effort is updating the CAISO's default planning reserve margin and counting rules in our tariff. The third element is UCAP to ensure that RA resources are available when needed. And finally, I think it's the fourth section in the issue paper is capability testing or accounting for ambient D rates for RA resources. And we welcome Hillary.
Well, welcome, Hillary. I realized I had not had acknowledged that Aditya was here as well and available. So yeah, just more of, because there's obviously a very high tie into all the work that Aditya is leading, and the discussion will happen tomorrow too.
Thanks, Partha. Yeah, we're glad to have you here, Aditya. Let's go back one slide briefly. So I included this in here, just kind of recognizing that from the CAISO staff perspective, we think about issues a little bit differently from our stakeholders since we have this kind of central view of the market. So just to make sure everyone is on the same page with some terminology here, I included this to just bring folks up to speed on how we talk about LRAs, a term that obviously gets used a lot in this context. But that is, of course, a local regulatory authority. So in our tariff, it states an LRA is the state or local government authority or the board of directors of an electric cooperative responsible for the regulation or oversight of a utility. So that's pretty self-explanatory. But in our tariff, the CPUC is our sort of largest LRA by load share. But the CPUC and other LRAs, they set the planning reserve margins and qualifying capacity criteria, also known as counting rules. And that feeds into our current RA processes. And so we kind of talk about things in terms of CPUC, load serving entities, some of which we have here, and then non-CPUC LSEs and their appropriate local regulatory authority or federal agency. So there are dozens of LRAs that we work with as our partners in reliability at the ISO. And of course, the CPUC has jurisdiction over many LSEs, but most of the other LRAs are kind of more of a one-to-one relationship between load serving entity and local regulatory authority. Often it's the same entity. So, and so that's our shorthand, is just non-CPUC LRAs. And I've got some examples here of folks who have been participating in our working groups. So just wanted to get that out there and make sure we're all on the same page. So let's go forward 2 slides. Okay, so the way that I would like to see this go, we have until 10:45 to talk about UCAP, and we'll take a break. I'm going to give a little bit of an overview of what's in the issue paper, and just to get everybody kind of back up to speed if it's been, a few days since you've looked at it. Then I would like to just hear from stakeholders today. As I mentioned, we're moving kind of towards the straw proposal in the next couple of months, and hearing about what folks' questions you might have in the issue paper, or feedback or comments, or things you'd like to clarify. Next slide, please. So I've got the problem statement here that we developed in the working group process over the past year related to UCAP. And I've also got the objectives that we listed for UCAP in our issue paper. And I've kind of have a generic example here of how UCAP looks in sort of broadly in many ISOs and RTOs in North America. So let's, I don't want to read through the problem statement. It's familiar to many of us, but generally, the idea with UCAP is to account for availability of resources and be able to consider that when accrediting them for resource adequacy. So the idea that we've laid out is that a UCAP mechanism would reward good resource performance and penalize poor performance through accreditation. It would also encourage retention of more reliable resources, and it would allow us to match accreditation methodologies with our assumptions in reliability assessments. So this quick example is we have a gas resource combined cycle plant that has a nameplate capacity, or in our terminology, PMAX of 500 megawatts. And then ICAP, or in the terms we use in the issue paper, DQC, and that is a slightly lower value than the nameplate capacity, and that might include, our current NQC process where you account for deliverability, and then we'll talk later again about the impact of ambient weather conditions. And then UCAP represents the kind of a modifier, a modified version of the installed capacity that is modified based on historic resource availability and forced outage rate. So this is kind of an industry standard definition. I'm sure many of us are familiar, as the CPUC has been talking about UCAP design with stakeholders over the past year or so. So that's the big picture. I'll just walk through what I have on the next slide, just kind of our discussion prompts, and then we can open the floor up and just see what folks' questions are or comments. So let's go to the next slide, please. So I've presented a couple questions here that are also in the issue paper, kind of design questions and implementation questions. So under defining availability, so that's kind of a catch-all to understand how what we capture about a resource when we're thinking about a UCAP accreditation mechanism. So a few questions around that would be, we could do a resource-specific UCAP, or there could be a more class-based UCAP representing all resources of a certain type, kind of an average performance across all of those resources. The resource-specific design would meet our objectives in our issue paper. I think we've heard from stakeholders that that is preferred for various reasons that are outlined in the paper. The data source. So CAISO has our outage management system, which is a good source for forced outage rates because we use it in the operational time frame. There's also NERC, the North American Electrical Reliability Corporation, has the GADS database, which includes actually an already calculated sort of UCAP metric, E4D. Many of you are familiar with this, but it has limitations related to storage resources and smaller capacity resources under a certain megawatt value. So that availability question, and then the middle section there is evaluation hours. Which hours do we look at for when we want to evaluate how available a resource is? So there's sort of on one hand, you have look at the whole year, look at availability for resources across the entire year or a certain time frame, and don't discriminate between certain times of year, seasons, critical hours. On the other hand, you can kind of look specifically at very critical hours. Other ISOs and RTOs have adopted this approach. Recently, there is, so it's called different things in different markets. In MISO, there's RA hours. They're also, under MISO's new methodology, they're looking at specific hours in the reliability modeling that have the most unserved or expected unserved energy. Those are the hours that resources are examined for kind of how their forced outage rates are. So depending on how you tweak which hours we're looking at, it causes a larger or smaller impact in the D rate based on availability for a resource. So that is the second question. And lastly, there we have implementation. So that's kind of a catch-all for how UCAP would work administratively. So one question is, which resource types should UCAP apply to? All, some. Other markets, it's maybe just dispatchable resources. In previous CAISO proposals over the years for UCAP, we've suggested to apply it to any resource that doesn't receive an ELCC accreditation from an LRA. That may not be as relevant now with Slice of Day, which does not incorporate ELCC. And then CAISO NQC process. So that is one option in the paper, is to apply UCAP as a D rate through the NQC process that we already perform at the ISO. I think I will express that we're leaning towards this as the ISO is, just for the sake, from an implementation standpoint. There's sort of it becomes complicated if there were to be kind of individual LRAs that would use a UCAP method that we could develop. It could be done, but just for the sake of, multiple LSEs contract with the same resource, that could introduce complications if there's sort of not a blanket application of a UCAP mechanism, if that makes sense. So, and then LRA coordination, similar there. There is an opt-in approach is a possibility. If the ISO were to develop a UCAP mechanism, LRAs could choose to use it or not to derate or to kind of accredit their own resources that their LSEs are contracting with. There is a possibility for venue shopping. I guess that's sort of my crude term for if one LRA accredits a resource at a higher value than another, then there's sort of a mismatch there. This is already in our tariff as far as we defer as the ISO to the LRA that provides the highest or the most the highest megawatt value for a resource that feeds into our systems as the value that applies to each resource. So a lot of questions. Again, there's a lot in the paper about kind of the trade-offs here and the pros and cons for implementation, for kind of preferences for policy. But I think we'd love to kind of spend this next hour just hearing from folks. If you have questions about the paper again, or suggestions or feedback. So Partha, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, and maybe just to add to one of the descriptions you said on particularly on the CAISO NQC process, and that was one where I think you described it as like the CAISO's leaning. The way I would describe it is, I think internally we recognize that there would be significant complications if it was a kind of an opt-in, opt-out type approach. How the interactions would look like with any available incentive mechanism, how it would ultimately be implemented. So that was really the rationale for that. What we described as leaning was more of we probably need to have a discussion on what the complications would look like if it wasn't to not have a standardized approach. And so I think like what we're really hoping for is something that where, that this can be a collaborative process, between the CAISO, between the LRAs, including the CPUC,
Yes.
obviously, to develop that process that works for everybody, so we can have sort of an agreement on, this is a good standardized method, and that it can sort of work in conjunction with our various other mechanisms. So,
Thank you, Partha. That's
Thanks.
perfect.
Thanks.
Yeah. So with that, I think, again, we can open the floor, and if folks have questions, I can also jump back to the previous slide if need be, but let's stay on this slide for now. So would love to hear from our stakeholders here. So.
Emmy Sunset from Midway Sunset. Just a quick question. Do non-CPUC LRAs set their own planning reserve margins?
That is correct. Yes.
And right now, like we have, I think we'll get into a little bit later, but we have a default counting rules in PRM under the CAISO's tariff, but that default is only applied if the LRA does not set their own value. So.
We have go ahead.
Go to Brian, and then we can go to the phone.
Yeah, thanks, Ansel. Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. One of the issues that my company has had with the whole UCAP process is once you've received a D rate, then presumably what the ISO is interested is maintaining high availability. So a resource gets a UCAP D rate, they undertake the maintenance required to correct that, to remedy that, but then they maintain that derated output, it's diluted because it's a 3-year period. Which of those boxes does this issue fit in? Because we think that's we understand the ISO's desire to try to create a mechanism to incent availability, but we've always struggled with the dilution of the resources capability over a 3-year period, once they've remedied the concern to begin with. So which of these 3 buckets would that issue fit in?
Do you really want a bucket? I mean, or are you just want to explain the challenge with that design?
I mean, I'm not sure that any of the things up there on that slide quite capture that issue, but it's a big issue for us.
Yeah, and to me, I think what you're really discussing is maybe that interplay between, how much you want to look for a RAM to accomplish it. So like you could imagine, I'm going to throw it out there. You didn't mention this, but I'm going to say is this where you're going at? I'm going to ask a question. Is there a process where you can, if you let's just say there's a major, you have a major outage and you're out for an extended period of time, but then you do sort of capital upgrades and major maintenance to bring the plant, back. Is there a way to sort of have to get credit for that in some manner, so that you have the incentive to do that work and not just sort of subject to a 3 years of having a lower capacity value?
Yeah, precisely. Is how do you account for that?
Yeah. Yeah, so to me, that's a good topic. I don't know that there's an easy answer to it, but I think we can certainly discuss those elements. I think it's also maybe if it's also where you're going, I think that would be something where it could be well, hey, we want this out, but maybe we recognize that there's still that maybe some sort of available performance incentive was more appropriate for capturing that than a 3-year penalty. And so is that sort of maybe summarizing what you're arguing for?
I don't think I'm arguing for anything. I mean, if I were going to argue for something, is if we've got a mechanism that says, okay, you've had poor performance, poor availability performance, but you've undertaken significant restoration efforts at the plant, how do we avoid the plant then suffering, for the next 3 years for that poor performance that's been remedied through the major maintenance?
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I would love to hear. So in our paper, we detail the supply cushion CAISO UCAP proposal, which the mechanism that uses to account for that is a weighting system where it gives a higher weight to availability in the more recent year. And then each year that goes by, the further away years become less impactful on the UCAP factor. So that's one way to do it. You mentioned kind of if there's significant overhaul or plant outage to remedy, what may have caused that, that would be something to be considered as well. So that's good to keep in mind. I would love to hear, you don't have to, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in other markets that you work in, if there's a, mechanism that works for, in a particular way that's notable, would love to hear more about that. So.
Yeah, thank you. I will definitely check internally on that. We're not spread all over the country. We're in a couple of markets, but I will definitely run that to ground internally.
I think I will say acknowledge. I think it's an important question, and to answer this point, I think it's an important question that's being asked in a lot of other markets. I mean, we've done. Yeah, for the people who have assets in multiple markets, I'm sure you all are well steeped in this, but obviously some of the accreditation mechanisms that are reforms that are going on in the other markets has resulted in, certain events causing very large changes to the capacity accreditation values of certain resource types. And so whether or not actions are taken and how much of that sort of can be updated in the valuation, I think has been an important thing that's gone on sort of throughout the country. So it might be good to, if for people who have those type of assets, we certainly have done outreach in benchmarking, but would love to hear others' perspectives too. So yeah, thanks, Brian.
Okay, I promise we go to the phone, so maybe we'll do whoever was waiting there.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Peter Grives. First question he asked is, hasn't the CAISO already assumed outage rates in the track 1 stochastic modeling? Do you want to answer that, and then I'll read the others?
So kind of the real-time update to that question is, and we'll discuss this more tomorrow, and then I'll hand it to Aditya, but we're updating our outage rates in the model. For the near-term modeling, we heard at the October workshop that stakeholders would like to see that. So Aditya, anything to add there? Okay.
Next question is, what is CAISO currently assuming for UCAP values?
Sounds like that's asking about the model, like in the modeling. So I think, yeah, we can discuss that more tomorrow in depth. I think that would be good. Okay, back to the room.
Hey there, Chris Devon, TerraGen. So just to comment a little bit on these packages that you guys have put together, thanks for, kind of getting some options out here to discuss. So a little bit of perspective from us here is that I think I would question a little bit the package 2 versus package 3 for UCAP and how you guys have included the 30% weight on the highest tight supply conditions and then 70% weight on the emergency conditions, because it seems like that would be more appropriate under package 3, which is more focused on operational measures, in my opinion, and then just focusing less of a weighting on the emergency conditions, just for in general on the more of the forward planning, looking at the 20% as, kind of just flip flop those two, I think would be a little bit more appropriate when you look at how it is interacting with the RAIM concepts, because you're saying, you would be applying RAIM under emergency conditions more as well. And then you're, going to the pay for performance piece, which is obviously even more strong. So getting away from just commenting on UCAP, but kind of how those all interact, I think, a little bit here. So I just wanted to point that out. And then just wanted to thank you guys for talking a little bit about the E4D stuff in the paper itself. I thought that was well done, but a little bit disappointed not to see that one in one of these packages as an option or something to be discussed here. So perhaps some more discussion on if that is appropriate or if it could be included in one of these packages, possibly as an option, and how that would work. I think it would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, the floor is yours too, Chris, if you want to take a little time to discuss it. I recognize that you'd brought that up in the working group process. It was not intentional in terms of it being left out of that. It was just more of a, and I think that to your earlier point, I think the way you described it was sort of how we were intending to describe it, is that those trade-offs between stronger RAIM, stronger RAIM in emergency conditions versus a stronger UCAP in emergency, or in tight or emergency conditions was sort of I think you described it well, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good dynamic where you guys are looking at how they all interact. Obviously, that's important, and we've talked about that a ton already, so I won't belabor that. But I do think, obviously, I think we recognize that it's complicated when you do that calculation, when you're trying to figure it out, and especially for storage potentially, when you're trying to figure out if it really is needed during the outages. But I just think that when we're only looking at, kind of the top conditions, like these tightest supply hour cushions versus, emergency conditions, that just makes me kind of open my eyes pretty wide and just think, is that going to be the right approach? Is that really going to capture how much really reliability contribution we're really providing? And I think I do like the idea of how you guys noted the Western Power Pool RAP E4D method, where they not really E4D, but forced outages during the critical hours. So they're kind of weighting it based off of that. So it's a similar approach, I think, in some ways. And perhaps, maybe there's a way to, if we're not going to go to E4D completely, like some of those other Eastern ISOs have done in the past, I think it might be worth thinking about maybe doing something a little bit more of a middle ground, like the RAP, and then maybe if that could align, that would be something where people would be able to, value resources externally, internally, more similarly, and kind of help with that whole coordination between the broader Western market. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Let's do Noah follow-up and then Adeline after.
Thanks, Noah Tom from Middle River Power. Partho or Chris, can you guys sort of talk about, there was the discussion about UCAP and heavy RAIM versus maybe light RAIM. Can you talk about a situation in which you would have UCAP but then keep RAIM? I'm not I'm thinking one would sort of cancel out the other.
So do you want me to talk about it, or Ani, would you prefer? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about this a little bit more in the afternoon, but, FERC has agreed that having a kind of capturing it both in kind of resource counting and then after the fact is prudent, and other ISOs and RTOs do that. I'll also say, there's a question of what LRAs will adopt UCAP, and will it be consistently applied by all LRAs? And an open question of will UCAP apply to all resource types or not? And so I think we need to take a more nuanced approach than just if we have UCAP, we eliminate RAIM, but under what circumstances based on what LRAs choose to adopt UCAP and what resource types will have UCAP applied to it. So just some considerations I'd like feedback on either now or in the afternoon session.
Yeah, I mean, if the consideration for RAIM to continue is based on whether or not, UCAP, I guess, is implemented based on sort of history, then we currently exempt certain resource types from RAIM due to their historic QC methodologies, right? So that seems to be conflicting. And then if there's a concern, I guess there is, the concern of different LRAs applying different methodologies for their own RA program purposes, then I think under implementation, the ISO would then need to have a translation software in a sense, translation software to translate a QC value of that particular LRA being used to what the ISO sort of needs to ensure reliability. I think maybe that's kind of missing as well then.
Thanks, Now.
No, that makes sense. And two, maybe just to add on to what Ani described, I think let's just say we're talking about the 20% supply cushion UCAP. I think there's sort of some questions just kind of foundationally of oh, yes, this will certainly provide a performance and availability incentive. And that I think if we were looking at the distribution of outages and outage rates, if it was, equally, if all outages were sort of randomized in the 20%, where there really wasn't any sort of, where it was really sort of capturing a strong availability incentive and performance incentive because of the hit it would take. I think that it would be sort of we would sort of look at maybe for those resource types, it really is providing a sufficient incentive. I think that the layered approach could be sort of saying well, if the UCAP approach doesn't really sort of provide sort of that full incentive to be, available and performing during the critical periods, if we see sort of a stark difference between the outage and availability rates during those different periods, it could be well, we really need even a stronger mechanism, in the subset of conditions. I think there's sort of maybe some overlap between even maybe the portion on ambient D rates, how much will that capture some of the challenge with, non-availability that we currently see on the fleet due to, what's, reported as forced outage rates due to ambient temperature conditions. So I think there's a kind of a number of moving parts in terms of, whether or not an additional, and maybe when we're talking about RAIM too, just a level set. I don't think that no part of it, I don't think anyone is thinking about the current RAIM design. I think the question is do we need some sort of additional performance availability incentive that's sort of targeted towards other conditions, or can we just rely on UCAP to provide all those performance and availability incentives? So I think that's the type of, feedback we'd be looking for from you all would be, how could we do, if you're thinking that UCAPs can capture all of it, how could we design it to be, really a strong incentive mechanism, or is that really not the intent? And it maybe is sort of, more capturing general availability, but we need some sort of layered approach for more extreme conditions. So I think that's the type of discussion we're trying to bring out.
I'll just, to add one more thing, in the paper, in the UCAP section, when we talk about availability, we talk about forced outage rate. And so that's like a specific element of how a resource is available to contribute to reliability in the big picture. RAIM, as it is currently designed, looks at availability in terms of is it on outage, and also is it bidding. So there's and then there's a third element, right, of like if it was awarded, did the resource actually perform? So Anya's going to talk about that more, but I think that is where we kind of can talk about available, bidding, and performance. And UCAP and RAIM or whatever its successor may be kind of live in different parts of those three elements of availability. So, Adeline.
So on that topic, I think it's normal in a way that when you provide incentive, there is some carrots, but there is also a baton. So if you do not perform as you should have, at least there should be a kind of monitoring, because outages for suppliers are very expensive. So if you do a good job, there should be a kind of some reward, or if you do not do a good job, there should be like some kind of penalties. I'm not so sure the way that should be done, but I think it's kind of the discussion. But I think you put good questions. To me, the key factor is still back to the forced outage rate. And earlier, Ansel, you talk about the 20% tightest hours to be a kind of element to reflect the different forced outage rate. But to me, based on the historical, because you would be waiting every year, I think it's more like the waiting that will be representing like differently every years of the outage. I think we're talking about RAP. They also have a kind of approach where they look at the past 6 years and they get rid of the worst year. That could be also something maybe we don't want to look about 5 years ago. But we still go back on the forced outage rate. So what is the forced outage rate? What data source we should use? That I think is still like a key question at this point. And I don't know if you want to solve that today or or later on, but I think there is no standardized way of doing a UCAP, but I'm still kind of concerned with the 20% tightest hours that was discussed a long time ago. To my understanding, this supply caution was kind of inspired from RAIM, where there was like kind of 20% of the hours of the year. And there is no real explanation in the paper. You did a great job with the paper. Congratulations, guys. But I was missing a bit like explanation why you still think this tightest caution is the right approach. And also like going back to the database, like what data source we should look at for the calculation on the outage rate. So that's a big question now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for the feedback on the paper. Was there a specific question, or was that just kind of raising those considerations?
I was kind of missing some explanation or justification why you still believe the 20% caution, or so how you supply caution, you call it.
So yes, so you spoke to kind of the original justification for the 20% is it matches with RAIM, which also looks at 20% of the year's hours. I think the design was presented in the issue paper for consideration. It's not necessarily a proposal right at this time. So I think that's the kind of thing we'd like to hear from stakeholders is what preferences do you have as far as these kind of design questions? There could be look at more critical hours. 20% is reasonable because it captures kind of somewhere between the most critical hours, but not every hour of the year. So would love to hear feedback on that. So Martha, do you want to add anything? Okay.
And for the data source for forced outage, right?
Yes, yes.
Where are you leaning?
So,
Because I think you said that there is no real extraction of the data from OMS. I think there is also like a kind of lack of transparency for accessing the data.
it's not designed
Yeah,
for.
and GATAs,
Yeah.
they are also like kind of improving the reporting. I think January, they are changing a lot of threshold for their units that have to report their outage. So just like considering that.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just quickly, I think OMS is, internally, we can do what we need to do to account or to historically draw from forced outage rates for a UCAP design. So there is a bit of kind of implementation that would need to happen at the CAISO to make that functional, but it is possible as a data source. And thanks for the comment on GADS. I'll look into that further.
Yeah, and on the 20%, I won't try to do it complete justice in terms of the rationale. There's a lot of discussion on that. Say 4 or 5 years ago during the development process of like, do you do, versus having sort of more hours, less hours, like for, where there's different incentives that are provided for choosing different subsets, of hours in terms of providing bids and availability to the ISO's market. And so there was a lot of discussion on the trade-off at that time in terms of more or less. And the other trade-off I think that was discussed a lot was sort of the supply cushion versus just a certain set of hours and sort of like providing that certainty versus less certainty, but really sort of targeting more of, wanting to have, good incentives in place, hopefully in all hours, but certainly when it starts to get tight, trying to understand like what's that, mechanism to capture it. So I think those are, but as Ansel alluded to, I don't think it was a proposal on our part. It was just more like we're trying to just, have a few options on the table and discuss some of the pros and cons. But I think it's we can maybe take that feedback as well on, but I'd encourage you to maybe go back to those earlier initiative processes. And because there was a lot of documentation and conversation at that time.
Next, we have a hand raised by Daniel Yankis.
Thanks, everyone. This is Daniel Yankis, calling from Intersect Power. Really appreciate the time, the paper, and the details. Just a quick question on the kind of getting, I guess one thing I'll start is, I appreciated in this paper, there was sort of a move away or, from the class average concept, which we appreciated. I think one area it still sort of exists was for new assets and, projects that don't have 3 years of outage history. And so I'm wondering if there could be, some sort of UCAP calculation put in place for if it's a new asset, but owned by an owner who already has existing assets that are performing, rather than defaulting to the class average. Just not much more of an idea than that at the moment, but just something I was thinking through while reading this. And then
Thanks,
maybe
Daniel.
and one other point on this, and just thinking about like how RA is contracted and what the timing of those contracts, especially when you're thinking about 5+ year terms, and trying to understand how much volume, knowing how much volume you would have to contract with through the UCAP calculation in advance of those contracts. So thinking about, the timing of when you get a little bit more certainty around, your NQC, so you can contract as best as possible. Obviously, you'll try to include some buffer, but yeah, I'm not sure if that was addressed as well.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. That is first on the kind of new asset consideration. Yeah, I think we'll keep that idea in mind. I think class average for new resources is used in some markets. I think there are some markets that use well, there are different approaches, right? As far as like, if a resource doesn't have any history of outage data, then if you just inserted that into a calculation for UCAP, it would just have 100% or no derate. So those are kind of the ends of the spectrum. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, Daniel, can I actually ask back, what you, like, maybe I'm just trying to understand the rationale. Is the rationale would be, you're saying that you're a more reliable supplier, like you all do good maintenance and make resources available, so you should get
Yeah,
credit for that.
I think in general, our belief is just like, the class average typically favors the bottom performers. And so if you're like, our capacity is all storage. So if we're say hypothetically, you're going out, you're procuring premium battery products, you have long-term service agreements to maintain those, you're putting in your money, you're augmenting your capacity, and you believe that, you're gonna, you don't want to be pulled down by the class average, so to speak. And so the concern is like, if you're bringing a new asset online, the first few years of a new asset are incredibly important, for its balance sheet, for its earnings. And so just want to investigate opportunity to get away from the class average. If you already have existing assets that are online that are performing well, that sort of thing.
Thanks, Daniel. And then also, we'll consider your comment about kind of the timing of accreditation and how and when UCAP values would be updated or applied. So
yeah,
we have several questions in the room. So I'm going to go. We're doing the name tent approach here, which is good. I think let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know. Okay. 6 now. Okay. Let's start with Steve.
Okay, this is Steve Keen from Edison. A couple comments on this. First, on the UCAP and RAIM. I think one of the things we're going to have to do is when we get more developed proposals is to look at what the financial impacts of those are on the various resources. At least my thoughts on this are that, it may be that UCAP is sufficient, but we need to check that out. And then, those two things tend to do slightly different. I view them as having slightly different functions, and I think we need to just make sure that we've got the incentives put right. That then brings up a second point that I think we need to consider with that. And I also think then is something that we should maybe step back before we even start the RA stuff and start thinking of. And that's one of the things I've been looking at or thinking about lately is the change in the market structure that's going to be coming. I think everybody's recognized that. Everybody sees that, things have changed a lot. But I think over the next few years, things are going to they're going to change again and in a different way. For example, we're still supposed to have an awful lot of natural gas fired generation as we move to 2040 and 2045, but it's going to run very sporadically. It's not going to run the 50 or 60% it does now. It's going to run 5 to 10. That means it's not going to be making, or probably not going to be making as much money from its energy revenues as it does now. That's going to require a change in how those units are compensated. I'd see the same sort of thing happening with storage units. I mean, right now we've got 10 to 15,000 worth of storage. By next summer, we're supposed to have close to 20,000 megawatts worth of storage, I think. But our peak, the peak on most days is something like, 25 to 30,000. That means that not all those storage units are going to be able to sell energy during those peak periods. Some of those are going to be used to sell storage. They're either going to sell their energy out of storage at other times, or they're going to be, used sporadically when there's really peaks. Again, I think that means that we have to rethink how units are compensated. And I think, a large part of that is RA. The RA that's been built up, I mean, we've seen the changes that have happened because we've got all these resources now that are, like solar and wind that don't run, that aren't considerable. When RA started 20 years ago, all the units, you pretty much could tell them to come on and they would. They could run all the time. And we developed an RA mechanism and an energy market for that matter that dealt with that reality. We've seen a lot of changes. So now we know that our market is composed of probably, half the resources can't do that. They run when they can. Now we've got all this big storage coming in, but I think as we look forward, we're going to see other changes, and I think we need to see how that impacts it. So I think, like I said, I think that means we need to look in general before we start building the RA program, what is this going to do and how is this going to function with where we think the market's going to go? But also in terms of the UCAP and the RAIM, we're going to need to do the same sort of thing. As we move forward and you have units who are only running, during those peak, may not even be running the 20% of the time that we're thinking of putting in place a RAIM. What does it mean if we have major penalties on them at that point? What does that do to the revenue that they're expecting and how likely it is that they're going to be around? And I think that, the impacts on a unit are significantly different if you're talking about penalizing them significantly for the 5% of the time, which is the only time that they're running. I don't know exactly what the implications are, but I think we need to think about that and to think about in general how RA is fitting into this market and how we're compensating these resources to be there when we need them. Because I do believe that's going to, the existing structure is going to change because we're going to move into a different world. And I think we need to be thinking ahead to that so that we're not, always playing catch up. All right, thanks.
I like that feedback. And I do think you sort of elucidated some of that UCAP trade-off with RAIM pretty well. And like one of the examples I think we've discussed internally is that, what about resources that are maybe only really looking to commit them 2 or 3% of the time, based on their startup costs. If during that 2 and 3% of the time that they're, if they're quote unquote available during all 20%, but during that 2 to 3% of the time when you're actually looking for them, if they have a much lower availability rate because, when we try to start them up, they're not really available, then will the UCAP have really captured it? And how strong of an incentive do we need to have on top of that, for those type of resources? So I think that that's really, a good example of like, how UCAP could be designed, and what the resource use is could determine, what that additional RAIM mechanism might need to look like. So, thanks, Steve. That's really helpful.
Okay. I'm going to jump actually to Doug. We haven't heard from yet, so.
Am I on here? Doug Carpa, Peninsula Clean Energy. Thanks everybody for all the comments. It's great to be taking up UCAP issues, and I do hope we get this done because I know it's been bubbling along for a long time. I did want to, I guess, add a little bit of LSE perspective in terms of, obviously, one of the big things about UCAP that Peninsula Clean Energy in particular really likes is the fact we've been sort of living in a universe that we've been feeling that gas resources have been overvalued, and that gets reflected in the PRMs. And so those LSEs that are very renewable heavy tend to have to procure more in order to account for that outage rate if it gets shoved into the PRM. And so we're happy to see it get internalized on a resource specific basis. That's awesome. I'm glad to see it's going that way. I did have, to the extent that it's helpful, I also wanted to thinking down the line along the lines of Steve's comments too about future proofing the system. I do think like there's strong thumbs up for the notion of having the evaluation hours kind of determined by like when things are needed and allowing that to shift over time, because I do think we're going to be getting into like we were very early proponents of slice of day because we expect we're going to get into a time several years down the line when like winters at 3 a.m. is going to be the really critical hour. It's not going to be summer anymore. And so setting up systems that'll be durable for those changes over the 10, 15-year timeframe is going to be really, really helpful. Although we do play catch up a lot, so maybe we just keep playing catch up because that's what we do. I don't know. And I think on RAIM, sort of a similar, one of the questions around substitution that we often have are where there are requirements, then there are resources that are held out of the market. And of course, as you know, RA prices have been just absurd. And so anything that can loosen up supply is very helpful. And so one of the question, I think that where everybody's going a little bit is like, does everybody need to have a substitution requirement, or is it just certain resources that need it? Or even could we be in a sort of optional universe where if you do substitute, that's voluntary, and then you don't take a hit to your UCAP value, something like that? Or maybe it's like if you go below a certain level, then you have to substitute, but otherwise you don't, because holding resources aside as a requirement, if you've got like a 99.5% online rate, it's probably not very helpful. And where that line is probably an empirical question of like, if we, run a bunch of simulation, like run the modeling with a RAIM mechanism and substitution and seeing what happens to the reliability, and then run it without it. Doesn't make a difference. I mean, if it doesn't, then maybe we don't need to do it. Not to create more work for everybody, but yeah, so thanks.
Thanks, Doug.
You're previewing Anya's section really nicely. So yeah, thanks for teeing it up.
Okay. To Michaela.
Sorry, Michaela Fly, Customized Energy Solutions. I'm sorry, I have a lot of comments and questions, but I'll try to organize them well. So I think there are obviously a ton of considerations when designing these types of RA rules, but going back to the overlap between E4D and RAIM, there are ways. So MISO actually, the way they measure availability during the tightest hours is offers. So it is their bids, non-E4D. They've essentially gotten rid of E4D in their markets. And then in that case, that's the overlap with RAIM gets much, in my opinion, much stronger. And I do think that generally, if you can get rid of these mechanisms, it gets much less complicated for participants and for CAISO to implement. Another question I had is, so the loss of load hours in the model, so would you be looking at simulated availability in the LOLE study to determine the counting, or would you just identify the loss of load hours in that model and then use the E4D or availability in those hours, historical performance wise? It's
a good question. Yeah, I think this was an allusion to how other markets are looking at which hours to evaluate for resource performance adjustment or resource specific modifications. So I mentioned MISO, and you spoke to that as well, as far as which hours they look at. There's the direct loss of load approach that they have worked through. So it could look different ways. I think there is, as alignment, we've heard stakeholders talking about alignment with kind of the modeling assumptions and outages and accreditation. So I think that is something we want to dial in if we wanted to take that approach. So, yeah, we'd love to hear more in your comments about that.
Yeah, well, and I think then you start to have some trade-offs too. So with the DLOL, I'm most familiar with MISO, then it gets really hard to use that to accredit specific resources, right? If you're relying on the model. So then you kind of have to go to the class approach, and then you have to figure out how you're going to allocate the class to the resources. And that's where their real-time availability comes into play. But yeah, sort of mapping the dependencies and trade-offs is helpful. And then I guess to get to the conversation about cost too, one interesting thing that I believe is going on in PJM with their pay for performance mechanism is this request by generators to include costs of potential penalties in their reference prices. And granted, there's not a capacity market here, but you could see that flow through to RA contracting. And that would be interesting to see whether or not, buyers find that appropriate. Because as I understand, the PJM market monitor is pushing back. And so understanding the costs and how they flow through, I think is difficult for CAISO to discuss. Having limited insight into cost I think it's difficult at this level, but I think it is important. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you. That's an interesting thing to consider, the kind of how the costs flow, and recognize we don't have a centralized capacity market in California. So I'll go to Kathleen.
Thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I also really appreciate the conversation. Trying to think of things that add a slightly different nuance to the conversation to see if that's helpful. What Daniel, who spoke earlier, said resonated with me. I wanted to expand on, and this is a lot of content to handle. So I'm going to hit each of these buckets and add a little bit of extra flavor. So on the defining availability, for completeness, I think you should add one more option because you're talking about resource specific and you're talking about class average. I'm going to caveat that I'm not advocating for this as the preferred outcome, but I think it's fair to be complete. There is another design option, which is a class average with a unit specific performance adjustment. So other markets consider this as you start with a class average and then you allow a unit that has done investments to come in and request a review of their performance to get a performance adjustment that's better in line with their actual operating history. The reason I'm not advocating for it is it creates kind of weird incentives where you have a class average, which the worst performers drag that down, right? And then if you allow unit-specific performance adjustment, you're only going to get the A+ students coming in, right? So that creates it's not the best design in my mind. I do think resource-specific for everyone is the right way to go, so that you actually assess and see the bad performers, and then you see we get our actual grades, A+ all the way down to D. And that incentivizes maintaining the fleet in the way that it should be maintained, in our view. But if for some reason that's not a feasible design and you decide that, I think a less preferred would be a class average with the unit-specific performance adjustment. I mean, it would be very negative in our view to have a class average without that, because you will disincentivize maintaining the fleet. And that's not in the best interest of anyone, right? So I just wanted to request you add that, but think about it, just in case there is a feasibility issue on the preferred outcome. Maybe we have that as a backup. On the evaluation hours, maybe I'll say, and I'll bucket this in with also your data source, which I'm actually going to kind of pull that down into evaluation hours. That's all right. Very practical piece of feedback that I wanted to provide is two things. First is, yes, the other markets are considering loss of load hours in the model. I'll speak for Kathleen, not for Vistra. Kathleen personally thinks that's an interesting and potentially good market design option. I don't think it works in California. And the reason I don't think it works in California is because we've very recently made decisions on the LRA side to move away from loss of load hours in the model informing capacity accreditation for our variable energy resources. So that is a pretty nascent binding year is 2025, as y'all know, for the RA reform. It would be odd to say that didn't work for VERS, but let's do it for thermals and storage. There some of the reasons that people, advocated for that move was transparency, understanding it, understanding why resources were being valued the way they were being valued. So with that in mind, I see that as not workable in California. It just really doesn't make sense to accredit thermals and storage on a methodology that we've recently decided that we're not going to use, frankly. And you want it to be aligned. So those other markets that are discussing capacity accreditation using loss of load hours is because they're using ELCC for their VERS. So I just wanted to add that nuance of, I don't think it's on the table for us. The E4D, the other very practical thing I like the CAISO to consider is anytime, I'll give you an analogy. Anytime you guys do a policy effort, you think about your implementation costs, right? Your costs and the effort associated with changing your systems. large companies, we operate in 6 of the 7 jurisdictional markets. We're very familiar with these different debates. But what I think the CAISO would help you to understand is we have this infrastructure and understanding of E4D. We use NERC. Of course, we also use EuroMS, but we have NERC compliance teams. There's a deep infrastructure around using NERC GADS and the E4D. It's a very well understood methodology. And the better understood the methodology, the policy principle is the better you understand your methodology, what your inputs are, and how you're being valued on the outcome side, the better incentivized you will be to perform the way the ISO RTOs need you to perform. So just a very practical piece of feedback I wanted you to consider is if you want to see an outcome, you need to make it as transparent as possible how you're getting there. And I do think using E4D and NERC GADS gets you that policy principle. On an implementation, similar thing is transparency. My concern with the CAISO NQC process, you guys using your deliverability cuts, is transparency. So if you guys can package a proposal that shows a timeline and a very clear, a reasonable timeline and a very clear method of communicating that, I think we can gel on it. But that's our concern, is it being very transparent and clear and have enough time for you to release the updated values and then to inform the commercial activities. The LRA coordination will get you, I think, a better outcome, is what I'm afraid the deliverability assessment will actually have to do is it'll happen after most of the marketing is complete. And so what it will actually look like is the CAISO backstopping through CPM, right? So if you do your deliverability assessment, let's say after the year ahead showings, it's going to look more like a backstop. It's not going to be informing the market practices the way that I heard Doug articulate. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback. Okay. I want to hear from you two there, but we're getting close to the break, and we probably have a few phone questions. So, and we have Lauren as well. So let's do the 3 in the room, and then we'll see where we end up from there. Noah.
No, Tom, Middle River Power. Can you go over the 20% of the tightest hours? Is it relative to that the hourly load, or is it relative to sort of the CEC load that was used for the RA program?
So in the paper, the supply cushion design, the concept of that 20% tightest hours is supposed to give a sense of, if you look at all hours across a season or a year, or whatever it may be, and you compare RA supply available to demand. And so that's what you're asking about, is kind of the specifics of what that means. Yeah. So in the design, in the paper, we're looking at real-time net load from the 5-minute market. So because we can do that because it's a historic look as far as the evaluation of which hours are the tightest. So does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I understand it. Whether it makes sense is a different story, I would say. Sort of in my mind, I'm going through whether or not the RA program is set for a particular set of requirements effectively, and that we're to use evaluation hours that are separate and aside from the CEC and sort of what the RA program does, whether or not that is the right metric to use. Thanks.
Thank you. Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Devon Terrigen. So a couple comments here, just in reaction to all this discussion. First, I think I would agree with some of the comments that Michaela from CES made about the E4D concept and how it's more complicated when you're using those statistical calculations versus actual bids. But I did just want to flag that I think it's a little bit harder to apply that one for storage when you have the dynamic of arbitraging the price and spreads, comparing that to the heat rate concept that you use for thermals, where it's a lot easier, more straightforward to get a general, acceptable bid or DEB for those kind of resources. And, we're always discussing the whole storage deb issue and how that needs to be improved. So I think we would prefer something where perhaps there's a blend of maybe using the critical hours and the E4D bid-based concept or something like that, rather than just purely the bid concept or a E4D statistical calculation. So maybe a little bit of a blended approach could work there. But there's also this issue of using the bids when there's an outage for like an extended period. Maybe, if it's more than a day, you don't have the bids in the day-ahead market for the next following days. Similarly, if you have an extended outage more than an hour in the real time, you might not have those bids in place. So you would maybe have to extend the bid curve or something like that to reflect that. And again, for storage, it's not really going to be as accurate as it would be for thermals. So some thoughts there. On the class average versus resource specific concept, I think we would prefer starting the bookend, obviously, with, that Ansel described of using the 100% value to start with, and then rolling in with historical data, some other kind of phase-in approach where you could just start with the class average and, weight the years, 100% starting and then, averaging in the class average, something like that might work. That was something that was proposed in the prior RA enhancements initiative, I believe, where there was like a 3-year kind of phase-in approach where you started with 25% of the class average applied to like 100% value or something like that, and then weighted it over the years and kind of phased it in. So that might be one concept to think about. I didn't really see a lot of discussion about phase-in approach in the paper, but I do think that's very important to consider that. And obviously, there's the dynamic of the LRAs having to decide when they want to apply these things versus the CAISO wanting to apply it. But I would just urge CAISO to work with the LRAs and suggest a phase-in approach for a lot of reasons, particularly because I think that the transparency issues like Kathleen was mentioning, the calculations and validity of those calculations and making sure that we have some certainty around that, the data issues, because I think we believe OMS really does need to be updated if we're going to use that. For any kind of a UCAP implementation versus like a GADS approach. And there's issues with GADS that we've noted before, like the size of the units, 20 megawatts or below, not captured. So there's things that I think PG&E was mentioning they're improving that perhaps, but maybe we're not there yet. So a lot of reasons I think to do a transition concept, and it's something we should talk about when we get into the proposals, because having a phase-in can avoid some of these price shocks that we would have. That I think the LSEs are concerned about, and also just eases contracting difficulties for everybody in the environment, but between the suppliers and the buyers. So those are kind of my main concepts here. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention on the performance piece, when we talk about these whole pay for performance thing and RAIN mechanisms and looking at critical hours or emergency hours, I think that it's really not been proven to be effective in the past in some of those other areas. And we would prefer that CAISO move towards letting the energy market prices actually be the incentive in the actual operational horizon, rather than adding on another layer of mechanism to do like a pay for performance thing or some type of other incentive mechanisms. I think it's more appropriate to allow the market pricing to provide that incentives under those tight conditions. And if the market price is really reflecting those conditions appropriately, which I think CAISO is trying to do that right now with all the price formation enhancements initiative. So thanks for all that. I'll get off the soapbox.
Appreciate your feedback, Chris. Lauren.
Hi, this is Lauren Carr from CalCCA. Thanks everyone for the really good discussion on these topics. I just wanted to add a couple of things. First, just a +1 to exploring the feasibility of a resource-specific UCAP for resources that have the historical data available to do that, and the data sources needed to support that. We think maintaining the incentives that are provided from a resource-specific approach rather than a class average is really important. So just wanted to support some of the things that we've heard from others on that topic. On Implementation, just a couple of things. First, I think it was mentioned in the paper about how in the previous initiative there was sort of definitions of terms intended to reduce the impact on existing contracts, like introducing the deliverable QC terminology and tying the existing NQC to UCAP, and wanted to support maintaining an approach like that in this proposal so that the implementation of UCAP doesn't have significant impacts on existing contracts and cause the renegotiation of existing contracts. And then lastly, on LRA coordination, just wanted to highlight the fact that the PRM and counting rules are inextricably linked. And so making sure as we are developing the UCAP concept, we're also thinking about how that will result in changes to the PRM as a result of incorporating forced outages into the counting rules. And that's obviously on the LRA side, and maybe also the CAISO's default rules too. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Next, it's time for us to take a short 15-minute break and return at 11.
Thank you, Christina. And thank you everyone for your feedback here. We'll jump back in at 11. Christina, welcome back, everybody. So between now and lunch, there are two remaining sections in track one that I like to discuss from the paper. We have this default counting rules and PRM, but we also have accounting for impacts of ambient dew rates and seasonal availabilities. So I think what I'm going to do is actually walk through the setup for each of these sections, and then we can kind of just open the floor to discuss both, so we don't arbitrarily limit to one or the other between now and noon. So, so I will start on the default rules here. So next slide, please. So again, I've shared the problem statement from our working group process on the default rules. So we've indicated that the default reserve margin should be assessed in light of changes in the resource mix and evolving reliability needs within the BAA, and that our default PRM and counting rules in the tariff should meet at least a 0.1 loss of load expectation at the BAA level. I've also shared the objectives from the paper, which tear off of the problem statement, kind of what we're looking to achieve with these updates of our default rules in the tariff. I will say though, so I have kind of our discussion topics on this section on the bottom there. The first one is just indicating again that we have a workshop tomorrow with the RA modeling team to discuss our preliminary midterm and long-term modeling results, as well as share some of the updates we are making in light of the feedback from you all in our October year ahead workshop. So we will also be hearing from kind of a suite of available counting rule philosophies that we would like feedback on, and we'll go in depth into kind of the details of methodologies for counting rules specific. So I don't really, I guess I would ask you to hold your comments on that. And there's some of that in the paper as well, but hold the comments on that for tomorrow as much as possible. And however, I would like to touch on a few things today on this section, which is, this is a little bit of a complicated issue, but in the paper we discuss kind of okay, if we update our default rules in the tariff, folks have pointed out that the default rules have not technically been used in the past because they are there to be a methodology that is available for accreditation and planning in the case that an LRA does not provide its own QC values, or as in the tariff, it says qualifying capacity criteria. However, we've talked about, a desire, or one of the objectives here is to create a coherent set of standards for RA that could be adopted by LRAs, to kind of provide that state of the art informed by Aditya's team's modeling. So what that means is, practically, the way our process works is the ISO posts a draft net qualifying capacity list in the summer. And then we hear from LRAs about the accredited values in the list. And then that list gets published and is used for the showings process. For existing resources, that may be informed by the CPUC's QC methodology. That's what that will sometimes go into the draft NQC list, but LRAs work with us to update the values if they have a different methodology for a specific resource. However, on that second bullet point in the middle box, our tariff does cause us to defer, if you will, to the highest QC value for an individual resource provided by any given LRA. So what that means is if we have different counting rule methodologies from different LRAs, we're going to end up using, the ISO is going to end up using the highest value in our NQC process. So I think with those in mind, and there's more detail on that in the paper, especially in the context of slice of day and some of the changes that we're seeing at the CPUC, but I would like to have a little bit of discussion about kind of how to make the default rules usable, in the sense of we're providing that state-of-the-art modeling to inform updates to these rules. So we want them to be, we've heard from LRAs that in the past they've used ISO's default PRM, which is 15% today. What would it look like if they wanted to adopt our updated default rules with these other considerations in the middle box in mind? So that's kind of like some of the implementation questions of the default rules in the paper. But with that, like I mentioned, we're just going to cover this content and then I'll open the floor. So let's go forward one slide, please. So this section covers the consideration of impacts of ambient D rates on resource availability. Next slide, please. Again, I have the problem statement from this section in the issue paper here, which talks about how the availability of resources based on varying seasonal ambient D rates is not consistently reflected in resources NQC values today, which creates challenges in reliably operating the grid. So we have a few objectives in the paper about policy solution for this problem, which includes the ability for the ISO to rely on capacity to perform consistent with its accreditation in a seasonal manner, especially considering their expected ability to perform in peak load conditions. The discussion questions here in the colored boxes have to do with kind of what's in our current tariff. There is a section about reductions for testing in our current tariff. So we have the tariff ability to modify NQC values based on tested capabilities, but in practice, there is no RA test at the ISO per se, but there are other operational tests that we perform that, again, can cause a change to the NQC value of a specific resource. On the benchmarking side, we go into detail in the paper about other markets and programs, how they incorporate testing to a resource's accredited value for RA. And then again, on the implementation side, I would like to hear, and we would like to hear from stakeholders as far as the design of what this testing or attestation program might look like, whether it's, the tests we do today at the ISO that impact NQC values are guided by the generation desk, I think that's kind of a resource intensive practice on our part, although it's critical for reliability, such as ancillary service tests. But in other markets, it might be more of a program where the resource owner provides test data and then it's adjusted to peak conditions for that season. So, and then finally there we have the UCAP connection. So how, in the UCAP slide this morning, I detailed kind of the UCAP factor is applied to a tested or installed capacity value as opposed to the nameplate capacity. So that's one way to do it, but I would like to hear more from stakeholders about kind of how to implement that. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything there. So that is these two sections that I'd like to hear from stakeholders about before lunch in the next about 50 minutes here. So I would say feel free to provide feedback on the default rules updates or the ambient D rates and seasonal availability section. So I would be happy to field questions about what's in the paper on the slides, or if there's direct feedback on these topics. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Great. Yeah, I'm happy to bite. Thanks, Ansel. So I mean, I have a question. You went through two topics, so maybe I'll go first to the default PRM question. I'm wondering whether or not it's a high priority for the CAISO within your paper. And if it's something that like it seems like there's very little implementation left. That's what I meant. So I just wanted to get a confirmation that this feels like it's a very feasible, low lift change for you guys, and it's a high priority.
So I'll speak to the timeline, kind of what's on paper, and this is covered a little bit in tomorrow's workshop as well. So the sort of immediate result of the modeling efforts that we're working on with the Aditius team is to update those default rules. So I think in the slides from the October workshop, there was indication of Q2 of next year, we would work towards starting the updating those rules. Obviously, that depends on kind of where the modeling conversation goes, feedback we get on that. But that is a priority just coming out of that modeling process. So that's sort of the straightforward answer to your question. You would like to add any color there, Partha?
Yeah, and I think it come out as a priority for stakeholders as well as, or I think it was something that was identified in the PUC proceeding as a concern, where I think we recognize that, it's probably two different questions on different timelines. We recognize the fact that we hadn't updated our default PRM and counting rules, in, almost 2 decades. And then that, given the changing resource mix and the changing reliability needs, it was a priority, and particularly for any entities that were sort of leaning on us to provide that information. It seemed like, yeah, we need to have good actionable information on, how one could set a combined, the PRM and counting rules could work together to meet a 0.1 LOLE if everyone adopts it. So it seemed like a priority for all parties. And I think it was especially in light of I think what Ansel alluded to, in light of some of the changes with slice a day and some of the changing QC values that would come out of the process based on exceedance. It seemed like that sort of shown even a brighter light upon sort of needing to revisit that so that to make sure that we have a reasonable PRM in our tariff that we're, particularly if they're using those higher exceedance values in any LRAs, we'd have a PRM that was just and reasonable. So it was really with stakeholder feedback as well as like the feedback from that PUC proceeding that.
I appreciate, thank you both, Ansel and Partha, because that gives me an opportunity. I maybe clarify some of my stakeholder feedback, at least from Vistra, is that, so I would say it's not a priority for us. I think if this isn't taking away from addressing the priority issues, we're fine with you doing this. what is but it doesn't get to the problem that I think Partha just laid out, right? Because the amount of entities that use the default is really small relative to those who set their own PRMs, and those the problems that I think I tried to identify, or the concerns on whether or not in aggregate, if the fleet is reliable, is coming from PRMs that are less than your default today. So I appreciate you guys doing this. I just wanted to tease this out and make sure it was clear that I'm not sure it changes the reliability. You're going to be in the status quo. You're basically in status quo. If you want to increase the reliability of the fleet, then you would need to look at like a minimum PRM standard or something like that, which I understand that there's issues with that. So I just wanted to kind of get a sense of the lift and make sure that it wasn't taking away from addressing some of these other issues that are more impactful to the fleet. Okay. On the capability testing, real quick. So another example of like other markets, they do more than one test. So a winter test and a summer test is something that is an option. I think that has value. I think so if you want to do a capability testing, you should test when there's 0% ambience to get a solid baseline of what the true install capacity is without ambient impact. That's going to be really important under UCAP framework, because we're still going to have a must offer obligation up to that ICAP so that you're getting that value, right? So you do want to have some assurance if you're going to do this that you know what the ICAP without ambience are. And then if you would like to see that full ambient impact, you want to find the worst day in the summer and do that testing. So that's one note is I think you need two. The other thing that I wanted to ask is whenever we talk about testing, the most controversial element in my experience is the duration of the test. CAISO's current testing framework, I think this would have been maybe another piece of background I think is helpful, is it doesn't have to be for 4 hours, right? So that's the question that I wanted to pose and make sure that we talk about as a group. It tends to be the most controversial element of any testing design. We don't have a position yet. I'd like to hear from others the views of, are we talking about a 1 hour test, 2, or a 4 hour, 5 hour? Like what is this idea going to look like? Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback.
And I would just maybe suggest too, I mean, at least from my own standpoint, like, well, I was familiar at a high level with the fact that the other markets do testing. I certainly don't have sort of the nuanced details around the differences. So part of, I think, that the effort we've done so far with some of that benchmarking, if there's sort of real world examples in terms of here's what works, here's the trade-offs, here's what's worked better than others in different markets, would love to have that perspective, included in the comments. But yeah, thanks, Kathleen.
You, Michaela, and then Steve.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. Michaela Fly, Customized Energy Solutions. I don't know if this has been discussed before, so I'm sorry if it has, but is CAISO tied to the 1 in 10 standard? I know there's been a lot of conversations in the industry and other RTOs in other states about moving to perhaps different standards or combinations of standards like EUE, and I think Texas is doing like duration and magnitude. And so I was just wondering if that would also be a part of this conversation.
But DT has stepped away. I think that we can have it.
I'll ask him.
At least what I would say kind of at the highest level is that, like, I don't think there's a specific standard, but the reality is that, like, the CPUC, which is 90% of the load, I think they have been pretty clear on, needing, an RA programmer needing that sort of, that objective to be met within their program design. And I think that the other LRAs as well are, like, I think there's sort of general consensus of needing a robust reliability requirement. There are certain entities that might have different ways that they look at different LRAs. So I think it's a good discussion to maybe have with them around it. But I think that for our standpoint, that needing that minimum of that 0.1 LLE, sort of that next step of whether or not it's looking at like, lost energy hours, other metrics. I think that's clearly been like maybe I'll defer to Aditya when he comes back to discuss it a little more. I know that's been looked at both internally and in other markets. And so how it might impact these processes, I think we probably want feedback on in terms of, I think that right now what we're thinking about is that based on the LRA feedback, let's just say we're talking about for the default PRM at minimum, like to the degree that, we're needing to to the degree that those standards are changing and LRAs are thinking about developing different metrics that they're performing for, I think we'd be very open to having those discussions on what our metrics might look like. I think from my own standpoint, I think we're just trying to come up with, for the current standards, how do we provide that, clear and actionable information that LRAs can use within their program designs.
Mhm. I think I had Steve, and then let's go to Noah. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve Keen, Edison. This is a question more than anything else, I think. You're talking about developing default standards. And I mean, I know how the standards are set for the CPUC. They have a formal process and they go through and everything. But for the entities, the other entities, I mean, is there a formal process for how they set what their PRM and their accounting rules are? Or do they just kind of, do you just see what shows up in your, in the filings, and then by default, that's what supposedly has been approved? And I'm just, that's a question, I guess, more than anything. And it goes to, I think, what Kathleen was getting at, which is, okay, if we set the default standards, what does that mean? And, what's I guess it's just kind of, is there a formal process for the LRAs to let you know what they're using as their PRM and what they're using for their accounting rules?
So I can't speak for each individual LRA. We did hear a little bit from some LRAs, I think last summer, just before the working groups kind of really kicked off. We heard about kind of different approaches of how that process works when they update. But again, it's not necessarily consistent across each entity. Sort of in our systems, as I shared in that first slide on the tariff, the LRAs provide us the PRM that applies to their appropriate LSEs. So we see the result of whatever they decide to set as their adopted reserve margin and QC methodology. So I think I would love to hear more as well from our LRA partners in the comments about kind of what the process looks like and how an update to our defaults with kind of that state-of-the-art modeling approach could be useful and could be implementable. So, yeah. Thanks, Steve. Noah.
Noah, Tom Middle River. Maybe a quick follow-up to this. Maybe the question then is, there's an implicit assumption of LRAs providing you with data on what their accounting rules are, what their PRMs are, but there's no transparency on whether or not that those two inputs yield a reliable system. And in that case, how does the ISO sort of manage the grid to ensure a 1 in 10 LLE? Steve, would that be a good add-on?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And I think that's what the modeling that you're doing is getting at. And I mean, that's why, like in the past, we'd requested a backcast model to say, okay, let's go back to a year where you actually know what people gave you. Look at and see, okay, what was the expectation at that point? And then, potentially a little more, who was, maybe where there were issues and why they were coming up. The forward looking, I understand you want to do the forward looking, but as you said, you got like 70% on these surveys. Even if you're looking at like doing 2025 based on the annual showings, you know, yeah, you have all the local stuff in, or suppose most of it, but you only have, you know, 90% of the 5 summer months for summer. So you still have to make a large amount of assumptions about what you're going to see. That's why, you know, we had said, well, you know, maybe as a just kind of a level setting, it might be good to take, you know, so you should have just, you've already got the December stuff, so you could do 24. I realize it'd be a lot of work, but to take that 24 number, you know, what you actually got, and then go back and look and see, okay, you know, based on what we expected, you know, what we were looking at with load, what we were looking at with the requirements that people had, what did we actually end up with? You know, and I think, at least to my mind, that would give us a good idea of, you know, kind of where we are. Now, there's a problem that it's going to change next for 25 because the CPUC entities have switched to slice a day. So it's going to be very different. But I think as just kind of a level setting thing, because I don't think, you know, the PUC does a lot of analysis, you know, and they're setting what they think is a 1 in 10. But realistically, there's, you know, because we were in a monthly setup and they set 1 PRM for the whole year for all months. And, you know, it's a little different. I think there's enough questions about that it would be really useful to see, okay, if we actually, you know, if we looked at what we got last year, what, you know, what LOLE did we actually have? And, you know, and where did those, you know, we didn't really have any problems last year. It was pretty okay, but, you know, it'd be interesting to know where were we expecting there to be problems, or, you know, what was the LOLE? Just, I think that would be a good piece of information for us to start with.
Yeah, we had similar comments in or submitted similar comments on asking the ISO to perform a backcast of 2024 RA showings, given all the supply that's already shown. Second thing is, with regards to the ISO is trying to run its default LOE analysis, but the default, I'm wondering whether or not we should actually be using the ISO's default counting criteria, because those do differ from the ones that are being used by the LRAs. Instead of sort of mixing and matching different LRA conventions and counting conventions that we have, but rather using an ISO only default counting convention for all the resources.
Yeah, could you expand upon that? 'Cause I think it ties in a little bit with, you know, there's obviously multiple layers to it. You know, there's one in terms of like how we're doing modeling, providing sort of information in terms of the reliability of the grid, which I think is sort of the key to the various track 1 process related modeling. I think you're also, I'm guessing, touching on, you know, the ISO's other processes where you know, certainly I think what you're proposing, it could impact, you know, the substitution processes. It could impact, you know, our backstop processes. I think what we can get to, I think like there'll be some time later where we sort of touch upon what the spectrum of options looks like, and that obviously we have a number of objectives that we're trying to meet simultaneously, from, you know, alignment with LRA processes, making sure that the grid's reliable, making sure that, and so like, I think that's what we're going to be getting at in those next sections is how should we be considering the various values going forward, and what those trade-offs look like with those different options. But is that what you're, to kind of summarize what you're getting at, is that you're probably moving forward towards like our backstop, is that correct?
I mean, certainly a little bit. You know, we talked about earlier today that there's a concern about what happens if LRAs choose different counting conventions and and the resulting PRMs from that. But the ISO is running a specific sort of type of analysis to change and modify and update its default PRM. So if that's the case, then what we really need is a translation tool from one program to another. You know, using slice of day is a really good example, because the slice of day program isn't sort of a traditional peak stack analysis, whereas the ISO still has that for its program. And therefore, how do you translate what you or what is being shown in that basket of resources into the ISO program to ensure that you have the right tools and knowledge for issuing backstop procurement if necessary. And so to the extent like the counting conventions for wind and solar in the ISO tariff is not aligned at all with what the PUC has. And so I think maybe maybe nothing simple, but one simple sort of aspect to it is to get out a default QC file, which then that feeds into what Aditya is using for the LOE that says, here's what the ISO sees, and based on everything the ISO has, here's the PRM, here's the counting amount. We understand LRAs have different ones, and how do we translate that, and what does that mean relative to its program that it's helping administer?
I guess that brings me to a point. I mean, we know that the CPUC is doing its own modeling, and it takes and does a lot. But I guess one question I have is, what would happen if the CPUC decided that suddenly, they wanted a different standard, and they were going to, and I'm not recommending this. This is a thought experiment, but they were to go back to just the peak period and say, oh, we're just going to have a 10% PRM. All right, what does a CAISO do at that point? Do you just accept that, even though it probably means that the reliability of the grid is going to drop significantly? That's an interesting thought question, because right now we kind of have that situation. Basically, the grid reliability relies on what the PUC is doing because they're 90% of it. But, where the CAISO analysis fits in and how that would work, that's one of those things that intrigues me. What would happen if the PUC did something like that? Would you guys step up and modify the rules?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd say, first of all, I'm glad that that's not the case. So maybe we can call it this hypothetical as not being the case, and hopefully we're all driving in the same direction towards a reliable grid and system, both from a planning and operational standpoint. So I think when you're getting at that second layer question, I think is maybe some of the nuances within the backstop great conversation. We're definitely going to be having that teed up in each of the separate sections. But I think as we get into discussing, substitution processes, we talk our backstop processes, we talk about we talk about the correcting potential EDAM RSE failures for the CAISO BA, understanding kind of what's the root cause of it, what are the different ways that we could, what's the ISO's role in correcting it, and what are the impacts to the bilateral processes that are implemented by the LRAs. Those are all, I think, kind of the substantive questions that for each one of those individual processes, what would it look like? I would just say to your hypothetical question, none of this works well to me if it's not really grounded in LRA programs that are designed to meet reliability requirements on the front stop processes. And so almost all of our processes really are needing to be grounded upon that. To the degree that we have backstop or other mechanisms that are trying to work with it, they might provide some marginal reliability benefit that we can consider, but obviously partnering with these entities to provide information, to provide program designs that's reliable, that's really paramount to any of the design choices that we're making.
Thanks. Let's go. I think there's a question in chat from Peter Griffiths.
Yes, he said, quote, "The CAISO intervenes in the CPUC proceeding to establish counting rules and PRMs. Does the CAISO have similar involvement in the establishment of the counting rules and PRMs of other LRAs in its balancing area?"
Good question.
I could turn to others. I don't know if Kevin or anyone else would like to answer this. To the degree that they have, I think it's probably, I don't know if Peters wants to describe more. There's obviously not the same sort of process between all the different LRAs in terms of, proceedings where people can intervene within their lines. I don't know if I have a full understanding. Maybe I could allow other LRAs to weigh in to agree that they have processes that we should be weighing in on, but I don't know if Peter wanted to. I have a feeling that what Peter's trying to do is make a point on maybe needing a transparent process, but I don't know, Peter, if you want to raise your hand, happy to call on you to discuss that.
Okay. Let's do Kathleen and then we'll go to Doug.
Great, thank you, because mine's tacking on to Noah's. So, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'm going to keep this very brief because this is, I think, more for Aditya. Some of that conversation got more into methodology around the modeling than I think the policy content that you're discussing. But with that said, I did want to add, I actually have a much simpler vision than Noah of, with the same principle though, of consistency across all of the LRAs within the BAA. The simplest way to do it is to use installed capacity. ICAP, a consistent use of it across the entire BAA, and then see what the PRM would be on an ICAP. There are ICAP markets. There's nothing wrong with using ICAP for consistency to come up with a PRM using ICAP. It also is simpler for all of those LRAs. If an LRA defaults to your PRM and they know it's ICAP, it takes out the very valid concern of using different QCs for your study. If you were to use something other than ICAP, that's a valid concern. Simplest solution is to use ICAP. So since he brought up the idea of a default QC that was downloadable, and that already sounds like complexity and making it more difficult for the LSEs within any LRA that would default. So I would keep it simple, KISS, and use ICAP.
Thank you. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, simple is nice. I think, I wonder, I have to talk to my procurement folks to see how they'd feel about that. Because there's also the problem of like, we do have slice of day and then we have ICAP, and if they're different, then now we're procuring to two things. But I did actually want to it sounds a little bit to me that at its core, some of this is around a cost sharing problem and some cost shifting problem. If the CPC jurisdictional LSEs are procuring to say at 26% or some really high margin, we are therefore contributing rather a lot of resources. If other LRAs are using much lower PRMs and maybe using the same exceedance values, then relatively speaking, more of the reliability burdens being borne by those CPC jurisdictionals. And so I'm wondering if that gets sorted out some other way. And I do think like how you allocate backstop costs is, at the end of the day, is like where this rubber really meets the road. If you look at the system as a whole and it's not reliable and you have to go out and procure more to keep it reliable. And I don't know enough about the CPM to know this. Is that allocated really across everybody? Or is it like you folks have contributed relatively less, so you're getting the bulk of that? And I don't know how that cost allocation works, but I do think I sort of feel like there needs to be some sort of minimum, which may be politically infeasible to do, but that's a bit where my head goes with that.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, we spent some time talking about the details of how our CPM processes work, but it is depends on the case and sort of the situation. But I don't know if Hillary or Partha, you wanted to add anything.
Good morning, everybody. This is something that we can, there we go. This is something that we can spend some more time on later this afternoon in the backstop section. But today it is split. Those costs are allocated out individually if there are deficiencies on an RA plan. Otherwise, it is split pro rata.
But Doug, that's only limited to up to the PRM the LRA set. I think maybe your question is what happens if somebody sets at 15%, whereas another LRA sets at 20% PRM, then no one's exactly quite equal. And also the programs are slightly different, right? So then you don't have sort of this equity, fairness in your cost shift.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, going on Steve's example, like what if, I don't know, an LRA decided it's cheaper for us to set it at 0. So we're going to set it at 0 and let everybody else procure resources. We'll sell off our access. Now we're rolling in money. I'm not saying that's where we're at, but in extremis, that would be the scenario we would like to avoid.
Well, I mean, we kind of have this in 2025 coming up, given where all the solar capacity have increased by several gigawatts, when there's very little additional build from year over year, right? And so certainly, if LRAs don't include or update their planning reserve margins to account for that, then we have LSCs who have essentially surplus capacity on solar to meet their peak-based programs, and be able to sell 24/7 resources into the market.
Which is great for reducing prices, which we love, but I'm not sure that's really quite the answer we want to get to.
Appreciate the feedback, Doug.
Yeah, and we'll get into the backstop in a lot more detail. I think none of these have really easy answers, from a roles and responsibilities standpoint between the parties to a timing standpoint. If we're coming in often, like if there's actually is tight conditions and reliability concerns, what's our ability, like what is actually available, what is sort of available to procure at reasonable prices. Lots of questions about the ISO's role if we expand our authority and sort of what the impact is to the bilateral processes. So Hillary will get into a lot more of those discussions on what the trade-offs look like. I certainly think that, in the, having, to the first point, I think that Steve was alluding to, having the LRAs setting designs and partnering and sort of setting PRM levels that meet our reliability needs. I think that's something that I believe that the various LRAs are committed to doing. It's just a matter of information and programs and information and potentially timing, some timing concerns from what I've heard, but yeah.
I'll just add also on this slide, just for the purpose of presentation, there's a problem statement from the working groups that's not actually up here, but it's in the paper. It says there's a need for additional information regarding the sufficiency of the LRA programs to meet a 0.1 LOLE. So that's what we heard from the working group, and that's what we're seeking to address in the modeling efforts under track 1. So I think we can continue to have these conversations about kind of what the big picture is as far as the BAA sufficiency and reliability, and then where we should go from there. So, okay. I don't see any tents in the room. On the phone, it seems like we're
no questions
quiet
on the
at this
online.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put a plug for accounting for ambient D rates. I would love in the comments to hear more about kind of the nuts and bolts of testing for generator owners, just to understand kind of the constraints there and implementation considerations. So yeah, just going to put that out there as far as something I'm interested in hearing more about.
Well, and I could, maybe I'll put in a plug as well. I'd love people's maybe feedback on the process going forward. It's like I heard from a number of parties sort of a desire to, like, and this is maybe across UCAP, the UCAP discussion as well as this, is to have, more discussion on what the options look like and more alternatives. And that I recognize the fact that, I put some people on the spot to say, hey, well, please expand on this, tell me more. And maybe from a process standpoint, would love to hear, like, would folks like to present on some of their alternatives that they have in mind? Would they like to have the ISO present more upon like what other markets are doing in some of these other areas. And what does that process forward look like for, getting to the policy development stage, or is it, like that, having some sort of, paper out there that has an alternative or two alternatives, like that would be sort of the most helpful going forward. So yeah, just any feedback people had on that process too, I think would be really useful for us.
Thanks, Partha. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Just two pieces of feedback on process. This is you mentioned 3 initiatives in one. That gave me a heart attack. Let's try as much as possible to make the process and timeline feasible. When I heard that, I was nervous about whether or not you would still be scheduling the meetings and the work and the scope and everything in a way that wasn't overlapping, wasn't stacked. You're not going to pancake. You're going to think through it in a very manageable way. That's important to me as a process. That's how you get the best feedback. The second piece is it's a huge issue paper, and there are some elements of your paper that or your thinking that are not controversial and don't need much development. There are some that are very technically complex that are going to require a lot of discussions, feedbacks, and assessment. My recommendation on the process is try to figure out what those are, and a useful way to potentially find out what's already has strong consensus and folks think is 90% there would be an informal poll. So if you want to send that out, I think that's I would highly recommend it. We had a long discussion about the defaults, but I don't think that's controversial, and I don't think that needs development. I think what the proposal is. It's going to use the modeling, right? Those details will be worked out in implementation and that stakeholder effort. I mean, I really don't see any open questions. And I don't know if others are in the same boat, but you'll get your answer. So maybe I just think it's really clear what's going to happen, but others are confused, and you'll know that. But if you have strong support for it, then we can take it off of our agenda and we can kind of wrap it up with a little bow, and then we can work on the things that are harder. So that's my second process suggestion for you, and I think that would be very useful.
That's helpful. I think we have heard a little bit of kind of what might be ready for moving forward more quickly than another element of each of these initiatives, from the working group process, from what we heard through that. I think some things may be more suited towards, let's put a straw proposal out there and then we can talk about that. But, this is a wide-ranging paper and there's no proposals. So, but yeah, I think like Partha said, preferences for process like that are very helpful for us as we kind of move forward. So.
And maybe just highlight to me the one, so on the default ones, it's this one on the screen. I think it's kind of at the root of it, I think everybody's kind of driven to the same point. It's really the question of to what degree is this actionable and useful information for the LRA that they're going to adopt and use? And then I think that when you're dividing that up, it's probably 2 different camps. It could be, to what degree are you going to need to be having a PRM and counting rules that work with the PUC design, or are you going to need to have a default PRM and counting rules that might work with what I will call maybe a traditional ELCC method, one single counting traditional ELCC methods. And so I think that's the type of feedback we're looking at, is sort of, do we need just one? And this is sort of the right way to do it. Do those LRAs need 2? And is this sort of what's the most useful information for them, or the impacts to them in terms of devising methods that work for their programs? So does that sound right to you?
That does. And I would actually hesitated to say this third process suggestion because I didn't want you to take it the wrong way. But since you opened the door, I'm going to do it. We just had a long discussion about something that was not what you presented on. We talked about, most of the comments were not about defaults at all. They were about the actual PRMs and the actual QCs and what it actually means. The truth is that most LRAs, I don't even, if you can give us the number, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'd say essentially nobody uses defaults. So that's why it's pretty non-controversial.
Well, could I make a, when you say nobody uses defaults, that's the part where I'm not, love to hear from the LRAs in terms of how they're thinking about that. When we presented the numbers, there's a lot of people who had a 15% value, a few that had lower, nobody but the PUC had higher. And so like, to me, like what I would be saying is that, this is my own assertion, is that they are using the defaults. It's just as they have the option to use something else, and they might have a more granular program design within their purview. I don't have, there's, from our outreach, there's a lot of different methods that they're using. But when you say that they don't
When
use
I
it.
say it, what
Yeah.
I mean is that nobody, not nobody, but as I said, essentially, let's say maybe one person, one LRA has come to you and said, we would like to use your default. Like there's a process associated with it in the tariff. They are coming to you and saying, we've set an LRA PRM at 15%. I don't disagree, totally valid part of it. But that is not technically they're not triggering the tariff sections that we're talking about. And so when I think about policy efforts, actually, as you all know, we have the, you have the tariff the tariff ownership, of your tariff ownership matrix document where every element of the tariff has an owner, right? And so this all maps back to the tariff. And so when we're thinking about, when you're talking about this specific scope item, it's to a specific section of the tariff that's not being triggered because they're coming to you and saying, I want to use a 15%. So if you modify that tariff section, you modify the default PRM or the default QCs, an entity that is just potentially using it to inform their decision isn't actually going to be impacted. So what you're proposing is to beef up and feel more confident in your existing tariff sections and what those values are. And that's super valid. And I support you. And I think most folks support you. But we had a discussion about binding values and how those would work. Because the point is that CPUC is not going to use a default, to my understanding. On an annual basis, we go through a large regulatory proceeding. I find it incredibly unlikely that we're going to stop that scope of work as stakeholders, right? So the majority of CAISO's BAA is absolutely not going to be impacted by this scope item. So it's a low-level impact. It's very reasonable. And they are two different things, as you mentioned. But I do get worried when we spend so much time in these meetings talking about binding while you're trying to propose a default update, that people are confused. So if process-wise, you could be clearer, like when we start talking about it, this is not the scope we're discussing, but I understand your concerns and maybe we should talk about it during the modeling discussion tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that makes sense. Thanks, Kathleen.
Next up, we have a question from Carrie Bentley, and afterwards we'll probably break for lunch. Could you please unmute Carrie? Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just wanted to respond to those two requests for asks. I think I'll start with the capacity testing. This is something that we've advocated for, but I actually got a little lost when you were presenting it. It wasn't clear to me whether you guys were considering capacity testing in terms of changing the PMAX. So you would have a seasonal PMAX, or whether you were talking about changing it in the context of default rules. And to me, those have very different impacts. So maybe you could just answer that question first.
Yeah, we can start with that and then go to your second question. Can we go forward 2 slides? So I think it's open for discussion about what the implementation looks like. I think the idea is in the context of RA, the test or a test for capability seasonally would qualify. The PMAX is a different dimension, right? So we currently have tests that test for PMAX at CAISO, and that can impact a resource's NQC value, if it's below the current NQC value, that then gets updated based on that PMAX test. I think in the next RA year, or in the next draft NQC list. However, if there were some kind of RA testing mechanism implemented through this initiative, that would also that might not necessarily modify the PMAX in the master file, but it would change the NQC value or the accreditation, if that makes sense.
I think so. So you're saying this wouldn't change. Well, maybe I'll just ask one more question. So when you say change the accreditation, are you saying the CAISO would be taking a kind of a new tariff authority to be able to additionally limit other LRA's counting rules, not just by your deliverability tests, but by this then secondary criteria?
Yeah, I think that's actually what we are discussing doing here. This would be it may not impact the PMAX, that might be a separate process, but to the degree that you like what we're just considering doing here would be saying like having some sort of testing process on a seasonal basis, and that based on that, and like it wouldn't necessarily be the worst day of the year, but be something, I'm going to make up some number, 95th percentile of the worst, 99th, some sort of testing, and then that would be sort of the max value that would be able to be shown as a QC value for that resource during that season. That's at least how I was thinking about it, but love feedback from others if there's a better way or a better practice for how like we should be thinking about that process.
I see. I think that makes sense to me, right? The N in NQC now means deliverability plus the seasonal test. I think that it's hard to test generators every single year. Generators go so many years without being tested, as you guys know, right? And CAISO operators kind of loathe that practice. So practically speaking, I would support something that's not an every year test, but I like who does it, wrap every 5 years, and you could test them in 2 seasons, summer and winter, broad strokes, right? So like not trying to get perfect accuracy, but something that captures that seasonal ambient D rate, mostly in the summer. That seems pretty reasonable to me. And then I think what would be important though, if you were to consider that, is exactly what you say here, is that UCAP connection. And if you are discounting everyone by ambient D rates, do you actually need UCAP on top of that? Like what are the incremental outages? How small are they? How much do they vary? Is it then worth it to do it? So that was my feedback on the testing. And then also just, sorry, one last thing on that. And that's that newer RA contracts for some resources do have their own testing requirements. And then just making sure that you guys don't get overwhelmed with dual types of tests. So you have your PMAX test, and then you have your seasonal RA test, and then you have contractual testing, and all of a sudden your fleet's being tested nonstop, and that doesn't seem very good for reliability either. And then my other feedback was on the scheduling and timing. I am pretty confused by the UCAP discussion, I have to admit, on what the goal is, like what's the problem you're trying to solve. So are you trying to just do UCAP for default rules? And the goal is you want, megawatts to be fungible. So that's kind of the point of the UCAP program. Is it you want CPUC alignment and you're planning on taking whatever you propose here into the CPUC? So you want something that can get through those processes and meets the CPUC needs. And then based on that goal, I think timing follows from it. So it'd be really helpful to hear kind of what you guys were thinking about that and articulate that time frame just a little bit better.
Yeah, appreciate those two pieces of feedback, Carrie. I think on the timing and goals of UCAP, I think to some extent that's to be determined, although, we've talked about CPUC coordination. I think there's been some feedback that stakeholders would like to understand what that specifically means, including timelines and kind of processes. So I think I would just say we'll get back to you with more details on kind of the specifics of that coordination. But I agree with your statement that the goal informs the timing. I think alignment between the CPUC and our design is key, and understanding kind of whether that's the specifics of data sources and hours under consideration or more the implementation. That's something we're considering and working with CPUC on, but so that wasn't a lot for an answer for you, but I think that understanding the timelines at the CPUC that other stakeholders are working with, but trying to work through those, but also from our non-CPUC LRAs, developing something that can be useful for those entities. Anything else to add there, Partha?
Maybe I'll ask Carrie, does that get at your question? I'd be happy to expand otherwise, but.
I think the gist I'm getting is you guys don't know yet, and you're still thinking through what the goal is, and then that the goal will inform the timing. Is that right?
Yeah, I do think that I think we're articulating right now sort of where those trade-offs are with the different potential goals, and I think that like two that we have sort of outlined here is like obviously, partly, and I think the discussion that we've heard from stakeholders is that like, unit specific, trying to provide some of that availability and performance incentive is sort of one part of it. And then I think the implementability along with our other mechanisms, such as any additional RAIM design, I think is another component that, at least from our standpoint. And then I think that we're certainly looking to partner and work with the different LRAs and the CPUC around how we provide that. I think that other people have a variety of other objectives from visibility, clarity, visibility into the process. I think that Brian had brought up the idea of like providing good incentives to actually do the maintenance work and sort of what the impacts might be associated with UCAP design that didn't acknowledge that. So I think there's a variety of objectives that we're going to be trying to balance going forward from our side as well as from the LRA side and participant side in terms of trying to meet that ultimate like design of like what UCAP would look like. So.
So a quick question then. So if UCAP is an incentive though, that means not default, right? Because the only way it's an incentive is if it's binding. So I guess given that, are you saying then that you will bring this to track 3 and propose something in ED in the CPUC proceeding?
Yeah, the binding element I think is sort of one of the critical elements for like having a consistent RAIM design. It becomes really complicated if we don't have consistent methodology. So I think what we're looking for is for the CPUC and LRAs to, hopefully come up with a uniform mechanism that achieves common objectives, such that we can have it be binding, but really is sort of more of a push by LRAs to say, yes, this is a good mechanism that achieves our common objectives, can be used in our modeling and PRM setting process, and can be used and can kind of work in conjunction with both the LRA's mechanisms and our mechanisms. That would sort of go from there. So
on that thought, it looks like it's now time for us to break for lunch. So save any questions you have, or we'll follow up with you separately.
Thanks.
We should talk offline. Okay, real quick, Kathleen Colbert and Vistra. So sorry, Christina. I apologize. Thank you for your patience. I just, Vistra filed a proposal for UCAP working group at the CPUC in track 2. I think it's useful. Thank you, Partha, for that. But I want to actually share with the group that, that was not accepted by the CPUC in their proposed decision. Comments are due today. And what is in there is that a direction that this exact meeting and process is where we will be doing the design for UCAP. So I just want to say it would be very disruptive to the regulatory processes on both sides if the CAISO doesn't agree and facilitate that desire. Because it's been communicated, it's now in a regulatory document, it's gonna I'm very confident will be the final decision. And so with that in mind, like this meeting is where we've all been told to come and show up, right? So we know I actually think we do know this is it. And CAISO needs to file a proposal, not the CPU. It's not going to, so the direction that we received, how I understood it is, we're going to design it here with you, gave you your feedback. You're going to need to file it into the CPUC's process. And then the CPUC, as parties, we will engage with it there. So yeah, a little bit of double timing on the stakeholder side, but it is actually essential that you follow through on what CPUC has decided the process will be. Thank you.
No, thanks for that. And before we break, I just want to make sure we can maybe wrap this. So just Carrie, any sort of last comments or feedback from what you've heard?
No, I guess I'm still just confused. Is the plan for the CAISO to bring this into track 3 or not?
Yeah, I still think we're working with the PUC on sort of what the regulatory process looks like around that. Let me go back to some of our. We'll circle back on this after lunch. I think we probably need maybe a little more discussion if you're wanting sort of that exact venue and timeline. I'd love to hear more for your feedback about what the implications of that are. I mean, this is something we've been wrestling with and talking to the CPUC on as well. I think that we have those common objectives. I don't know that I can fully articulate what the regulatory path is going forward in terms of providing that feedback to the CPUC's process and when. So yeah, we'll circle back unless Ansel has a quick answer, and we'll circle back with you after lunch because yeah, obviously I think it's a important question that I think you're raising and other stakeholders are raising as well. So
Thanks.
is that good, Carrie?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We'll now break for lunch and return shortly after 1. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to get started here discussing track 2 outage and substitution with Anya.
And maybe before we go to that, I had offered, there's a number of questions, I think it started from a conversation with Carrie Bentley, who's now in the room. And we wanted to at least respond from a process standpoint on UCAP and some of that interaction between the CPUC proceeding and track 3 and this process. So Kevin, do you want to give some thoughts to it?
Yeah, thanks, Partha. Kevin Head from the ISO. So yeah, sorry that I missed the tail end of the meeting before lunch, but yeah, I think we see that there's a lot of good momentum behind the idea of a UCAP proposal, and I think the ISO has a good opportunity to be a good venue for those discussions with other LRAs and stakeholders who are also part of the commission's proceedings. So I think we're kind of talking internally on different options of submitting something into track 3, what that would look like, whether it's kind of high-level principles or more procedural. Are we, hosting workshops, that kind of thing. But I think it's definitely something that we can explore the ISO doing. So not sure if that clears it up, but is that helpful, Partha?
Yeah, looks great. I'm seeing nodding in the room at least. So yeah, I appreciate it, Kevin.
Thank you.
Sorry for that interlude, Anya. Back to you.
All right. Well, welcome back from lunch, everyone. My name is Anya Gilbert. I'll be reviewing track 2, which focuses on outage substitution and availability and performance incentive mechanisms. Maybe I'll just take us back to a comment Noah made before about how some of the packages we're considering feel like a choose your own adventure book. As someone that loved those books, I loved that metaphor. And I think what Partha kind of highlighted too is really important. We're going to be going through some options for both outage and substitution and options for availability and performance incentives. And we want to hear kind of what your choose your own adventure is and really the rationale for that decision. So looking forward to the discussion with you all, and we'll kick things off with outage and substitution. Next slide. So starting with outage and substitution, this slide just reviews what we'll be covering, both kind of the objectives. We'll be updating the definitions associated with outage and substitution, and then we're going to be talking through some options for some of the process reforms with outage and substitution. So what are we seeking out of the outage and substitution reforms? We're looking for this to be an efficient process. We don't want there to be kind of a number of calls or inefficient processes for operators or exceptions to the process. We'd like this to be a reliable process for resources, whereby if they need to take an outage for maintenance, they're able to do so. We want this to be a reliable process for the ISO, whereby we have a reliable fleet to operate the grid with. And we also want this to incent showing of resources. We don't want our processes to incentivize holding back capacity for substitution, because that creates a tighter RA market, limited substitution opportunities for other resources, and a tighter kind of capacity market, along with more challenges for our operators. We also want to think about how other reforms interact with this. We don't want our must-offer obligation or the RAIM to kind of be a measure against kind of having visibility or being able to access that capacity. So there should be efficient processes for non-contracted capacity to provide substitution. We'd also like to see alignment with LRA programs on outage and substitution processes. And one of our kind of key questions that we raise in the issue paper itself is trying to get a better understanding on if any LRAs do include planned outages in their PRMs. So with that, let's go ahead and move to the next slide. When it comes to the definitions associated with outage and substitution, based on the feedback we received from stakeholders, as well as to better align with some of the RC West definitions, we do see merit in adding an urgent outage type. And this could give the CAISO a greater authority to either approve outages or deny them if there is a reliability concern. This could also include updating kind of prioritization of outages, so that kind of the highest priority would be those that are forced and urgent, followed by planned, and then followed by opportunity outages. Let's move to the next slide. So this slide brings up some of the options for outage and substitution and some solutions that we could consider as stakeholders, and really looking for a conversation around some of the pros and cons and preferences, and maybe some of the trade-offs as well. And actually, before I do that, I do see Noah's card is up in the room. Noah, did you want to start with a question?
Yeah, can we, for the previous slide, Noah Tom from, can you talk about the urgent definition? What is different from urgent from forced?
Urgent is the notion that there could be an imminent forced outage if the plant isn't taken out of operation to perform this maintenance.
Right. So I guess then doesn't the forced designation or definition term give you that already under sort of the, T-7 day window?
I think there is kind of some cause to recognize that there could be better differentiation to understand what might be imminent versus what might not be, to give more latitude to resource owners to kind of clarify what might result in an outage or what's kind of more optional. But I'd like feedback on that. Is this kind of an outage definition that you think isn't warranted and is already covered?
Well, I guess if we're adding a term, then are we then also trying to update the current forced outage term to, sort of, if imminent means T-0 today, then it is the forced definition of T-7 to T-1, or redefined or reclassified as T-7 to T-1 rather than T-7 to today.
Okay.
Just trying to get a better understanding, because essentially you have two overlapping definitions. Sort of what's the point of the new terminology that the old one doesn't give you, you know?
Fair enough. And I see Adeline with PG&E.
Yeah, Adilos PG&E. I think it's something we discussed a long time extensively during the working group, like in spring. When you presented the analysis you done on the eventually plan to forest outage problem. And I think it's also very important for the UCAP discussion, because it seems like what is a true forest outage, and what we really want to see the NQC or the counting rules being like derated from true forest outage rate. And it seems right now there are like big discrepancies between what database or what data source we were using. And just talk about little about that this morning, but I think, and maybe by adding urgent outage, I don't think you're gonna change this issue right now.
Did you want to speak to how urgent might reflect in UCAP?
Appreciate the feedback. I think we talked a little bit about it in the UCAP section of the issue paper, as far as does it represent something similar as far as a resources availability to a forced outage? So I think in previous iterations, like you alluded to, it could be considered similar to a forced outage, because it's not a planned outage in the RC West definition. So it's by definition, it would go into the forced outage category, but I think that's something we'd like to hear feedback on. So
Can you just?
Yeah, but then in that case, what you currently have as a UCAP, there will be what the derate that's going to happen with the UCAP will include the forced and the urgent. So I don't think we're going to solve this problem of like CAISO current definition, even if you submit a plan outage, because you still, 7 days, you can still plan it. Hopefully we want to plan where in advance our plan outages, but I think the point is just to try to avoid having like, okay, what is a true forced outage? What we really want to account for? Is it like when a unit is really about to break, or is it something that we are planning to avoid a unit to break? So I think it's maybe the challenge of their definitions.
This is Steve Keen from Edison. Can you clarify like what your definition would be for an urgent outage as opposed to the forced outage? And if you're looking at changing what the definition of a forced outage is?
I think we can come back and maybe during our session on the 13th, kind of maybe talk about it from a timeline perspective too, to respond to Noah's comments. So thank you.
We also did have a question in the chat.
Sure.
Will urgent outages require a showing of substitute capacity to be approved? And that was from Scott Olson.
I think under the current rules, you would assume yes. However, a lot of the conversation around outage substitution, we're looking at creating a new paradigm potentially. And so it really depends where we land with stakeholders.
Yeah, these are really good points of feedback. I think there's probably like a number of sort of moving parts that are going on simultaneously with the discussion. And that's kind of like one is like maybe that forced plan to forest, and having sort of the fact that there are sort of more granular distinctions between them that a number of people brought up as a part of that original PRR process. I think that that process of having an outage type definition, albeit, I think that working with stakeholders and having the exact definition would be helpful. But I think there's like kind of overlapping issues as well with like UCAP design, RAIM, substitution. So I think almost all these stuff are issues that would sort of we'd have this new definition type. And then I think we'd have to be working sort of jointly on sort of like, what are the ramifications for taking this outage type? Because it's sort of somewhere between the, current plan definition and the full force definition. And so like, so if it's urgent and it's going to be something that's, in effect going to compromise your reliability, if it's not taken immediately, is this something where like, oh yes, look, this sort of should fall more in the planned outage bucket to where you need to have substitute capacity? Or is it, okay, we recognize you need it, but there still should be consequences if you don't have substitutions. I think that's, to me, like kind of those overlapping questions from a policy standpoint that we'll have to work out. But no, you want to go?
No, again, maybe taking a step back, is there a conscious goal towards changing the ISO's current definitions of planned and forced outages to be more reflective of the RC role and those definitions? Several years ago, there was sort of a push for that. And if that's the case, then it is certainly a different paradigm on what it would be considered forced versus planned because of those definitions are different. If that's the case, then we should really be having a broader discussion and a better background on that rather than simply saying we're going to add an urgent outage definition.
Okay, and maybe at our meeting on the 13th, we can talk more about the RCUS definitions and as well as kind of more specific around some of the definitions. And I think some of this is both to get at some of the PRR 1122 issues as far as kind of the plan to forced issues, as well as kind of an ask for, I'm sorry, what was that? All right. Well, when it comes to our outage and substitution process, there's 4 options that we included in the issue paper that we can discuss here as a group. It includes developing a voluntary planned outage substitution pool, establishing a planned outage buffer or reserve margin, moving to annual or seasonal showings, or kind of taking a page out of ICE New England's book, and rather than having more formalized outage and substitution, kind of a heavy hand in that coordination process, kind of taking more of a light touch approach, but pairing that with pay for performance. So maybe we'll take each of these one by one. The first would be the voluntary planned outage substitution pool, whereby scheduling coordinators are making capacity available to this pool for procurement by other scheduling coordinators. We did highlight a few of the benefits in the paper in terms of there'd be greater visibility into capacity that isn't currently shown or is withheld for substitution processes. So by having this pool, it could create an incentive to really make that capacity available and therefore create more capacity available for substitution. And depending on how that capacity is transacted or the price set, it could serve to lower capacity costs and also send direct incentives in terms of it's made available by SCs for SCs. There's some aspects to the pool that we can discuss in terms of some of the attributes, one of which is the granularity of the pool in terms of the time frame of capacity made available for sale and purchase. Is it kind of envisioned to be a day like it was in the RA enhancements phase 1 or like what was proposed during the ramped working group phase? We could also envision a weekly construct. So the time granularity of the pool is an area that we're interested in feedback on, in addition to perspectives on the pool. Another element is the approach to transactions. Is it a price that's administratively set? I think we heard MRP discuss this as an administratively set price. We could also envision transactions based on kind of CAISO matching supply and demand or some sort of an auction mechanism. And so really interested, if folks are interested in the pool, to hear kind of the type of transaction approach that we take to that. There is also kind of a question around, overcoming maybe some reticence to provide capacity to that pool. And maybe one way to get around it that we flagged in the issue paper is by offering kind of a first right of refusal. So if the SC kind of owns that capacity, they'd be able to access that capacity first. And if it's unneeded by others for outage, or if it's unneeded by themselves for outage and substitution, it could be made available to others, and they could be paid for that capacity. And then the last kind of key question is where this capacity would come from. And our hypothesis, our working hypothesis, is that the capacity is really kind of coming from other capacity that isn't shown and maybe held back for substitution purposes or uncontracted capacity. So these are just some of the elements that we'd like feedback on, in addition to perspectives on the pool itself. So maybe I'll pause here and see if there's any immediate reactions before going through the other options. Doug?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that one. I think my initial reaction is that it seems like this might be a pretty good way to contain costs. I think if there's a small, relatively smaller pool of resources that need to get paid rather than like something that's required for every resource, I think that generally will potentially alleviate pressure in the market. So I think my initial pass on this seems to be like this could be a good way to go. I also noticed that it could potentially be combined with number 4 as well. So that like if you reduce the number of generators that need to substitute, and then you have this pool concept, I think it seems like a nice way to kind of socialize that, or not socialize, but to internalize the costs with the least number of resources dedicated to doing that.
Thanks, Doug. And I'll just note, that option 3 of moving to annual or seasonal showings, I really think of that as an option that needs to be paired with one of the reforms listed here, where in addition to kind of moving that showing timeline, and the benefit of the changing that showing timeline is, really kind of having a better sense of what capacity will be available and longer lead times for outage substitution, but you would need to pair that with another reform. I think I just saw a hand in the back. Yep. All right. The second option we have listed is establishing a planned outage substitution buffer or reserve margin. And this would estimate planned outages into the RA requirements and allow CAISO on an upfront basis to have a better sense of what would be assumed for outage and substitution and allow outages up to that buffer. And there's some benefits to this approach in that it gives CAISO operators a clear sense of what that margin is. It allows resources to kind of take those maintenance outages when needed. And I think we also have some questions around, would this be a more cost-effective approach for LRAs in that there's kind of upfront look at that capacity versus needing to go out and procure capacity later in the process. So an area where we're curious if there's any data analysis that LRAs or others have done around that. Some open questions with this approach is, again, where that capacity would come from. So it would require LRAs to account for those outages in their PRM, or with LRA approval, it could be the CAISO adding in a buffer requirement. Those are kind of some of the key questions. Another one is alignment with incentives. So if LRAs are the ones kind of procuring that capacity up front, but it's really the generators that are responsible for maintenance, do you have a misalignment of incentives? And I realize CalCCA brought that up as an issue to discuss in their comments during our working group phase. The last option we wanted to raise is more for illustrative purposes. I'll note this last approach has some concerns from our operators, but this would kind of remove the planned outage substitution requirements and instead replace it with strong performance incentives. And so this mirrors kind of the approach that ISO New England takes, where they are kind of providing generators a sense of when tight scarcity conditions will occur, to ask them to move their outages, and that otherwise, if they are on outage, they are subject to a pay for performance incentive kind of based approach. And that applies regardless of if the resource is on planned outage or not. So if CAISO were to adopt this, we'd have a limited role in kind of looking to work with resources to reschedule their outages. Otherwise, they'd be subject to a pay for performance like mechanism. And I'll talk about that more in the RAIM section. So wanted to open things up on this choose your own adventure, on some of the reactions or kind of considerations the CAISO should consider moving forward. Our next step is developing a straw proposal to be published in February and really looking for stakeholder guidance in terms of the direction we should move with the kind of solutions for outage and substitution. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
We have
see that.
some hands up in the room from
Okay.
Kathleen and then, just
Okay,
Kathleen.
thank you. Lauren?
Thanks. This is Lauren Carr from CalCCA. I wanted to make some comments on the planned outage buffer concept as well as the annual and seasonal RA showings. So I think, Anya, you mentioned one of our concerns with the planned outage buffer, and that is the fact that it would shift the burden associated with planned outages from the entity that has control over those outages and the timing and when to take them, which is the generator, to the LSE and kind of create a generic buffer within the PRM that LSEs would cover in their procurement of RA, but they don't really have control after that around when outages are taken and planned for and those types of things. So we don't think it makes sense to do that shift. And that's where our concern with the planned outage buffer lies and the incentives that would diminish. And then on the annual or seasonal showings, I just wanted to point out that for resources like hydro and imports where their availability may not be fully known in the annual timeframe or so far in advance, those types of resources can typically make themselves more available between the year ahead and the month ahead timeframe, which we would be concerned with shifting to an annual program if given those types of changes in availability really aren't clear until the month ahead timeframe, and having access to those resources is really important. And so those are kind of our thoughts on the annual and seasonal showings, is a concern around the availability of those resources that sometimes isn't known until after the annual timeframe.
Thanks, Lauren. Maybe a follow-up question there. So, with the move to annual or seasonal showings, we are looking to have alignment with LRAs and their showing processes. I realize in the working group, there's a recommendation for annual showing. And we highlighted both in the discussion paper and the issue paper, kind of the concerns as you outlined with DR imports and hydro with that variability. On a seasonal basis, does that kind of change it in terms of having a better sense of resource performance on a seasonal basis? I hear your concerns on an annual basis. Just curious if you have any reaction to the seasonal approach.
Yeah, I think I'll have to look into it more and consider it. I don't have an answer now, but that's something that we can look into and see like how the timing would work and how that aligns with availability. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I'll note for LRAs that are listening, we do kind of have a question embedded in the issue paper around kind of your reactions to kind of a move to more of a seasonal or annual showing. So really looking for your guidance there. I think Carrie was next.
Is yours on this topic? Because mine's more of a generalized question. Okay. So if I recall, originally there were two main issues we were trying to solve with this. One is the one you addressed, just the challenges in finding planned outage substitution. But then the second one was around efficiency of when those planned outages are taking place. So going way back, right, optimizing with transmission outages. And I'm wondering if that, that second piece, the optimization of when the outages happen and coordinating with transmission is still on the table.
I think the kind of key issues is like what process first. So maybe it's more of a phased approach of like what process. And I think you're then going to need to talk about kind of the priority access in terms of what outages are taken when. And I think that would come into play with even the buffer approach or the pool. So I don't think that issue is going away, but something for us to kind of be mindful of. And if you don't see it come up later, please definitely let us know.
Okay, thanks. I guess I typically think like design follows problems. So you would want to articulate like the problem you're trying to solve and then find the right design for the solution. So to me, if, you know, we weren't seeing well optimized transmission generation outages, that would lead to a different solution than if that wasn't a concern anymore. And I don't think as stakeholders, we know that sort of information. Like we don't have visibility into when people are taking outages. Anecdotally, I hear all the time, oh, we went to take a planned outage and then there was a transmission outage 2 weeks later. I wish it could have been coordinated, but I don't know how widespread that problem is.
All right. Thanks, Carrie. Kathleen?
Thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and great comments, and that's a really good question. I have something different to say, but I did want to react. I think that is a really important note of, to me, that's more of a CAISO problem statement than a stakeholder problem statement. I know that I have heard, I've had lots of discussions about that with operations engineering over the years. I mean, so if you haven't talked to them yet, I think that would be really useful to get their views on that problem statement. It's just, and then I'll pivot to like an example of why I think it's really different, is it's a different lens, it's a different view, right? As a stakeholder who owns and operates power plants, our pain points are just different, right? My pain point is very specific to existing facilities that have had real challenges. And so those are the things that are at top of mind for us. So we look to you to bring that kind of aggregate reliability fleet-wide view. My question, which is coming from the lens of owning and operating power plant, is I want to make sure we're teasing out granularity in this discussion. Here's an example of an outage that I care about that I'd like to understand how it fits within this, and kind of hear, and you feel free to riff now or put it in the parking lot and maybe we circle back at a different meeting. But to give an example to make this tangible, right? So let's say it's April and we need to take a 48-hour outage during the weekend. One 48-hour outage within the month of April. That is a granularity that is very small relative to having to procure a month of capacity, which is our current rule set. Technically you could, but the liquidity involved in our current commercial operations is you would need to procure that month. I recognize the rules would facilitate more granular, but there's not the liquidity in the substitution markets for that. So what I want to understand with these options, Anya, if you could think a little bit and explain where you are right now, is what happens with this plant that has a 48-hour outage? Do all of these options still result in it having a risk of not having that outage be supported? Is one of these options better at ensuring that that outage can be taken?
So page 41 of the issue paper gets into that exact challenge. And we recognize that not every resource has that same granularity challenge. But the reason why when we talk about the pool, we're talking about granularity and we're looking for feedback on that is, would having a daily option to procure at a daily level help solve that challenge? I think the buffer as well, regardless of it's a 2-day or 17-day outage, that buffer could also support that 2-day outage. And then when it comes to kind of the ISO New England type approach, with the ISO playing a limited role and kind of asking only those outages that result in an imminent reliability concern to be moved, that also addresses it, but in a different way. So looking for your feedback if any of those don't, or if there's kind of a preference that that example kind of would lend itself to kind of selecting 1, 2, or 4 on the screen.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So it sounds like the only one that really is the annual or seasonal showings isn't a good fit in your view as a solution.
Maybe in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have included it as like a solution on equal footing, but what I tried to verbalize in the room is that you probably need to pair that with an option, so 1, 2, or 4.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. My feedback, like I think we have a growing preference across these 4, which I'm not ready to communicate as we're vetting that. But I do have, I'm going to indicate a little bit with my concern on the pool is whether or not it's going to be fraught with the same liquidity challenges. Like technically the substitution markets today, you could go out and procure a shorter period, but there's no liquidity. If we go with a pool approach, are we going to be in the exact same spot? But now we've spent money on implementing and building out an infrastructure that isn't going to be used, and then it won't address the problem that we're trying to define. That's my current reaction to the pool. The buffer, I recognize there may be other concerns with the buffer, but it seems like it would be more flexible to at least address our view of the problem. And you know, I'm supportive of looking into the removing if we can get consensus on that, and of supporting the strong disincentives. So like, I think these are a good place to start. So thanks so much for the CAISO.
Thanks. Noah.
Noah Tom from Middle River Power. Can we talk a little bit about the pool? Is sort of the ISO's vision on whether or not it's what we have now, which is I think really just the bulletin board from was it PGM's website, or is it something more integral within the ISO to sort of match supply to supply? Start with that.
Sure. So I'll start out by saying there isn't a CAISO vision for how this will unfold, but I think the starting place is kind of laying out options, and one option could be just the bulletin board. Another option could be the CAISO kind of matching supply and demand. Another option could be kind of more of an auction mechanism so that all outages, we're aware of kind of all available supply and all outages that kind of need to be cleared there. So that's why we're looking for some of that feedback. There's also some questions around if there is a mechanism by which the CAISO is kind of matching supply with demand, how is that priced? And so is that a administrative price? Is that based on the seller's price? Is that based on the CPM soft offer cap at 100% of the CPM soft offer cap? There's a lot of questions about how that's priced. So there's not necessarily one proposal since we're at the issue paper phase and we're looking for feedback.
Appreciate that. Sort of jump on what Kathleen was talking about, the lack of liquidity in the current markets for very daily or even weekly outages present a challenge, and therefore sort of a bulletin board just doesn't sort of meet the needs there. It would be easier and more efficient for the ISO to match up the granularity and the need for various resources to find the substitution. Yeah. And on, maybe I wonder whether or not you can run some history on sort of how much historic monthly capacity have been on forced outage to sort of build a buffer so that you have a better understanding of how much that particular pool needs to clear a buffer, if you will. I don't know, sort of mixing these two options and concepts.
So is the recommendation to do analysis to understand forced outages?
No. Well, you have, the ISO has data on planned outages, right? And therefore you can, take March, for instance, you probably have have a good idea of how many thousands of megawatts are planned out in the month of March to get an idea of how much supply you need for this substitution pool and whether or not it meets the minimum or not. And therefore you can have a good indication to the supply community on whether or not sufficient capacity can clear it in the first place.
And can I ask, at least we're mixing concepts a little bit, but I want to make sure I understand it right. Choosing your adventure, yeah, it's beautiful. So like a little bit like where I think we asked this as a question in the paper of like, is there, in certain months, is there sort of a buffer that's sort of created by the PRM where, if our study processes showed like, oh, we could, not procure the full amount, but still sort of maintain the current reliability level, then that would kind of create a natural buffer where we'd say like, oh, we don't really need to have a substitute capacity for that amount. Is that what you're driving at, or?
Well, no. I think at least within what Aditya is doing, planned outages are always replaced or substituted, right, in the LOE analysis. So there should not be a buffer to begin with in that particular analysis. What I'm saying is that in order to have folks here understand what this planned outage buffer means to them or to all of us, is to get a better sense of how many megawatts were out in the last 3 years on a monthly basis for planned outages, and to whether it's somebody has to procure it, whether it's supply community, ISO, LSEs. I think right now that is an unlimited amount of megawatts maybe to them, and everybody's afraid like, oh my God, we're gonna have to go. That particular party has to go and buy so much megawatts, and so if we know that, hey, look, it's really just like 1,000 megawatts, 2,000 megawatts, 5,000 megawatts, whatever it may be on a monthly basis, then we have a better understanding of what the voluntary substitution pool can sort of withhold, and how much excess capacity is available for those months, if you will.
And I'm hearing your kind of request for analysis of doing a look back at what were kind of the planned outages that occurred in the past. I don't think we can necessarily speak to the size of available capacity, but I'd like to hear back from entities in terms of if they do see the ability to offer into this pool and be paid for it for either unshown capacity or uncontracted, that would add value and kind of be a viable option for making that capacity that may not be available for kind of 30 days as it's needed today, but available to this pool if that would kind of free up some excess capacity. Thanks, Noah.
Yeah,
we can take that back to our market analysis team. But
having transacted in the RA market here, we get into nuances of both upstream and downstream restrictions within their contracts. For example, I may have a seller who says, I can't not have this capacity not shown on a supply plan, which then would require different attributes, whether it be generic or flex, or really just flex or not flex, for me to pass it on to my buyer. I have others who say, well, I have to swap it out with you. Do you have this? We're essentially have created a framework where it's not that we're actively withholding capacity, but it's artificially limiting the amount of substitute capacity that we can work with directly with the ISO, so that we don't have to impact our downstream buyers. And, you know, if I'm trying to be very careful not to sort of talk more specifics on contracts, but it's to the extent that we can have a fungible capacity product. Sorry, hold on a second. To the extent that we can continue with a fungible product, that is extremely helpful. Whereas currently the RA markets are bifurcated based on the technology type and whether or not you can use one type of technology to substitute for another, even within contractual space. That is very difficult.
Thank you, Noah.
We do have a hand raised online by Perry Servedio. You should be unmuted now, Perry.
Hey, this is Perry Servedio. CISA, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Perry.
Hey, so I'm just gonna, that was actually a really good segue conversation because I just wanted to put in some comments related to this planned outage buffer idea that was included in the issue paper. And Noah, to answer your question, it's in the range of 2 to 6 gigawatts of planned outages. And just to give the backdrop here, I just want to point out we did publish a graph on this, but if you did graph the megawatts of planned outages that are taken over time and every year versus the megawatts of forced outages that are being taken every year, you see a clear, over the past 10 years, you see a clear decreasing trend in planned outages taken and in a clear increasing trend in forced outages being taken. And my hypothesis, at least, is this is a reflection of the rules that are currently in play, which started about 10 years ago with replacement requirement for planned generation outages, but then more recently led into a full-on replacement or substitution for planned outages. And what that's forcing suppliers to do is make that decision between do I roll the dice and just do a forced outage anyway, or do I actually properly plan and maintain my outage so I don't get hit with the forced outage? And the fact that I have to replace it anyway sort of nullifies any incentive I would have to do some forward planning on my outage. I'm not saying that that's exactly what everyone's doing, but at least the data suggests this. So I think that the broad question that backdrop poses to CAISO is, how can we improve outage planning? And do we have the right rules in place to improve outage planning? Clearly, we would prefer suppliers take planned outages when they need to, address the issues, and then have a higher performing resource that doesn't have to take forced outages. And like I said, we've been seeing 10 years of erosion of this. So I just want to get back to this planned outage buffer concept. And we heard Cal CCA talk about how it may switch the burden from suppliers to LSEs. And I just wanted to at least give a short reply to that and say that the burden is already on the LSEs. And that's because suppliers are building this into the resources that they're building and the resources that they're selling and the resources that they have to hold back for purposes of substitution because the requirement is on them. And that effectively then leads into what's available for RA for LSEs to purchase and then higher RA purchase prices because of that. So to me, the two things that the planned outage buffer is really about is efficiency and equitability. On the efficiency side, we could ask ourselves, and I think Doug mentioned this a little bit earlier, is it really efficient that every supplier is holding, say, 15% of their fleet for themselves to hopefully to be able to use for substitution? Or would it be more efficient to have a system in place where there's a pool in which, if needed, entities could take planned outages and draw on that pool, and you can put it in the hands of an independent system operator to manage which outages would be the best outages to take at a given time. the equitability argument on this is that, currently you have in place, maybe there's some contract terms on basically like a right of first refusal to the load serving entity. And this would happen where if I'm just, a supplier that would like to plan for a maintenance outage, I'd first have to ask my LSE counterparty, and they may say, no, you can't take that maintenance outage. And what is the reason behind that? Well, more often than not, that LSE also has resources that they would rather give preference to their own resources to take those maintenance outages. And the CAISO is completely outside of that decision making. We're talking about planning generation outages on an electric power system. And the CAISO has no visibility into all of that interaction that's going on. What seems to be more efficient and more equitable, it would be to have the pool or the buffer such that then the CAISO can do its job and appropriately plan the outage for generators. And of all of these options here, you could combine them, do whatever, but it just seems that given that history and that backdrop, that a plan outage buffer would be the best way to do that. Again, that's just where I'm at right now. Obviously, opinions can change, but I just wanted to offer that up for everybody. Thanks.
Hey, Perry, this is Noah. I think I agree with you on the sort of 10 years ago aspect. I would say that I think through the working group process, we've looked at both planned and forced outage data sort of in combination. The change from, I guess, 10 years ago was really when short notice opportunity outages, and I think maybe off-peak opportunity outages are still around. Is that a thing still? Yeah, great. Those two types of natures of work do not require, are not RAIM applicable, and therefore you see generators, going from 5 days or less outages, planned outages, which require substitution, to taking them as forced because they're short. They can be, I think they can be scheduled within the short notice opportunity window, and so it would really be a good breakdown to see what the forced outage or natures of work are over time. Now, and I would say that if the short notice opportunity outages and off-peak opportunity outages are actually approved, then those aren't truly forced outages that impact the system. And so if we were looking at a significant amount of forced outages, I would first ask what the breakdown is, sort of based on natures of work. Because
that's fair. You could recreate the chart that we put together and break that piece out of the forced outage just to see what portion. I will say by the time you get to the end of that 10-year period, about this year, I think the megawatts on forced outage are 3 to 4 times the amount of megawatts on planned outage, and it was the exact opposite of that 10 years ago.
Steve Keen, Edison. A couple things. First, I think people need to remember that essentially there is a buffer in the existing PRM, right? We talk about, it's designed to provide for the operating reserves, the load error and load forecasting. And then there's already a thing in there to account for, forced outages on this. So essentially, there is somewhat of a buffer in there already. And I think, like what Perry was talking about, having the CAISO decide who gets the outage and allocate it out. I'm not sure that works because, different resources have different outage rates. And, I'm not sure, how do you deal with two different resources? One of them that needs to take a 3-week outage every year and another one that maybe has to take a 1-week outage every year. Do they pay the same for that, or how does that work? And I think there's some problems with that. The other thing that I keep coming back to, and we had discussions on this, but I don't remember that we ever got to an answer, is that one of the reasons we set up and we have a monthly RA process in California right now is so that resources could not be RA for a month. And you do so you sell RA for 11 months, you don't sell it for February, and then in February is when you take your planned outage. And I think when we talked about this, we went through, that there were contracting issues and they contracted for it all the whole time. But that, I assume there are ways around that. I mean, if it was more efficient for entities to do it, they could contract around it. I think I'm assuming that what happens is it's easier for them to contract for 12 months with an LSC and then have them find the substitute capacity so that they could do it. But if it was cheaper or easier or whatever, I think, they could do it the other way. And I mean, I think some of the issues we've been having for the last couple of years probably are just the fact that we're in a really tight market where things are changing dramatically and people, they haven't figured out how to get around this yet. As we get more and more resources and as we get more comfortable with the changing mix of resources, hopefully entities will get better at doing that so that they, in those months of the year where you don't need all 50,000 megawatts worth of resources on, that's when they're taking their outages and it can be spread around. I mean, obviously, there's still issues with local resources and things like that we have to deal with, but I want to make sure that we don't, we're not creating a problem that doesn't really even need to be there.
And maybe just to respond to that quickly, Steve, you mentioned that outages are already included in the PRMs. As we're aware of it, they are for forced outages. We're not aware of that for planned. And so this suggestion is really around, should there be kind of a adder or a buffer for planned outages? And in the issue paper in Figure 9, we kind of take a look back at both planned and forced outages over time and really see that it exceeds our planning assumptions that we use in the summer reliability study of 7.5%. We're seeing it sometimes as high as 15%. And so that really eats into the PRM. And so that's what's prompting some of the discussion here. But thanks for sharing your thoughts on kind of the monthly construct. And I see there's a hand from Carrie.
Carrie Bentley, Western Power Trading Forum. I thought this discussion's been really helpful. I was just looking at the data and realizing, even if we don't have resource adequacy or visibility into it, we still have something like 10,000 megawatt excess in just resources on our system, in non-summer months easily, right? We used to have last in, first out rules right before the 100% replacement. And I'm wondering if we could add to this list, instead of a short notice opportunity outage, maybe a long notice opportunity outage, which would be a, months ahead of time, putting in your planned outages, allowing it to coordinate with transmission outages, and just being able to say, we know we have thousands of megawatts of excess in the system. We don't actually need RA replacement in February. Like, there's no reliability reason for that. And kind of acknowledging kind of grid conditions and system realities, and then getting that incentives to the generators to give you information way up front. Because one thing that has also happened over the last 10 years is your notification times on when the planned outages are going to occur has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk, which just makes everyone more nervous about reliability and seems to be, not solved by all of your proposals up there. I think the only thing that kind of solves that issue is getting a longer notice period for these outages, and you have to provide some sort of incentive for that. So maybe a long notice opportunity outage coupled with some of these, or maybe just low hanging fruit, like add that, anyway, curious what other people think about that idea.
Could you expand a little more about the long notice? Like, what would that look like? I mean, could at least, is this something like you imagine, like 2 months in advance, you're gonna let us know, hey, we're gonna be out for,
Yeah, it's November.
4 days.
Right now.
And-
I'm going to take an outage, for 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks in February. You guys would approve it far in advance. I can look at February right now. I know we have 10,000 extra megawatts in the system. Even if there's a winter storm, like we're not going to eat into that buffer. So just to say you don't need a replacement, just like you do with the short notice opportunity outage.
Yeah, I guess that's my real question is like, what's that basis of that number? Of sort of saying how much, like, is this like a buffer that's sort of created via the PRM? Or is this capacity that's sort of out there already that you?
It just exists on the
It
system.
exists on the system. So you don't need to do a matching process. You're just saying like it exists. So we're going to incorporate it into our process.
I sometimes think we get too hung up on the word RA in California, and we forget that a lot of the country doesn't have RA, except, during non-peak periods, right? Like RAP program doesn't even exist on the off season because they're like, we got plenty of capacity. We don't actually need to like monitor everyone really carefully because we know the grid will still be reliable when we have just so much natural excess on the system. And in the CAISO, we used to have that too. That was the whole idea before 100% replacement. Operators would just look ahead and say, yeah, we're actually fine. And I think we get more and more hung up and we cling to this RA program to our own detriment, forgetting actually there are market incentives and, steel on the ground. It doesn't just magically disappear. So that's my proposal.
Can I ask a little more? What's going on in the market construct of where, well, at least the claim has been obviously that it's, on every reason to believe it, that it's hard to find substitute capacity to do it. So like this, we had kind of both of this, like there's a large buffer available and also, like my question is kind of like, is it like more of a matching process where it's been dedicated to a certain source, now not really available, or is it?
All of the above. So you heard, Noah and Kathleen's mentioned this before, like contractually, it gets super hard to like release the capacity back into the system. Often there's no market incentive to do it, right? There's no easy way. It's like a lot of work, frankly. And then you may have contractual obligations that prevent you from doing it. And then in addition to that, yeah, it's obviously a matching problem, right? We have, 76 LSEs? How many LSEs do we have? 80? Where's Milos when you need it? 70 something, right? What's the average load for each of those LSEs? Less than 500 megawatts? It's not like the old days when you can just call up PG&E and get what you need. Now you're like calling 76 different people who have load of under 500 megawatts. So you're trying to piece together replacement from all these small different contracts. You have 50 megawatts, you have 20, you have 20. And oh my God, what if you have a 100 megawatt outage? You've spent all this money and you only have 80 megawatts. What do? That's just like wasted money now. And everyone's pissed because you spent all this money to get replacement and you're still 20 megawatts short and you can't take a planned outage for only 80 megawatts out of 100 megawatts. This is like our life for a lot of the time. I just want to let you know, like, people are just like desperately calling around. Do you have anything? Because you're trying to build these little contracts to equal a whole power plant. So it's very hard. It's not that the capacity doesn't exist. It's just, it's been disaggregated across so many contracts. It is impossible to piece back together.
Yep. And maybe I know this is now we have a slide at the very end of the presentation on this and our desire to have a more coordinated and efficient process among all the different types of capacity that are not currently shown to us, which may cross across our various backstop processes and our substitution rules. And so maybe I'll maybe have as a placeholder for that conversation of how can we make it more efficient, but while maintaining reliability, and how do we have that certainty going forward? But yeah.
Look, definitely anything you could do to increase efficiency. I mean, look forward to that conversation for
Yeah.
sure. There's one more piece to add to this puzzle, and that's that we are now going from this like more fungible RA kind of construct to something where our resource types look really different. And so another problem statement that I see is that a megawatt is not a megawatt. And your planned outage rules are just for system, and a system from storage is not the same as thermal. And at some point we have to address it. And to me, that's probably the most urgent reliability problem statement, that I think should get more airtime.
I'll note we do have a question in the issue paper related to kind of a like for like substitution and if there should be kind of requirements around having similar capabilities. So it kind of gets towards that question.
Anya, if you do like for like substitution in planned outage space, not that, well, you're going to find a lot of supply not being able to find substitute capacity. Because that 10,000 megawatts of additional capacity is certainly not the same.
And I
But
think,
it's still a problem that needs to be solved. You don't disagree about that.
Well, so my solution to that is have Aditya assume the most use limited resource set to meet the 0.1 LLE. And then if you're using, if you show 24/7 resource and substituting it with a 4-hour battery, that's already incorporated into his LOLE.
The LOLE that no LRA is required to use.
Correct. But that's why you need a translation software so that when LRAs bring their RA programs in, you can then translate it to what the ISO needs it to ensure 0.1.
yeah. And I'll just add, I really appreciate that conversation because I think that's where we were kind of going with the like for like too. It was a recognition of the problem and the solutions not being easy under the current paradigm. So I think like that type of discussion will be probably really helpful going forward in terms of like, the challenge is clear about basically the single capacity value, at least, is the like for like nature is sort of really kind of getting at the fact that all capacities, some capacity is complementary, some is substitutable, and that those should be treated differently and thought of differently in terms of like what do we need to maintain reliability. And so I think that that's really kind of what we're getting at in that section. But.
Yeah. So page 39 has more kind of outlines that problem a little bit more and raises that question, poses some options for, ways that could be addressed, whether it's similar capabilities or using a common metric like ELCC to associate what that resource performance could achieve. I realize we're getting a little bit tight on time to cover RAIM as well. So let's go through another question and then move on to RAIM. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you, Anya. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Just real quick, I think what Carrie kind of discussed makes sense for maintenance outages as a starting place. And I did want to ask this question, but flag of it would be really helpful if, as we're talking through this and working on this problem, that we're clear that we're talking about two things at the same time. We're talking about maintenance outages that have some flexibility, and we're talking about also advanced noticed outages that have no flexibility. And they're both, this solution set needs to address both. So I just, I'll take that back and think about that as a potential solution for maintenance outages. And I think we still need to understand is what is the low hanging fruit for the ones that you literally are, there are these hours, you have to take them, you have no choices, right? So we just want to make sure that's a solution we need.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Yeah, many years ago when we were trying to come up with EPA maths regulation related outage scheduling, what we did is show us all your resources for January, for example, right? If we have visibility of all our eligible resources, then we can calculate at what capacity reduction level you get your first loss of load event. That becomes your maintenance margin. In that maintenance margin, anybody that has a long lead time resource could come in and stack up and use up that buffer. There was no payment, there was no compensation. Then you start chewing into that pool, but then the ISO should have full visibility of all resources. And where the LOLE comes into is it takes into account all of the resource types and their capabilities, production profiles, and then determines that maintenance margin. Then there is no need for substitution, no need for trying to call. Nobody needs to call anybody, but then the ISO has full visibility. That's the advantage of getting that.
Quick follow-up, visibility or control? Like, do they have a must offer on them, or do you just have visibility that they're online?
That time was different, but must offer almost, because that must offer was based on getting to a 0.1 LOLE for the entire footprint. And then zonally, you would break it down what the zonal requirements are. That's a long story, but then basically it had the must offer for all resources was based on getting to a 0.1 LOLE at the BA level. And then you start eating up into that maintenance margin for January because you don't see risk in that time frame. Back in the day, times have changed, fleet has changed, but we could do something very similar and say how much can be maintenance margin in January, February, March, and then by September you'll have nothing left in maintenance margin, but anything else is that planned, the forced outage category that is in that PRM buffer.
So Aditya, I think the reason now LSCs may not show all of their capacity under contract is simply because we have this rain risk to which you show more than you have an obligation for you, and that a particular resource goes on outage, you're penalized. And if you're an LSC that owns that particular generation, that impacts your ratepayers. Whereas if you don't own the generation, you just contract for it, then you may not care about it. But if we go back like a decade or so, we still have big IOUs that own a large chunk of generation as UOG. They don't want to do that because they don't want to risk additional penalties for their ratepayers.
Yeah, that's what Partha was trying to highlight in the three packages, the interdependencies, right? It's almost like you have multiple trails that you can go. And once you take a path, that almost determines which way you go. In a sense, in my example, then you should also remove the rain penalties, because then and then do UCAP, slap UCAP to resources. Then you're incentivizing performance. No penalties there, no need for substitution. You're managing your outages on this side. So you have fleet performance, but then the requirement to be able to make that effective is the fleet collectively should meet a 0.1.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
It's also a question I have, like, oops. I believe there is a ex post monitoring of everything. There is like all these planning ex ante and then ex post. There is also like I don't think it's RAIM of something, but it's most of our obligation monitoring and performance penalties, or how do you call it?
Those things have continuously evolved. So I don't remember what was there back then, but yeah, you will be monitored for must offer, or you get a bid inserted for you automatically, then your performance requirements. And if you don't perform, I think it goes into impacting your UCAP further, and it was UCAP by unit level, so which then they didn't want. That's why they were trying to shrink 87, 60 hours of UCAP focus. Doesn't necessarily make sense because it dilutes the problem statement. I need you to perform and I need you. So that's why it's that focus hours of 20% or loss of load risk hours. So things like that, right? All right, I didn't mean to take over the conversation.
No, it was really good. And you were previewing that last slide really well, because I think you're getting at it like, in the end, I'll just preview it. I don't want to have a conversation now, because I think we can do it at the end. Is like, when we see that extra resources, there's like kind of like one question of like, the fact that we have visibility to it, what's our confidence in us being able to access it if it doesn't have a must offer obligation, doesn't have RA obligations to us? Is there a way that we can access it in different ways? I think that's what we're going to be kind of trying to get at that in that slide. But yeah, it's a great. Yeah, I think it's sort of building off of those same concepts we discussed. But yeah, thanks, Aditya.
Martha, your confidence should be 100% because your generators have signed a PGA that obligates them to respond to any KISL signal. So like if you are not 100% confident that if you exceptionally dispatch a generator, that it's not there, then that would like be a DMM thing. That would be very serious if your confidence wasn't 100%.
Well, for example, I mean, I won't have the proof. If you're sold outside of the market, so if you're sold to another balancing area, my assumption is you'd say, oh, do we really have the right to call on that capacity and rely on it for our reliability? Yes, we have a PGA to it, but I don't believe that. That's one example.
But you should have visibility into that as well, right?
Yes.
Like that you know that if they've sold to another market, because in order to have a high priority export, they've had to notify you ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I mean,
so for that one, we'll get into these sort of some of the examples of the different cases where it might be really on outage, but they're playing an outage for it. And the question is like, when do we have that visibility? What's that process? And we're getting visibility to the full fleet. And then what's our ability to rely on those resources? Because my own guess is for that same example, if it's not designated as RA for some resources, they might say, well, I should still have the option to be able to sell to other markets, in the interim months. So how many months ahead do we have certainty? What is how much can we rely on it? And I think that's where we're getting to that discussion a little later. But this is a great preview because I think that's sort of the exact questions we're asking about that more coordinated and efficient process that allows us to see it and potentially access it. Is I think the questions, and what are those barriers from participants is what we're sort of teeing up in the paper. So we had a series of questions within the paper of like, what are those contractual or regulatory challenges towards providing us with certainty or that capacity, or economic as well. So yeah. Sorry for the interruption, Anya. Back to you.
Sorry, I want to say one thing to Kerry, but we would not have visibility into non-shown RA resources in the month, right? Even though they might be there, they could be only if there is a priority export, we probably would know, but otherwise we would not know if they're planning to go on outage. We basically have zero visibility of a resource that is not shown in the month ahead. Meaning if you're planning for something, we would not know, right? There is so much uncertainty and they are not obligated to inform ahead of time. No substitution requirements, no, all of that stuff, right? So to get it under the umbrella.
Yeah, we have a whole topic subject on visibility that Hillary will be kicking off too. So this is all going to come together perfectly.
Coming up.
I think at the end, but yeah,
Stay
back
tuned.
to you, Anya.
If anyone wants a sneak peek, look at slide 37. But we'll turn things back to part 2 of track 2, which is on the resource adequacy, availability, incentive mechanism. This slide simply highlights, our objective for there to be proper incentives in place for resources to be available and perform. We'll also be talking about roles and responsibilities here in terms of who should apply performance incentive mechanisms, whether that should be the LRAs through their tariffs, LSEs through their contracts, or in a standardized way by the CAISO. And we'll be talking also about some options for RAIN reform. Next slide. So this slide highlights kind of the conversation we had at the beginning of today's discussion when we were talking about UCAP and its interaction with RAIN, and really kind of opening the question for stakeholders in terms of, where availability and incentive mechanisms should be applied. Should it be kind of by the LRA, through tariff, by the LSE, through contracts, or in a standardized way by the CAISO? And this also relates to the packages. Package 2 really looks at kind of a emphasis on a stronger UCAP versus RAIN, and package 3 looks at more of an emphasis on RAIN and having CAISO apply that. And I think the consideration and the conversation we want to have is in light of some of the working group discussion on simply eliminating RAIN in light of UCAP, to have that be more nuanced in terms of considering what LRAs adopt UCAP and what resources UCAP applies to. Next slide. So as some options on the table for reforming our availability and performance incentive mechanism. Just wanted to kind of start out by having an illustrative example of some of the cost impacts with some of the options. So, this is just illustrative, but, on one end of the spectrum, you have scarcity pricing, which has more upside than not for making resources available during tight system conditions. You've got RAIM today that has kind of little cost impact. In the middle, there is a kind of bar that looks at kind of if we implemented all changes for RAIM, and really what that means is kind of as we listed in the issue paper, kind of including all options, such as changing the time that RAIM is implemented from the availability and assessment hours to something that looks at critical days like the ARMO, EEA, and EEA 1 through 3, or if it's better aligned with the RSE, it looks at increasing the cost of RAIM and looks at removing the deadband. Something that's not in the paper, but is worth considering is if we removed kind of the incentive part of RAIM and made it more of a penalty that would serve as its own incentive. And that's kind of the fourth option you see. And then there's kind of the pay for performance side, which is kind of a much higher cost than RAIM is today. If you look at the examples from PJM and ISO New England, and has a much larger cost impact both on the incentive and penalty side. Let's move to the next slide. So first I wanted to talk through just some options on the table for reforming our current RAIM. One has to do with kind of the cost impact of RAIM. And one of those options is changing the price. And we'd like to have a stakeholder discussion on if it should change, and if so, how it should change. Should we tie it to bilateral prices in some way? The challenge with that is the CAISO doesn't have visibility into what RA is trading for. We could change it to 100% of the CPM soft offer cap, or we could better align it with RSC failure payments and surcharges and have it linked with those events when the ISO BAA fails the EDM RSC and the penalty is kind of passed through. We could also consider removing the deadband. There's some analysis in the issue paper that looks at least for September 2022, the amount of RA capacity that is performing within the deadband, and we noticed that it's about 19% of RA, generic RA is, 15% of generic RA is performing in the deadband during September 2022, and about just under 40% of Flex RA performs within that deadband. I think an option for consideration is simply removing the deadband. Maybe we split the difference so that if you perform above 96.5%, you're given a kind of a payment, and below that, there's a penalty. We could also talk about where that percentage lies, if it should kind of split the difference or kind of be between 94.5 and 98.5. We could also talk about when RAIM is applied. Today, it is applied during the availability and assessment hours on all days, and it's netted over a monthly time window. But it doesn't really kind of key in on when there are reliability events. So you could have a resource that doesn't perform on 2 very critical days, and from a RAIM perspective, it would still receive a payment. And so one way to kind of overcome this challenge is maybe to make it a more precise tool and apply it daily, or maybe during those critical days, or when the ISO BAA fails the EDM RSE. And then the last question is really around what resources or conditions it applies to. Figure 19 in the issue paper highlights the numerous RAIM exemptions that exist today. And maybe just for the sake of discussion, we're including removing the 1 megawatt kind of current exemption for RAIM for discussion purposes. So these are some of the options on the table for stakeholders to discuss. I also want to recognize that the CPUC participated in our stakeholder initiative catalog process and suggested many of these modifications to our current RAIM, but looking for feedback in the room or online to some of these options. And see Noah has his tent up first. Go ahead.
Noah Tom from Middle River. Have you considered removing the grandfathering exemptions?
We are a stakeholder-led process, and that has not been suggested yet. So is that a suggestion, Noah?
I mean, out of the low-hanging fruit, the 1 megawatt exemption is probably not the one I was looking for. But I'm just saying, we're at a new regime. We're trying to fix things, I thought, Carrie. How about?
Sorry, for those of you who don't know, when I did RAIM 10 years ago or whenever it was, we have an exemption for wind and solar, and Noah protested that. He said FERC.
I don't know. Wait. I said grandfathered.
Grandfathered.
Not the verse.
Not the verse.
But I would also ask now the verse.
For the verse,
Yeah.
you also want that, yes. And the grandfathers, yeah, to get rid of it. They're called acquired resources now, not grandfathered. But yes.
Fine.
To me, I'll just say, I think it's an open, like the way it was sort of teed up in the beginning was a kind of an open question on what resources. I think that any performance availability means that the CAISO initiatives are applicable to, what's the basis of sort of needing that incentive mechanism? What's best handled through contracts? What's best handled through individual LRA provisions? And so I think that almost all that scoping question is kind of fair game here in terms of what it is, but I think we'd probably need to like have like kind of a problem statement to say, hey, like here's why this resource should also be targeted in this manner. Here's why it's more appropriate to have standardized ISO-led incentive mechanisms be applied rather than contractual provisions or something else that's sort of, or being handled through the counting rules and that being sufficient, sort of the counting rules and the contracting provisions being sort of sufficient to providing those availability incentives. So.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about UCAP in the morning and the potential for maybe RAIM should continue to exist after UCAP, depending on how UCAP is designed. We would like to get all resources to be shown, and then we should get rid of RAIM so that we have an incentive for LSCs to show all the capacity without suffering RAIM penalties. To how do we sort of fix other RAIM aspects? Those are all very sort of like siloed-ish discussions, and trying to wrap everything together into one nice little package, having all the various tangents together is certainly complicated. But I will say the removal of the 1 megawatt exemption is, I don't know how many 1 megawatt resources are, megawatts of resources are sort of being exempt now that's causing a RAIM-ish problem. It cannot be that many.
I think it was something like 20% of resources or DR resources that were registered are under that 1 megawatt. And this was a stakeholder suggestion to remove this. We haven't received any other stakeholder suggestions or kind of rationale for what other current RAIM exemptions should be revisited.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, to the extent that resources that would be RAIM applicable, what if you were to remove those exemptions from all resources, then what are we attempting to gain and fix? Which is, well, if the substitution granularity is just not there for liquidity in the market, it's really difficult to say, hey, I have a 3-day outage in the next 7 days coming up. I'm probably not going to be able to find capacity in the market. Then all you're going to see is more forced outage megawatts that will be RAIM applicable. And And we don't really solve a problem there, right? We just get more money into the rain pool to divvy out to good generators or held until the end of the year for the LLCs to have a big pizza party, as I always like to say. And so, I think when we sort of think about solutions here, we need to be thinking a little bit, certainly more broader on that.
We're not looking at siloing these. I think, the discussion we had on outage and substitution is looking for systemic reforms. I think the pool, one-day granularity has been brought up again and again, and we're looking for feedback if that's the right approach, and maybe that can kind of overcome that when packaged with this. So, I'm not sure who is next between Carrie and Kathleen. Thank you.
Carrie Bentley with WPTF. I was wondering if Aditya could talk about what he said earlier again as that package with the outage buffer, because when you were talking about that, you said, and then you removed the substitution process with that idea. So to me, that sounded like a cool kind of package option. So within that outage buffer, you said you would apply UCAP and then you would get rid of RAIM, but there's an after the fact check, or can you guys talk about that a little bit more, how that would work?
Most of our obligation monitoring or something like that they have. What I'm not so sure about is like how you are penalized if you do not meet your most of obligation after the market.
Yeah, I don't remember the must offer obligation, the penalty process for non-performance. One thing I do remember is doing a UCAP derate for not availability, but if more of those resources do it, there obviously is a clause, I think. There should have been a clause for penalties if, let's say, 3,000 megawatts of resources just do that, and assume I'll take a UCAP derate for 2 years. Is the risk they take, right? So we don't know.
Aditya, was it that MISO applies where they take basically the uplift cost that the rest of the market to replace that capacity, and then they have the generator pay that? That was my understanding of how it worked. If you weren't available, if you were dispatched and then you weren't available, then the replacement cost would be going back to you instead of uplifted to load.
Yeah, that could be one of the possibilities. Yeah.
My understanding is from MISO. So MISO does the LOLE analysis to define the PRM and to define the UCAP. Within the PRM, there is this plan outage buffer. So then, as everywhere in capacity market or resource adequacy, you have a most offer obligation. And then there is an assessment of your most offer obligation based on your zonal requirements that has been set up. I'm not so sure then after this monitoring phase, if there are like some penalties. I think it's the cost, it's a cone penalty that is applying, the cost of new entry. But I'm not so sure if there is like a new deadband that is applied when they do the monitoring. What I know also is...
Cone is only when there is a shortfall in megawatts, not for performance penalty. Yeah, it's not a performance penalty. It's if my obligation is 124, I only have 123, I pay 1 megawatt of cone value.
And then in terms of outages, in case you have a big forced outage and you are out for like more than a month, then you might provide substitution. But if it's shorter time frame, I don't think you need to provide substitution.
Yeah, possibly. But the other problem is there are 3 different RA constructs within the market. One is FRAP, which is fixed resource adequacy plan, and there is self something where they basically tell this is my load, this is my resources, I'm applying your PRM, and I'm compliant. So there are ways in which that is done. But meaning, obviously, we can take lessons from there, but all I was giving you was a high-level framework for what that is. Obviously, our resources are different and our risks are different. Right?
But the other thing with Steve Keen from Edison, with what they have back east, they have an annual plan. So when they have a PRM, It's an annual basis. So when you're in those off months, it's, they still have all the resources committed. So they have that built-in buffer, which we don't have here because we do the PRM on a monthly basis. So like with them, they'd have, the 50,000 resources would be required all year. And when you get to February, they'd have 50,000 resources under a must-offer obligation, 50,000 megawatts worth. Whereas here, when we get to February, we have 30,000 megawatts under a must-offer. So, but I mean, what you were saying before is kind of the way that it worked previously here, is people could put in for a planned outage, and the CAISO would look at and say exactly that. Do we think it's going to be an issue? We know what we have or what we think we're going to have for RA resources in that month. We may know what else is, other ones that are available. We won't know whether they're, planning on taking their own outage or whether they're, contracted to somebody outside of it or whatever. But you'd have an idea, and then you would say, yeah, okay, up to a certain point, we can allow some resources to go out, maybe. And that was, when we set up the outage thing, that's kind of what we planned on, is that, you'd make a determination, and obviously it wasn't going to be, they weren't going to be able to take planned outages in July or August or September. But if they're coming in February and they need like a week and a half or something to do something, and, when it didn't look like it'd be a problem, it'd be okay. And obviously the thing was, if we suddenly ended up in a cold snap at that point, then you would just, deny the outage later, or say, no, you can't take it, sorry. But and I think we need to kind of look at it from a holistic point of view as to how we're doing this. And I like, what you were saying. I think a lot of this changed 3 years ago when they just changed the rule to say if you're an RA out resource, you have to substitute for a planned outage. And maybe that's something we need to look at. I don't know.
Sorry, so looping back around. So that was what I was trying to get at. So it sounded like you were talking about basically adding a like a bit of a PRM to all LRAs, which is tracking back to your
Outage
prior one, right?
substitution, the planned outage substitution buffer.
Yeah, the outage substitution buffer. Like basically an outage substitution buffer is just a PRM adder, right? That you're giving to all the LRAs. So to me, that was tracking with what you said. Okay, now we have a buffer in all months. We have like a fake annual program, kind of, right? Like depending on how you do that buffer, you essentially could end up setting the buffer where, especially if you do it on loss of load expectation modeling, that's basically an annual or seasonal program now. It's just we have made it seasonal by this additional PRM adder that we've assigned to LRAs. And so what I was curious about and trying to work through is, okay, what does that mean for RAIM? Does that mean we still need RAIM? Do we still need some sort of must offer obligation? And to me, then that tracks back to what was the purpose of RAIM. And sorry, I know I'm a broken record here, but the purpose of RAIM really was for our use limited resources because we don't have bid insertion for them. And it was to make sure they bid in. So that always gets me back to the question I think I ask in all these meetings, which is, do we still need it? Do we still have use limited resources? Are they not bidding in? Do we see any evidence of that? Or can we just get rid of RAIM and go through this, pay for performance thing?
Yeah. And like to me, when we talk about RAIM, let's all say too, like maybe we should just level set that when we're talking about lowercase RAIM. Like, do we have a resource availability incentive mechanism in place? And what does that look like? I don't think that anyone's thinking about keeping the current construct and just sort of like built, like we're thinking about, I think almost every piece of feedback we got from almost every stakeholder was the current program is not working right for a dozen different reasons. And so we're thinking about sort of like, what is potentially needed or not? How much, and like even to those sort of fleet of options that Anya had illuminated, like how much of it should be sort of, the coordinated process through buffers, pool mechanism versus some sort of, and when she's talking about like the pay for performance, it's really like, what's that incentive mechanism that could be placed where we're saying, hey, we're really going to give a lot more deference to you all if you're not bringing to the table, but there's consequences to showing RA and then not being available when we really need you. And should we have some sort of, mechanism to like applied.
I guess my question is, do we still need that piece where there needs to be consequences when we don't? Because, right, like, is that the part where the CAISO is like, you know what, we don't need that piece anymore, we're willing to give it up?
And that's where I think pay for performance really gets at, is like the way we were kind of describing it. And I guess you want to get to it later? The hours of choice. Yeah.
Next
Why
slide.
don't we go through it?
I think it might help to talk through this, otherwise we're gonna eat into our buffer for break, but I'm gonna keep going. And we're probably gonna eat into that buffer. So, and I do wanna just kind of go into do we need it when there aren't scarcity conditions? At least on that last slide, when we were talking about some of the potential reforms to the current RAIM, I think changing when it is applied to potentially only looking at applying it during scarcity conditions, or when the ISO BAA fails, the EDM RSE, could be ways that kind of getting to that goal of only applying it when we need it. Another approach to using it, kind of having an incentive mechanism when we need it, would be something like pay for performance, and through some benchmarking exercises, both PJM and ICE New England have a pay for performance like mechanism where they have an incentive mechanism to incent capacity to be available during scarcity conditions. And there's some ways that it's very similar to RAIM and some ways where it is not. So similar to RAIM, it's a self-funding mechanism where, during these scarcity conditions, the resources that underperform relative to their obligation and the pool of money collected from those underperformers is the reward for overperformers. But there are some key differences from our RAIM, one of which is, in PJM, there aren't exemptions based on our resource fleet. In the West, we should probably take a look and see if that same construct should apply. Similarly, it has been used kind of as a tool to promote outage coordination with ISO New England. So they don't have any exemptions for if you're on outage or not, but they do coordinate with generators to say, hey, it looks like we're going to have a scarcity condition. You might want to move your planned outage so that if you can, to not face this pay for performance penalty. Another key difference from RAIM is it's a much higher price. But there are stop loss provisions, and I think that we've seen in both of them, kind of getting the level of that penalty right is really important. Another key difference is it's triggered based on grid conditions, as opposed to our RAIM that's really just levied kind of across the month on average, just looking at the availability assessment hours. They base theirs on when they're in scarcity conditions. And then the last difference is that it also applies to non-capacity in order to incent capacity to come online. So the penalty only applies to those that perform under their capacity obligation, but as a reward for non-RA capacity to be available, they are eligible for that upside if they kind of come online and perform. So I think that's important to highlight. And I did want to go through just a quick example on what this could look like. And if we could go to the next slide. Okay. So this is just a small example with, two resources. They both have a supply plan obligation of 100 megawatts. Resource A underperforms, resource B overperforms. And I'm using kind of the penalty prices that ISO New England will have in place in June of 2025. So that's $9,337. So a much different kind of paradigm and cost impact compared to RAIM today. But this resource for 10 megawatts of underperformance during scarcity conditions is assessed a penalty of $93,000, whereas the resource that overperforms receives that as a payment. So wanted to put that as an option on the table, and it goes back to Carrie's kind of question around potentially revising availability incentive mechanisms to only apply during conditions when the grid really needs it. With that, recognizing time, let's go to Chris and then Noah.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, Devin, Tara, Jen. I just wanted to comment a little bit on Carrie's point earlier. about the, the buffer concept and the annual showings and that whole like idea of kind of a package and what Aditya was talking about. I think maybe one way that we could see how this affects the concerns that CAISO has had about holding back of capacity because of RAIM is if we just don't do anything with RAIM, don't do anything with pay for performance, and don't create new mechanisms, but just change the showing time frame to the annual time frame or to a seasonal time frame where you can see how much cushion you could have, like what MISO has done in the past. Now, obviously, there is a built-in buffer, like what you were describing, because of the annual concept. So maybe we have a little bit of a different level of buffer here, but we could see how many megawatts of outages you could take in this maintenance margin without having to have a, additional margin that you require everybody to do. And maybe if you were to, do that in some months and look at, maybe you don't need the RAIM mechanism there and people don't have that risk on them for showing all of their resources, then you might be able to get this, concept where you don't have to worry about the POSO on the supply side. You don't have to worry about the RAIM concept causing CAISO to not have resources that are there that should be available and shown being not shown because of that portfolio management problem. So I just wanted to point out that it doesn't necessarily require you have to add a requirement for an additional margin, but we could just have even a voluntary showing earlier, of like 100%. If we just ask, kind of like what you guys have done with the LSC survey thing, you just ask them to show their resources more in advance and not, you could potentially let them come back in and revise those showings still. So there's some stepwise things that we could do on a sooner basis that we'd actually be able to show you guys what people really have and what they're willing to do under these different paradigms without making a huge change and adding these really complicated additional layers like pay for performance that you just don't know what the result's going to be. So I just wanted to put that out there kind of in reaction to that last discussion. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Right. Couple of things. Going back to what Steve, I think, and Carrie were talking about, on the PJM side, they have an annual program, right? An annual obligation, but they also count capacity as sort of one metric, one number for the entire year. They don't have our monthly values to meet our to meet the annualized obligations. So I think that LSCs would have a benefit by the additional capacity they would get because we're counting either August or September capacity values to meet January for January as well. Whereas right now you have a lot of solar that are essentially 0.1 megawatts rather than 9,000 megawatts or so. So I think those are things to consider when we talk about how much buffer we have. They have a lot of buffer, certainly. I think overall, maybe 15 years ago when the grid was much different, much more thermal based, and you have all that capability to provide the buffer space. But now with more of the use limit resources, we just don't have that capability. The second thing is we have this annualized product in local space. And the ISO doesn't require substitute capacity on a local for local basis unless it's in forced outage space. Why is that sort of okay, I guess, versus here in system space that we were on a much more granular level of whether it be slice of day now or month showings. I think I personally like the year ahead showing, sort of once and done for LSCs and procured, and everything else is within the ISO space because that's more operational timeframes. But I think that would require sort of other things to be settled down, like what Lauren from CalCCA was saying, which I still don't quite understand what the type of resources that would be impacted by this, of how much availability those types of resources have until a much later date. Those things, it seems to me like once you have something, if it gains more capacity, you could provide it into the ISO in the ISO space for either substitutions or CPM. But if it goes down, then it essentially goes in the ISO space as well for substitution requirements. It seems like that once you lock it down, everything else is within the ISO. That to either be done in through the pool, the buffer, or something else.
We have a couple hands raised online. First up, we have Renee Steichen.
Hi, Renee Steichen from Rev Renewables here. And I just wanted to add on to the pay for performance caution. Having been involved in PJM as well, as Noah pointed out, it's quite a different market, but it is much more complex. And one of the things that they are struggling with is how to, because they have a must offer exception for renewables and storage. And it's trickier to have kind of one single performance metric for those resources that have known physical limitations of either duration or being available at night, things along those lines. And so there's a lot of complexities to work through there. And I think it takes away some of the flexibility that the CAISO operators have now in terms of, in the event of a grid emergency. This hasn't happened in a while, but I think about in 2022 when the CAISO operator put a lot of storage resources on exceptional dispatch, for example, and that kind of then overrides any sort of pay for performance mechanism, especially if it's tied to a grid event, which is, what it is in PJM anyway. And when you really want those resources to show up. So it gets complicated really fast. And if there's an easier, more effective way, as it's been discussed, to have those resources show, if that's really the problem that you're trying to solve, maybe kind of going back to what the problem is, and rather than having kind of an overcomplicated solution that is going to create other problems. Thanks.
Thanks, Renee. Let's move to Kyle next, and then we'll get Stephen in the room.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Kyle Novice with Cal Advocates. I have I think, a fairly narrow question, and I saw and agree with staff's interpretation that they would consider this initiative to be under a CAISO sole authority decision. And I'm just wondering on scarcity pricing, is that implementable, or would that have implications for the decisional classification?
That would have implications. So I think what you're referring to, Kyle, is in the last section of our paper, we have, for folks in the room and online, we have a kind of CAISO governance section that highlights, is it kind of the Western energy markets governing body that oversees this, or the CAISO governing body that oversees this? And because this is resource adequacy related and pertinent to the CAISO BAA, it's under the CAISO governing body to oversee. But Kyle, if the working group moved in the direction of kind of moving towards scarcity pricing, yes, that could change. We also have a separate scarcity pricing initiative that's happening at the CAISO. But Partha, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, at least maybe Kyle, you can maybe elaborate on your question. 'Cause yeah, I 100% agree with Anya's description. And I don't think we really are going to get into scarcity pricing development here anyway, or that'd be a part of this initiative process. This is more of acknowledging some of the different levers that are providing incentives for availability.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's helpful. I think slide 26, it just listed scarcity pricing as one of the options for RAIM. So maybe that was tripping me up a little bit on this. I'm not pushing for us to head in that direction. Just wanted to clarify. So thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
Steve Keen, Edison. Couple things. One, answering your question, Noah. I think one of the reasons they don't have strict substitution for local is because it may not be possible to find it. If you're in a tight local area, in some of those local areas, there are no excess resources, so you can't get a substitute in the local area. So, I think that's just there. The other question I have, and I'm not sure I haven't thought this through and I don't know if there's a distinction, but it seems like as we're looking at this, there's maybe two different actions that the generators can do. One is whether they're meeting their must offer obligation, i.e. are they bidding in for the day ahead market? And then the second question is, are they actually delivering power? And those are not necessarily the same. And especially as we move forward with, like, for example, with the RSE situation, okay? If you have a resource that, you know, that bids in day ahead, but then can't deliver in real time, they're not contributing to any RSE shortage, but they are causing a problem. You know, you could also have the opposite where they, you know, for whatever reason, they didn't bid in, but then they can actually show up in real time. Then flip. I just want to raise that as something that I think we, as we look at how we maybe penalize resources for being available or delivering, we consider whether there are any differences in those things that we need to, that we should be thinking about. And like I said, I haven't thought it. I don't know what the answer is. I just want to raise a question.
Steve, I appreciate that question. I think as we kind of frame this as availability and performance, we do have some analysis in the paper limited to September of 2022, looking at the RA fleet's performance during a scarce month. And it looks at how RA resources in the real-time market made themselves available. So to the extent that they met their must offer and the extent that they performed based on their awards. There is kind of a look at RA performance along those lines and the availability that they made both at an aggregate level and for certain resource classes. And I do want to kind of ask stakeholders, particularly in comments, for feedback around kind of this key question of changing lowercase RAIM or kind of availability incentives to kind of think about the jurisdictional authority question, the extent that CAISO should have a mechanism in place in a standardized way, and then particularly around if we should look at it closer to kind of when it's needed for scarcity conditions and really potentially tying that with the EDM RSE failures or potential failures, or moving to something like pay for performance. With that, I'll turn things back to Christina.
Thank you. So we'll take a quick 5-minute stretch break and return around 1:05. Thank you. We'll be getting started again now on track 3, backstop and visibility.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hillary Staver. I'll be leading the third and final segment of our discussion today. And so this track is going to focus on backstop procurement processes and resource visibility. But before we get into that, because we have already sort of, the conversation has converged on it at a couple points throughout the day, I want to jump forward for a quick preview. We go to slide 37. Because this kind of helps tie a few different things that we've talked about together. And we'll come back to it at the end. But Partha, do you want to give us a quick preview here? I think it'll help inform our upcoming discussion too.
Sure, and we can circle back to it. We figured this, there's a number of overall topics which I think people were trying to get at in that previous discussion where, you know, one of the things that Hillary is going to discuss, and I don't mean to preview it, is kind of how does the ISO obtain visibility? And so obviously we have visibility of the resources currently shown as RA. We have certain information, you know, through the PGA, which units provide, but how do we get kind of full visibility to the fleet, both for shown and for non-shown resources? And so within the sources of what we call, I'll describe here as other resources, there's a variety of things that we heard from stakeholders why other resources aren't being currently shown to the ISO. And the ones in red on the screen are really kind of like, you know, there's two reasons why they not be shown. They might be really on outage where they're not available at all to the ISO. You know, they might be sold outside the BA. But then we also kind of have heard in the working group process there's a number of other reasons why resources that, you know, are contracted or uncontracted or not shown. And, the first two are really, what I describe as, the first one's like contracted, but, not RA due to lack of deliverability. And it kind of goes through the scale of it's either can be non-contracted but available. It could be contracted to an LSC within the CAISO's BA, but not shown, due to MOO or rain concerns. And then the last one was really contracted but needed for substitution. And I think like from what as a whole we heard from stakeholders was that I think what we're just getting at here is there's kind of one like kind of that bare threshold is like, and I'm again previewing Hillary. We feel like we need to have visibility into the status of those resources in order to conduct our current processes. But then I think that there's kind of this ongoing question of like, how should those be accounted for or considered in our various functions? I think what we're kind of alluding to before, and I think a number of people have brought it up, it's like, well, maybe you should just, to the degree that we have visibility into like it's available, well, maybe we don't need to require outage substitution because we see it as available. Well, then I think for each of these different types of resources, I think there's kind of questions around, well, we probably wouldn't want to account for it if it was on outage or sold outside the BA. But for particularly ones that are not contracted but available, we want to account for it, or we want to have sort of some mechanism to potentially use it in some form in order to have a reliable and efficient process that's coordinated. And I think that kind of like the questions that we're really alluding to in the stakeholder process is this is kind of what I've alluded to here is maybe kind of like one step farther than what we were really thinking about. But the conversation's kind of already moved in that direction today, which is great. But what we're really trying to understand, like at that starting point, was sort of like what are the current pain points that are sort of leading to it being contracted but not being able to be shown, or it's been contracted but not be able to be provided to others in order to provide substitute capacity. And how do we, relieve those pain points and have a more efficient and reliable reliable and coordinated process that optimally uses this capacity. So like, I think that's really kind of what we'd heard from stakeholders in the previous working group discussions, and I think I've heard again today. And so I think that that's really, I think, will be sort of this thing we're going to sort of circle back to maybe at the end is sort of people's thoughts about how do we have it be more coordinated, more efficient, and sort of to relieve some of the current pain points. But maybe I'll just ask before we sort of go back to Hillary, any questions on this to start with? Anyone on the phone?
No one on the phone, but Steve, do you have yours up? Or is that an old one? Steve? No questions.
And at least I'll also allude to before is like, maybe I'll say like, this was meant to be a representation of the feedback we received before. And I was wondering like, does this make sense to folks? Is this sort of on par with how you're thinking about it? And sort of what those, open questions, and equally, I think the questions that we alluded to in the paper are around kind of what are the current challenges? I'd love to sort of stimulate more of a discussion at the end to sort of understand what are those challenges? Is it contractual? Is it regulatory? Is it economic? And there's some of them that might be like harder to overcome where, if there might be a non-contracted resources that are available, and we might be saying, hey, we'd like to consider that in our CPM process or outage substitution process. And it could be the case where it's like, well, yes, you can consider it, but the reason why I'm not currently contracted to anybody is that I think that there are opportunities to sell elsewhere, and such that it's really an economic issue. And so like, I think that type of feedback, I think is what we're trying to stimulate here, is to try to understand what are those pain points. And then if we're sort of trying to craft something that's sort of more coordinated, like what we need to consider going forward. So, but that can be just a preview, but Carrie, you want to?
Carrie Bentley, WPTF. Nothing very exciting to offer here, but just a question. So under the monthly CPM, when contracted but not shown, also get an X by it, if I'm understanding this chart correctly.
Contracted but not shown. For the monthly, so you're saying you're saying that it should be available. So if it's contracted, yeah, to me, it's a fair question of like, should you be accounted for in the process and how should you be accounted for? Should you be eligible to sort of bid in and get a capacity payment? So, yeah, I think that's probably a fair.
Right, and then you say if offered into the CSP, but I think even if you don't offer into the CSP, if there aren't sufficient offers in the CSP, then CAISO then turns to non-offers. So I think that's also considered available. And I think that gets to the hard part about what you're talking about visibility, is because there's lots of reasons why people don't offer into the CSP, notably because it's a pain and you guys don't actually use a backstop very often. So like, why would you offer in? But that just means you don't actually have insight into who would be willing to be part of that monthly CPM or who would be willing to be part of that outage pool or not. And so I think maybe changing those incentives or requirements could help with that visibility.
Yeah. I think that's what we're really like trying to get at, is like, what's the heart of that challenge that people are facing? And like a number of people brought up with respect to MOO of like, if you eliminate RAIM, and the way I would describe it is like, it's almost like, this is our internal talk, like an RA prime, where it's like, I'm willing to make it available and I'm willing to have it be subject to a MOO and like fully operational the market. I just don't want to face RAIM. And if I don't need it to meet my PRM requirement, I'm not going to show it. And so I think there's been kind of a lot of questions around like, well, what are the best ways in order to access that capacity? Clearly we want visibility, but if we're sort of going to be relying on it sort of as like in sort of our various processes, like what are the right ways to sort of, if we were to take a step beyond it, how do we, like, we at least want to understand your pain points first before devising it, so.
I hate to bring up another kind of small thing too, but I think it's not just the RAIM, right? Your MOO itself is a tariff must offer obligation where, if you don't live up to it, you are, out of compliance with the tariff. So I know a lot of resources that are, like the CHP resources, you have a lot of them that it's not just RAIM, it's functionally it's challenging for them to offer in at all times. And so there's other hurdles there too.
Well, thanks, Carrie. Yeah, with that, I'll turn back to you, Hillary.
All right, thanks, Partha. And could we flip back to slide 33, please? Thank you. All right, so we previewed a little bit here, but to zoom out for a second. So this is an overview of everything that we're looking to cover in this segment. And for those of you who were with us in the RA working group, you may remember that this segment is a combination of what was originally tracks 3 and 4 in the working group. So it's going to be looking at CAISO's backstop functions overall, especially the CPM monthly processes. We also have a couple of issues in here that are related to CAISO's participation as an individual entity in processes around the EDAM resource efficiency evaluation that happens every day. And I'll note on that just up top as a reminder, so this is talking about CAISO's processes as an individual participant in EDAM, not the broader EDAM policy. And also the items related to the EDAM RSC that we're talking about here, we're addressing in kind of a day 2 context. The at-launch approach to these has already has either been established or is being finalized in the EDAM ISO Balancing Authority Area Participation Rules proceeding. But we recognize that there are some issues there that are complex, and there were some stakeholder questions and ideas that weren't able to be fully developed in the timeline leading up to EDAM launch. So we're addressing those here in kind of a longer-term day 2 context. If we look to the left then, we've got our objectives for this segment of the RA initiative, and going down the list there. So as Partha already previewed, we're looking to provide visibility into both RA and non-RA resources in order to allow for efficient decision-making in CAISO operations, obtaining capacity with the right attributes when and where it's needed, trying to basically be efficient and effective in our backstop approach. As has always been the case, and we would like to continue this complementarity with LRA, RA programs. Not adversely impact bilateral capacity procurement. We recognize that there is a bilateral market happening alongside what we're doing here. Addressing market power as appropriate. That is something that is already partially baked into the design of the soft offer cap, which we'll get into further in a bit. And then finally, facilitating efficient CAISO RA program operations. So of the ideas for addressing these objectives that came out of the working group, one way to organize them is to look at, are they improving the effectiveness of our existing backstop functions? Something that we could maybe implement on a relatively quicker timeline versus in the longer term, structural policy changes to backstop functions. And so I will direct your attention first to the middle box there, which is visibility into the status of capacity not shown as RA, as we just started discussing. That is something that we could implement alongside our existing backstop framework that would give us information about the changing nature of the resource fleet, help us potentially identify cases where there's capacity that could be eligible for our backstop functions. But you just touched on this, Carrie, for example, maybe our existing processes for finding backstop capacity are not optimal and could be improved. If we had visibility into the status of capacity that's not shown as RA nor currently being offered into the CSP, that could help us identify that. So we'll talk through that first and then go through further out some of those options for more structural reform. So Partha just touched on slide 37 as the top bullet point there. Additionally, some items out of the working group, we've got revisiting the treatment of credited DR programs, looking at the methodology for the soft offer cap, the default price that is offered to resources that receive a designation through the capacity procurement mechanism, looking at CAISO's CPM authority around energy sufficiency at the system level, potentially at least a net peak check, given that our current system is focused on the peak. And then looking at those EDAM RSC related items, we've got the failure surcharge cost allocation, potential new capacity products if stakeholders are interested in those as a way of addressing RSC participation. And then finally, looking at the day ahead bidding deadline at 9 a.m. That's something that we've touched on briefly in other conversations and would like to put out here to this group for further consideration. That's where we're headed. Why don't we, well, I'll pause there for a moment. We're going to talk through each of these further individually, but any questions now? All right, next slide, please. So first we'll talk about visibility here. And I think Partha already previewed maybe a place where we could find ourselves further down the road where we're actually coordinating processes for making all of the capacity that is available for each function findable. But as a starting point for that, we'd like to look most immediately at just sharing information about capacity status. So right now, as you all know, there's a regular monthly reporting structure for capacity that is shown as RA. What we would be interested in is hearing feedback about potentially setting up a parallel process for the status of capacity that falls in any of these buckets that you see on the screen, which match the ones in the table that Partha just showed, but also if there are other categories that we haven't captured here that you think are relevant. And so the functionality that we're interested in here, most immediately, it can help us identify in cases where we are not seeing potentially sufficient bids into the competitive solicitation process to find backstop capacity when we need it. This could help us identify that capacity. One thing that I'll note that you will have seen fleshed out a little more in the issue paper is that over the past 5 years, we have seen offers into the competitive solicitation process overall dropping. So getting a little more visibility into the status of capacity that is not shown as RA could help us find capacity when there aren't enough bids, but potentially also illuminate maybe why those bids are dropping, if there are broader patterns in where capacity is being committed that might help inform potential restructuring of the CSP or backstop policy. So what we're envisioning here would potentially be a recurring process to report capacity of capacity that is falling into these buckets. So I'd like to pause here for a little bit and hear if folks have questions or comments. I see Kyle, your hand is up. Can we go to you first?
You're unmuted now, Kyle.
I am, sorry, I guess I had control over that, sorry that. Kyle, novice with Cal Advocates, and this is passing on a question from a colleague that had to drop off, and it's related to the PRM issue from just before lunch, but it also intersects with this visibility track. And so, we're wondering, what's CAISO planning in terms of surveying LRAs to establish the basis for LRAs RA credits specifically? And so going back to the PRR 1280 process, there were some LRAs that were offering qualitative arguments that their interruptible pumping loads and islanding capabilities should partially or wholly comprise their reliability obligations. And so is CAISO planning to maybe revisit those claims? In other words, like the potential credits in this initiative and their effect on the default PRM, as well as in terms of showing capacity that's not visible as RA to the CAISO, and then, how would that flow into this issue track?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a number of sort of interrelated issues to, I think, that topic, which I think that we teed up in the paper, and that, yes, I think that's certainly part of the scope. I think that there's probably like 3 intersecting fronts, and let's see if I can get this right. Is that like the first one was really, obviously there's certainly issues that are affecting sort of our desire to see these resources on the supply plan. And so I think that like part of the discussion is trying to look at like what barriers can we remove in order to, or what, how do we do this most effectively? How do we partner with the LRAs? And that one of the things that I think that we were interested in exploring is that, like, my understanding was that like one of the major rationales for why certain entities did not want to basically have some of these credited resources, including the supply plan, would that they be subject to RAIM and RAIM incentives. So to me, this sort of had a kind of an intersecting issue of where are there ways that we can have the incentives maybe outside of the ISO structure. We recognize that there are certainly currently reforms for some of these resource types going on in the CPUC and the CEC venue where changes are being made. So I think that we're trying to look at maybe Kyle, you can take it back. We're trying to look holistically at what set of reforms can work well to where we can have those resources visible, maintain incentive mechanisms, albeit possibly not through our design and program, and to have that consistency between what's being counted and shown in the LRA program and what's being credited for when it's being sort of subject to CPM cost allocation. I think we're trying to like basically line up all 3 of those components simultaneously in this effort to have a, efficient, reliable, and implementable process with consistency between LRA designs. And so, can I ask Kyle, does that sort of get at the heart of your issues?
Is it fair to say, Partha, that the issue of specifically LRA credits is like a cross-cutting issue that's going to have intersection with multiple tracks, and so it's just something that's going to have to be kind of maybe dealt with at a later stage in the process?
Later stage is a relative phrase. I think that is something that I think we might be looking to address sooner than later. And maybe we've had a number of internal conversations, and like, I don't know, Kevin, would you like to discuss a little bit some of the activity that's going on, or Christy as well, at the CPUC with respect to some of the DR crediting issues? Because I think that that's really what he's alluding to is, what is that court? Is that really right, Kyle, what you're wanting to get at is some of the processes that would allow for removing the RAIM exemption, the RAIM application to DR resources?
Well, certainly it has something to do with DR. I think our focus is a little more on RA credits, maybe on something like pumping load or interruptible load and having that count towards RA obligations.
Okay, so this is just more broadly in terms of that.
Right.
The applicability of credits. Yeah, I think that's something that's certainly in scope for this CPM discussion. Is that like, I think we'd love to understand what those examples are and where those credits are being, and how those credits are being applied and what the current impacts are associated with the cost allocation. And that's something that we have scope for this initiative phase.
Okay, thank you. And you know, I think really as much visibility and transparency as we can get on that would be helpful.
Oh, thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks.
Not seeing any further questions right now.
Moving along then. And one final thing that I'll note here for consideration and potentially inclusion in comments, and we're talking about this at a conceptual level, but if folks have thoughts about questions on structure and implementation, those would all need to be decided further down the line. But something to think about as folks are considering this idea. So, but if there are no further questions, let's move to the next slide and get into potential structural policy changes to the backstop functions. So there are 3 here. These are all dealing with the capacity procurement mechanism. The first one that I want to highlight is potentially beginning to consider expanding CPM authority at the ISO to consider energy sufficiency, or at least a net peak check at the system level. This is something that we're seeing as availability limited resources on the grid increase. Accounting for energy sufficiency is something that we're seeing increasingly adopted. We've got slice of day at the CPUC, but also most recently in 2021, when the ISO last made some updates structurally to the CPM mechanism, we started looking at energy sufficiency at the local level. And so with the recognition that local and system are different in how a CPM is structured, we wanted to queue this up as a potential change and add to the CAISO's system level CPM authority. And so this is something that we would be interested in hearing stakeholder feedback on. Of course, as with other CPM designations, if this was to be added or expanded, we would also need to have a conversation about cost allocation. There are a couple different methods used today in the CPM program, depending on the nature of the designation. So that's the first one. Then secondly, we have the methodology for the soft offer cap. And as most of you are likely aware, currently our soft offer cap is set at a single value at $7.34 per kilowatt month. That was an update that went into effect in June of this year. The last time that was updated, it was not a methodology change. It was just a regularly scheduled refresh of that value based on the existing methodology and updated cost figures from the CEC. But we received feedback at that time and in the RA working group that there was interest in revisiting the methodology itself. And so we recognized that there were a number of different stakeholder positions and ideas on this. What we heard in the working group ranged from the idea that the current soft offer cap is functioning as it should, as designed. Even it is currently, as many of you are aware, well below the bilateral prices, but it is designed to be a cost-based and potentially market power mitigating value. And so we heard some feedback that it is currently functioning as intended. Maybe at the other end of the spectrum, we heard feedback that the methodology should be updated to add an opportunity cost adder, which would tie the soft offer cap more closely to bilateral market prices. And then there were some other ideas on the table around, for example, adding some temporal granularity into that. instead of having just a single value throughout the year. So this is a forum where we're interested in talking through those ideas in greater detail, would be interested in feedback on where folks currently stand, and also thinking about, as if we're revising this methodology, it will likely also revise the market role that the soft offer cap plays. And so we would be interested in folks' thoughts about what that relationship should look like as well. And then finally, before we kind of open all three of these up for questions, we just touched on this with Kyle's question, but to get into it a little further. So we also received feedback in the working group about specifically the treatment of credited DR programs, because as we just touched on, these programs currently are distributed as credits to load serving entities in the CPUC program, but they do not appear on supply plans and therefore are not visible to the ISO. And so we are open to suggestions about how to harmonize the treatment of these programs between the ISO program and LRA programs, specifically the CPUC. And I will note, we did not, this was not included in the issue paper, but we are aware that there is a decision from 2021 at the CPUC that indicates a willingness to move those programs onto supply plans if the ISO were to adopt a RAIM exemption for them. So that is something that sort of a more recent development in that area that we would be interested in feedback on, but also more broadly, other barriers to showing these programs on supply plans or other ideas for how to harmonize their treatment between the ISO and the LRA programs in understanding of the situation that was brought up in the working group, where they count for the CPUC program but are not visible here and therefore don't factor into CPM cost allocation. So I will pause there. Do we have questions or feedback on any of the three?
Looks like Noah, and then Steve, and then Carrie.
Noah Thomas from Middle River Power. Sort of taking this from, I guess, top to bottom here. On energy sufficiency, are you explicitly sort of limiting it to only the EDM RSC, or is it something further than that? With regards to, do you have sufficient charging for batteries to be, counted in the RA plans?
The way that we were envisioning this currently is more broadly in the CPM structure overall. But if you see a difference between those two or have thoughts, where are you? What are you thinking?
Well, no. On this, sort of putting aside the CPM structure, it's you want to CPM if there is an energy sufficiency issue. And my question is it an energy sufficient issue regards to like RSE, or is it regards to charging, like slice of day type of energy sufficiency? Which energy sufficiency are we talking about?
Oh, you look like you have thoughts.
To me, it probably overlaps with the next slide, but I think in the context of this slide, I think we're thinking about it in terms of more of just the broader CPM monthly processes. And do we have the right product granularity defined for those products, given the evolving grid and evolving regulatory paradigms? And so right now, it's more probably like for both of those two. So it'd probably be, to answer your question, I think that slide is referring to the annual and monthly processes. I think that we could ask the same question with respect to, like, if there was a RSE EDM failure, I think the same question could arise of if it was associated with an energy deficiency that was identified, then maybe like the product that's needed to correct might look different depending upon what the root cause was of that EDM RSE failure.
Okay. And then similarly on the net load peak needs, do you envision to have an RA program component requirement or obligation for LSC to be able to meet that need before you do a CPM?
I think that'd be an open question that we'd be asking. I think that there'd be a high likelihood that you'd want to have something in terms of saying what is your obligation to meet in order to have that upfront. We certainly recognize the fact that, it's probably more of a implementation design detail associated with being in harmony, particularly with the CPUC program. That's sort of probably one question. But I think as well as we kind of recognize that when the portfolios, when an ideal portfolio is being created, it would need to have, we need to look at more of just the net peak. You'd want to look at sort of the full availability and profiles of resources. When it comes to our backstop role within the program, it might look like what we really are looking for is the ability to procure a specific type of resource in order to meet that net peak requirement. And so having, it might be a forward, obligation that could be established by the LRAs as well, combined with a backstop process that looks at what the capacity delivered in that net peak hour, and then has products that are developed as well to backstop and meet that. I think we'd all need to be sort of looked at simultaneously.
Appreciate that. I think, in order to sort of assess whether or not there's a need, and for CPM, LSCs would need to have an obligation to be able to meet it before you go and backstop, rather than sort of this is more becomes a front stop. And so if that's the case, then we're probably talking about a whole different not proceeding, but initiative to completely change the RA program in itself to add this particular requirement, right? Sort of just giving initial thoughts on this particular aspect.
There's a variety of ways that I'd imagine it could be designed, and some would be sort of a larger lifts than others. Like you could imagine it being the case where obviously for the PUC jurisdictional entities, they have a PRM that's set based on the slice a day program. And so it really could be like a different one where other LRAs could adopt, here's our corresponding net peak rule in terms of the amount of capacity needed at the net peak hour to meet their obligations. So that would probably be, in my mind, maybe the simplest way that one could imagine implementing it. There's probably additionally more complex ways in which a net peak check could be done. But yeah, depending on how it could be ultimately implemented. But I think that you're right on the complications. I think this is probably a little more in the scoping phase in terms of like, is this the right time? And is there an urgent need to address this? And yeah.
Steve, I think you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of make the same point and follow up. I don't think you can do CPM for those two things unless they're part of the RA requirement. I mean, it doesn't make sense to say you're going to backstop something that you haven't told people what they have to provide.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Carrie?
I agree with Noah and Steve. Oh, sorry, Carrie Bentley, Western Power Trading Forum. Agree with Noah and Steve on that one. But more just general feedback. I think the top one is maybe a solution looking for a problem. And we already have a problem with our backstop, and that's that your system backstop is basically worthless right now because of the difference between the peak program and slice of day. Like there's no way to effectively use your system RA backstop, which is a pretty scary thing. Like you've had it in your chair for a long time. It ensures reliability. We talked a lot about this, I think 2 meetings ago, about how slice of day showings, which I'm sure you're now seeing, right? You have your annual showings, you've seen the capacity you got in, you saw that there's just no way to effectively evaluate balancing area reliability, which basically negates the ability to backstop for system reliability. So to me, that's the number one thing that you should be solving within this section. And I thought it was very notable that I know you guys going to slice of day is off the table, and I appreciate and applaud that. I'm very glad that the CAISO is not moving to slice of day, but I still think you have to adapt your program for slice of day in more ways.
Yeah, I think that's what we're, at least to your last point, I think that's what we're really getting at here is that, that challenge of not having a net peak test for the current QC values we might see in months is one that I think warrants an exploration of, is the best way to handle that something that looks like a potentially an energy check along with a potential net peak check, and how we design that, and how would we, when I say we set the requirements, I mean, how would LRAs set the requirements that we could sort of use in our various backstop processes in a reliable manner to address the gap? And so is that sort of what you're getting at, Carrie?
Yeah, I think in my mind, I think of you guys having a certain amount of existing tariff authority where you preserve the jurisdictional split between CPUC and FERC. And today, our jurisdictional split allows you at a system level to simply backstop to the LRA's desired reliability level. And to me, it's not taking additional jurisdictional authority to translate their preferred reliability level into a peak program reliability level by saying, you, LRA, have chosen to have a PRM and accounting rules that are X. We need a way to validate that in our systems. We have a peak program. How do we translate your data to our data where we can backstop that? That's taking no additional jurisdictional authority. That's just working within their system. You could also then say, I find these different LRAs programs insufficient, and I'm going to add an energy sufficiency check. I'm going to add a net peak check. But to me, that's taking additional jurisdictional authority, which is kind of more of a fight that you would have to take on. You'd have to justify the need a little bit more. And I'm saying, let's just take that first step. You have the jurisdictional authority. Let's figure out how you could even use it right now and maintain reliability with the program you have and the jurisdictional authority you have. So to me, that's step one. And then we could talk about net peak energy sufficiency. Does that make sense?
I didn't quite follow it. Maybe we can circle back to you, Carrie.
Well, I was going to ask Carrie, I mean, I thought the ISO already has, and maybe Danny can help me here, already has the authority to backstop for insufficiency for energy under RSE.
Well, I have to admit, when you asked your question on energy sufficiency, I had the same question, but maybe we understood different answers. I thought they were not talking about RSE, and that's that second slide. And under this, they were talking about energy sufficiency, a la, do we have enough energy to charge our storage, and different from the RSE.
Resource sufficiency. I should have used the word resource sufficiency rather than energy sufficiency.
Yeah, so to me, energy sufficiency is new jurisdiction, slide 2, RSE failure, whatever, existing jurisdiction. I don't know how to differentiate those. Would you say resource sufficiency versus energy sufficiency? I don't know, man.
You're the expert.
It's I think, yes, but so here is energy sufficiency. Here is not RSE, right?
Yeah, got it.
So can you clarify, right?
Yes.
That's
Let's have the conversation first about the non-RSE components. So maybe can you explain it again, sort of how you've sort of viewed our current jurisdiction working?
Yeah.
With the
So current jurisdiction, you have the system RA backstop, and you already have the ability to backstop up to what the LRA determines is their reliability level. So you use, under a peak program, you use their counting rules and their PRM, and if there were LSCs that were insufficient, you had the ability to backstop, which was really important because if the LRA failed to do it, you were then, the last resort basically to ensure we had sufficient RA. Under slice of day now, because everything is being translated into peak, but the PRM you're being given is a slice of day PRM, essentially the calculation you're doing, their counting rules at peak plus their PRM, is actually not the reliability level that they have set internal to their processes because of slice of day. So you have no way under your current processes to use your backstop effectively. Basically, the calculation you are doing is meaningless. You are using counting rules during peak, which overcounts significantly storage, for example, right? And it's growing. It's going to become more and more meaningless the more storage we get online. I think NOAA did a calculation, and in order to have an equivalent reliability level, you needed something like a 30% planning reserve margin if you were just using that. Is that right, NOAA? Higher? Yeah, higher than that. And so my point is that you should resolve that first, figure out a way to maintain that authority already in your tariff and fix your processes so that calculation is meaningful and that you can maintain that ability to backstop.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense how to do that calculation, like how to do that calculation, like the way I would think about it. And now you can tell me is like obviously a LOLE study process that use the same basis of like, here's our objective in an LOLE. Now we're going to do a study process that determines needs. That could be one way to do it. Beyond that, I would imagine that'd be hard to do a translation process. And so to me, like that's where I think the net peak would come into play, is saying like, there is an established net peak requirement at the CPUC at least, and that has sort of been established where there's a PRM and a requirement of the net peak that at least the CPUC jurisdictional LLCs would have to meet. And the question would be, well, could we have a similar test and evaluation for across the CAISO BA to make sure that we kind of have a similar, we're sort of addressing that similar reliability risk during the net peak hour. And obviously, sort of the implication could be to the non-CPUC jurisdictional LRAs is that they might need a sort of a similar way to say, hey, you know, given my portfolio design and that net peak hour, what is that sort of translatable value of saying, what's my PRM level I'm inferring from it during the net peak hour? And that's where I think is sort of the other workaround, where it could still be consistent with the LRA program designs, but not necessarily going to sort of our own LOLE study that would get to that objective.
So whatever hour you choose, though, you're going to have that same problem where you cannot use that slice of day PRM, because let's say you pick the net peak, then you still have to translate the 24-hour profile into a single hour, and you still overcount storage. Whatever hour you choose, your counting rules are going to just look at that 1 hour, or however the CPUC decides to transmit that information, and that PRM still won't apply. It won't give you an equivalent reliability level. So I don't think the net peak gets you out of that issue, because no matter what, you're counting all the storage that exists in the system in that same hour. And then the net peak has the additional concern that now that's new jurisdiction. That's a new CPM, section.
Yeah. So you're saying unless we did like a full 24-hour or we did a full LOLE, we're still sort of
translation.
Similar translation process.
NOAA did it in Excel. I don't think he used fancy software. He literally took an abacus. Wow, no, that's even more impressive. But yeah, NOAA did it in Excel. So what he did was he basically translated the PRM you would need to get the equivalent amount of capacity under the peak program compared to the CPUC program. And it wasn't, I mean, no offense to NOAA, it wasn't like rocket science. It was very smart and very helpful, but it wasn't rocket science. So I think it's definitely possible, and that's like the right place to start, rather than going to net peak and taking on this kind of jurisdictional program. And like everyone else said, setting up new requirements, all of that.
Yeah, this is, I want to add a couple things here. First, I don't think you can just do net peak. I think she's right. And because the CPUC program is a 24, it's over 24-hour slices. They have to have everything. So anytime you take pieces of it, you're not going to get it right. The other thing is, though, I don't think you have to worry that much. I think you have to worry less about the reliability from the CPUC entities, because they have a requirement that they have to show everything that they show to the CPUC, they have to show to you. So chances are they're probably showing significantly, their PRM is 17%, but I'm guessing that when you look at that peak hour number you're getting from the CPUC entities, you're probably getting, an actual PRM of, I don't know, significantly higher than that. I have no idea what it would be. Yeah, but so that's probably not causing the reliability issue. But the other, where I see the reliability issue is on the other side. If some of the non-CPUC entities are using those CPUC derived numbers to calculate how much they count their solar and wind for, since the numbers have changed dramatically, like in September last year, they could count solar at 11%. This year, they can count solar, depending on where it is, anywhere from like 25 to 50%. So that means you may be getting a lot less from them. But the only way you can do the backstop is based on, okay, here's what the requirements, here's what the PRM is that the LRA says, and here's what they're showing based on their counting rules. So I agree that we need to rethink this whole thing, but I think you have, this is getting to the fact that the peak mechanism doesn't really show where you're seeing problems anymore, right? When we've had shortages, they have not been at peak. They've been at net peak. It's not, and I think as we go forward and storage becomes a significantly bigger part of it, that's going to be an issue. And as Carrie pointed out, that's not shown in how you're counting things. And that's something I think we need to address. Now, there are ways in there that you can backstop if you see that there's a significant problem. But I don't know, I think you'd have to do a significant event. If you saw that there was a problem, you'd have to call it a significant event and then backstop based on that. The problem with that is that allocates everything across all entities, and that's not really fair. I think I agree. We do need to think about how to do that, but I think that goes hand in hand with what the CAISO's RA program looks like.
I think I'm the only one in the room who can say this, so I'll say it. What Steve is talking about is regime arbitrage, where different LRAs are trading resource types to better their portfolio, and that's absolutely happening. Yeah. What? It happened before, but it's so much worse now because the benefits are so much higher now to trade assets based on where they get the most value, basically.
Yeah, and I think the blues to look for anyone else from the CAISO who wants to weigh in as well. But to me, like when we're thinking about the net peak, I think that what we're recognizing is like there's a tangible problem with the current design that's just based on the peak value. And I think Carrie, at least for what Steve, what you're alluding to is that the net peak might not be perfect either. But I think that what we're viewing it as like there's an incremental step that at least addresses some of the challenges with just using the peak value, particularly in certain months where there might be a very high wind or solar contribution that's attributed to it. But it has a much tighter hour in that net peak value. So it's probably a half solution to what you all might be viewing as sort of the full either 24-hour portfolio solution or something that looks like a full, LOLE analysis about with the entire resource capability. So at least, we give very good feedback. I'd be interested in your comments around it. I would think it's maybe it's a question in my mind is like, are we letting a improvement that's addressing a current challenge? If there's a better solution to get at it, I'd love to hear sort of those details around it. And Christy, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, this is Christy Sonata. So I was going to say something, but I think Steve said a lot of it to clarify that, part of the length that we'll see at our current system check, because it's anchored to the gross peak hour, is because of one is the solar. So it's really that the PUC is giving us as the basis for our NQC list, the peak hour or gross peak hour solar exceedance value or wind value per month. The storage though, they're not giving us like whatever the storage is used for in slice a day in that gross peak hour. It's still like a 4-hour RA value. So it's really just the VERs that are changing. So I wanted to clarify that as well. And then, the other element that could create length is what you described, Steve, is that even there's a rule that even if resources are not shown at the CPUC in the gross peak hour, they must be shown to the CAISO if they're deliverable. And so that all gets stacked on top of that gross peak hour. So those are kind of the elements that create that length, particularly in summer months. So we are seeing that. And I think what you said is right, Steve. I think we need to figure out a way to kind of eliminate the blind spots for the ISO. And I think that it speaks to the fact that maybe our system check is not sufficient.
Hey, Christy, just to clarify what I meant about the storage though, so you understand what I'm saying, it's doing length. It's not that it's being counted more than today, right? It's that it's being counted more than it is on the CPUC showing in that hour. So if you look at like the test year results, you'll see, right, it's being spread. So that's what I mean by storage is your problem, because it's being over counted, not compared to PMAX or values last year, but over counted in terms of reliability.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of sounds
Okay,
like
yeah,
the problem
yeah.
is
So
the way you're treated.
yeah, so if it's not in the gross peak hour at the CPC, it could be stacked into the gross peak hour at the CAISO. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
And it seems to me like so Doug Carpa, Peninsula Clean Energy, part of the problem is not counting it at the hour it's shown at the CPC. And so it's like, if you were to do a gross or net peak or gross peak for that matter, but only counting that storage that's actually shown in that hour, that gets around some of that use. But I think ultimately, there's no getting around the fact that this is a 24-hour problem, because we have VERS, we have storage. Those are time of day resources. And so I do think eventually we're going to get into an LOLE study to assess reliability. I think that's really, all the other stuff is sort of crude, back of the envelope, not very great. And you're going to have problems that are going to erupt as a result of that. And I think particularly looking 5-10 years down the line, if we build everything around net peak, we're going to find, we are, I think, probably quickly approaching the time when everybody's going to be pulling their hair out about 3 a.m. in February. And that's, you know, like in our modeling, as we go to 24/7, 100% renewables, those early morning winter hours are going to be the new September 7 p.m. And I think we do want to keep in mind having some protocols that are future-proofed around that problem, so that when that happens, we very seamlessly like, oh, well, we can address that now because that's the new problem. So I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be super exciting.
So Carrie, I'll say that I'll say this out loud, that I think what net peak gives you in this analysis, if you will, is it'll give you a lower PRM than what a peak program would give you, right? Because if we can't politically handle a 40% planning reserve margin, and so we change the sort of numerator and denominator of that math to get to a 17, 18%, because we've excluded the counting for wind and solar. That 17% sounds a hell of a lot better than the 40%.
You still got to deal with the storage, but yeah, I don't know. I think Doug's right. I think we can't get around the LOLE study.
I'm not suggesting we get around the LOE study. I think we should perform the right, a correct LOE study. And once we have that, we layer in what the counting mechanisms are for the portfolio that's needed. I mean, essentially that's what's happening at the PUC, but we can't wrap our heads around a 26% PRM that's based on a slice a day. And we can't wrap our heads around the fact that for the ISO, it really should be translated to like a 30 to 40% PRM.
Maybe we could wrap our heads around it. Maybe the CAISO would put a 35% PRM on it and backstop to it. No? All right, you're right. Never mind.
I mean, yeah.
I do think you're working at like the hard, like this is like the hard parts about these processes. And this is just the check, let alone the actual backstopping, which is probably even more controversial. But like, how do we have a program design that's both, consistent with and allowing the LRAs to lead, but also effective in terms of doing their assessments of backstop along with it, especially with different program designs. I think these are the conversations you were having are the challenges I think that we're facing, and we're trying to figure out you know, what are the solutions that are feasible, that's as well as can maintain reliability. So I think that you're really getting at sort of the heart of the challenge that we're facing with these design questions. So
I have one follow-up question for you, Carrie. But I do see Chris Devon, you have had your hand up for a while. The floor is yours.
Hey, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. We can.
So guys, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. Sorry about that. Double muted, I think. So yeah, Chris Devon, I just was a little bit concerned and questioning the statements about storage being the problem. I don't really quite follow that, what Carrie was talking about. And I wanted to push back a little bit because, you know, I don't see how the slice of day counting of storage has any real bearing on the CAISO for reliability purposes. I mean, they're still being counted based off of their 4-hour duration, and they're also going to be optimized by the CAISO across the whole day during the operational horizon. So I think some of these concerns are probably overblown. I do agree that there is some concern and some validity to the problem of this, you know, CPM backstop, but I think that's really driven through the bird counting rules and stuff that we've discussed previously as needing, you know, to coordinate those two programs counting rules, you know, better. And that the CAISO, you know, certainly agree with the CAISO's statements about the CAISO's backstop authority, particularly the system backstop, is not being really effective because of those counting rules now. So, you know, I think we should talk more about that, but I would like to understand a little bit more. If people are saying that storage is a problem, I just don't see that because we have the 4-hour duration counting and all of the storage has to be shown with the extra RA to charge it, according to the CPUC slice a day rule. So it really isn't a storage issue in our opinion. Thanks.
I'll just clarify. So Chris, I'm not saying it's a reliability issue. I'm saying the storage makes the CPM backstop equation meaningless. Like it's not useful anymore because storage is being counted more by the CAISO than it is by the CPUC. But I'm not saying it's a reliability concern. I'm saying it's a process backstop CPM issue.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I guess could I just try to understand a little bit more on how it would be counted more by CAISO than it is in the CPUC? Because it's still the 4-hour.
Because it's an hourly construct, if you look at what's being shown in the peak and the CPUC showings, it's less than the total PMAX available. So as you get over time and you have more and more storage, it saturates the peak. Like if you remember those charts in the reg report I sent you like 5 months ago, that showed the slice of day report where you spread the storage more and more over the peak. Then over time, it's getting spread across the day and actually being used eventually for the morning peak and the evening peak. So the PMAX gets significant, the total PMAX of all storage, which the CAISO counts, is significantly higher than what the CPUC is counting during its peak. So basically, you need more and more storage to have an equivalent amount of reliability.
Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from now, but I still think that the 4-hour counting rule based on the NQC rules for the CPUC kind of address this issue, and everything has to be still shown to the CAISO. But I do understand that you're talking here related to the CPM. So yeah, I guess I would tie this whole discussion back to the idea that if CAISO thinks this is going to be an issue, we should be really doing a modeling of the energy sufficiency. And like I think things that CISA have said in the past and others have said about, you know, how the slice a day rules for charging sufficiency are being applied, you know, and looking at that at a system-wide basis, that really should be done before we talk about adding any type of CPM because of the, you know, I just wanted to add that piece to this discussion from our perspective as well. But thanks, Carrie, for clarifying that point, and then Kaito for considering this input on the whole need for additional CPM flavors. I would also add another pile on to everybody else that was saying you're going to really need to think about showing that, justifying that if you want to get to something like a energy sufficiency CPM. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, Chris, this is Noah. I think there's a little bit of a slightly lost in translation. I agree with Carrie that if a 4-hour battery is shown and it meets the KISO requirements and so forth, I think the origin of the problem comes from the PRM setting. If the optimization tool to which the LRA is using is spreading out the 4-hour battery into a 5-hour block, then that means that there's less megawatts on a per hour basis potentially. And so if that's the case, then they are trying to minimize the planning reserve margin. You're going to get a planning reserve margin that is based on let's say a 75 megawatt showing or per the optimization. But in the RA plans, you're going to show 100. And so therefore, you're going to get a 25 megawatt additional surplus that was not accounted for in the PRM. In which case, the KISO, when that comes in, is going to say, I'm more than sufficient. I don't need to backstop. When in reality, potentially, they do need to backstop.
Thanks, Noah. Maybe I'd suggest we have one more topic. I recognize we have roughly 30 minutes left. So I suggest, so if I were to summarize it, I think that there's probably lots of good discussion I think that's had around the ultimate solution set. Like the current challenge is, I think, probably fairly clear it seems like there's agreement by all parties that the single hourly peak check needs to be relooked at, and that what sort of the ultimate solution set within the ISO's program design that meets the various objectives is something that's going to be significantly more complicated to get to a final solution around. But I'm also inferring from the conversation that everyone feels like it is an important topic, so that I think that's a fair summary.
Mm-hmm. The
Yeah.
only thing I'll add, and I'll flag this maybe especially for consideration in the comments, Carrie, in your initial comments before we went in a different direction, I appreciate your point about the fact that the CPM framework has existed for a while, but the bilateral market has moved a lot around it. And so I would be curious, maybe this is a place for comments, but we have the soft offer cap up there on the screen. Is there anything in this current list that folks think would address that? Does anything need to be done? Feedback on how to make the existing framework as relevant and effective as possible in light of that gap would be interested in follow-up.
Sure. Noah Tom from Middle River. Shaping the monthly pricing of the soft offer cap would be helpful, more reflective of certainly of your needs. I mean, I can't recall the last time the ISO needed backstop procurement in February at $6 or $7 and change. So but whereas the chances of an ISO backstop in August and September are significantly higher, but it's not relative to where the market is either.
Thank you.
I want to add one thing, and it's something I brought up before, but I think might be applicable here with that soft offer cap is as we move forward and we change the use of a lot of the resources. So if, for example, the gas resources are now running 5% instead of 50% of the time, their cost recovery may shift, and that may impact what you need to pay them as, for RA or as a soft offer cap in order to get them to stick around. And I think we need to, we're not there yet, but following up on what Doug said, let's try and make this something that's going to last for a while so that we don't have to go back and fix it later. Let's start, if we can start thinking about that, just trying to make sure that we're building something that is resilient, I guess, to the potential changes that we see coming.
Thank you. Did you? All right. Well, with that, let's move on to the next slide and the next batch of issues here. So now we'll look at the issues related to the participation in process around the EDAM resource efficiency evaluation. And, you know, these are on their own slide partly because we had 6. We don't want to crowd the slide. There is definitely, there's interdependency between what we do on the month ahead on a monthly basis and the baseline state that we'll be in each day. So we don't mean to separate these out entirely. But the 3 that we have here, so first of all, the surcharge failure surcharge cost allocation. This is something that, you know, if anyone here participated in the EDAM ISO Balancing Authority Area Participation Rules Initiative, you may have been here for the conversation around the interim at-launch approach. So right now, the at-launch approach is going to be to distribute this surcharge pro rata to load. But in the course of that conversation, and then in the RA working group, there was a lot of interest in moving to a more causation-based approach. And there were a couple different proposals put forth at the time. One of them was to look at RA deficiencies in the monthly plans as an indicator that the surcharge should be allocated there. One was to look more broadly at month-ahead supply portfolios compared to demand. So there are different ways that we could approach this. And so we'd be interested in this venue in whether that broadly causation is still a direction that folks are interested in. Are there others? And within causation, how particularly are we interested in going about it? So that's that one. Then secondly, looking at new capacity products. This has been alluded to already in the conversation, but if there is appetite for, as we move into the space of doing a daily RSE, some capacity product other than what we use today that would best fit that need, we could talk about how those should be structured and priced, and then we would also need to discuss cost allocation. And then finally, the 9 a.m. bidding idea. This is something that we have already talked about sort of just as a voluntary encouragement. The earlier in the morning that actual bids are coming in, the more accurate information we're going to have earlier in the morning about what our resource position is going to be at 10 a.m. when the binding resource efficiency evaluation is run. And so the earlier in the morning that information is available, the more lead time we will have to pick up on a signal if there's a potential reliability concern. And so we'd like to talk in this initiative about, you know, is this something that folks would be open to considering? How would it affect you? And generally, what issues should we keep in mind as we're discussing this? So with that, I will open it up for questions. Let's start with you, Steve, and then Carrie.
I think that was an old hand. Yeah. So Carrie.
There you go. Carrie Bentley, Western Power Trading Firm. Man, I forgot my first question. It's getting late. The second one was when you say new capacity products, what do you mean there? And do you mean like as a replacement for Flex RA, or do you mean a market capacity product?
The idea around that, I mean, it's very conceptual at this point. I think if you have feedback on what we would be interested in that. What was envisioned there is potentially something, it could be something of a shorter duration than our current products, just in recognition of the fact that we're moving into a different space with the daily RSE and in recognition of the feedback that we received in the working group.
But sorry, do you mean a market product, like an energy market capacity product, like IRP or AS, or do you mean an RA product?
think what we had in mind would be closer to RA. Arthur, do you want to?
Yeah, I think there's a spectrum of alternatives. So I think that what this is really getting at is there's probably the type of resource. And so I think that once we know that we are, potentially the CAISO BA not passing, it could be sort of a question of like, what is the specific type of capacity needed? Is there something more granular in terms of that type of capacity? And then the second question is like, what does that product definition look like? And right now, if we look at like the product definition, like if we ED a resource, then we are, we'll at least offer the option of having a monthly CPM designation for that type. And so I think this is really kind of getting at sort of both of those elements of like, what's that type of capacity needed in order to solve that specific resource? And we should be looking at a more granular basis. And the second one might be getting at what's that duration and product length, and that where the pros and cons is sort of the different alternatives. And so I think that's, I think the sort of, and I think that probably maybe a third aspect that might not be included here is like, what's that basis for determining the risk, which I think is the 9 a.m. deadline is getting at. And then like, what is the, you could imagine as well, people proposing and saying, hey, it's really easy for the day ahead to say, we see a risk, we see a failure coming. We know that there's consequences both from essentially from a reliability standpoint and from a penalty standpoint in terms of failing the RSE. It could be as well if like, hey, once we do that, maybe we want to look at that a week in advance or some other timeline in advance. But Danny, it looked, or is there anything else you want to add from sort of your?
Sure. This is Danny Johnson with the ISO. A good way to think about this is in today's paradigm, we have the day ahead marketing can clear intertie bids effectively for a $0 capacity charge for the energy, right? That's part of our formulation of a reliable next day operating plan. In EDAM, that process needs to get backed up somehow, right? We can't count economy energy intertie bids as available capacity for the purposes of participating in EDAM. The expectation is CAISO as a BA will have a solvent capacity position before then. So what are our tools to do that? Right now, there's the CPM tool that may not be a good fit as compared to the previous tool, which seemed to be acceptable of more of a daily offer. So the exploration is there something in between these two that is viable going forward?
That is too big of a question for 4:30 at the end of a day.
We structured it in the perfect order then, to where.
All right, I see, I understand. I will think about it and provide written comments. I think what would really help to know whether you need a new capacity product, how complicated it should be, would be to estimate the size of the expected failure. Is there going to be lots of megawatts that we're expecting to be failure? Are we going to use this mechanism all the time? Is it going to be more like our backstop where we rarely use it? So you could have a more kind of long-term involved kind of CPM type mechanism. And I think without that information, it's really hard to know how to fit the solution to the problem.
No, that's, and I think that that's at least sort of part of the parallel between sort of the different, between the sort of the monthly annual CPM processes, the PRM setting process, and this is obviously like we're hoping that we're going to be well positioned as a BA primarily through the forward contracting processes and PRM settings, such that this is rare. But I still think that kind of that open question of to the degree that we do have failures, how do we, what's that process? What's that spectrum of alternatives and what are the pros and cons? I think is what we're trying to get from you all in terms of like what that impact looks like. But.
Yeah. Do you think small, Danny? Is that, you agree?
In the straw proposal we put out for the DAS initiative, we have a retrospective look of the summer of 2023's performance using existing bid and RA and a approximation of imbalance reserve up, which is a new product, into the requirements. And there was some failures. We're planning on the next iteration of that proposal to put out revised analysis, including this summer's performance. And that's somewhat accurate, but as everybody in this room knows better than me, that the resource fleet's changing very rapidly. So it's questionable how much that should inform any future discussion about the scope of this problem.
Well, WPTF's position is no new products. no new products until EDAM is implemented. Like absolutely none. We have IRP that's going into place. That's going to have something like what, a 5,000 megawatt requirement based on the last meeting. We should get rid of Flex RA. Like let's just implement stuff, fix what's broken, and then introduce new products. Too complicated.
So it might be a timing issue more than it is a need issue, is what I'm hearing, and a scope of the work that's already, a scope of the change that's already underway. Is that sort of
Yes,
fair?
exactly. I hear the need, and the need makes sense to me, and agree we should work on that, but not concurrent with everything else we're about to change about our markets.
Hey, Danny, this is Noah from Middleware. Can you help me better understand? I'm not well versed in EDAM. The resource efficiency test is geared towards the day ahead load, right? Which is different from the RA load forecast. And the supply that's coming in is based on sort of all the bids that you can get at 9 a.m. And so therefore, potentially since you don't have bid insertion yet at 9 a.m. because this day ahead market is at 10, that potentially you might not get all the use limited resources to have bid in by then. Is that
There's a couple different things trying to unpack that. What you're highlighting is the concern Hillary brought up, which is 9 a.m. we don't have the full bid set of RA resources. That definitely is something that we can make estimates on, but to the extent that we can be precise, we'd like to, and that's just one potential way to be a lot more precise about the CAISO's capacity position. I thought I heard kind of a tie-in with RA, and there are different loads that are in the formulation of the RA requirements as compared to what we see in the day ahead. And that's the discussion that we briefly had in that phase 1 of CAISO BA participation is what does a shortfall mean and where should it get allocated? And I think that's what Hillary's trying to say. Like there's a lot of different opinions expressed and they were all really complicated because you're either having new inputs into the RA program or you're trying to kind of disentangle RA programs and how those get operationalized and figure out what the right cost causation is. And even beyond that, you could have to go down to the LSE level, like what does the allocation look like? We didn't choose to go to that level of detail with launch. And so what we want to table is what do y'all want to do for that type of cost allocation? Because right now it's a fairly simplistic kind of peanut butter to load allocation. Anything to add, Hillary?
I think you covered it. We have a hand raised online by Kyle, and then afterwards we have Steve in the room.
Yeah, thanks. Kyle Novus and Cal Advocates. I just want to echo Carrie's comments about not particularly wanting new products right now, over complexity concerns and the need to implement a lot of other priorities that we have ahead of us. And, this is one of the maybe rare occasions where we as the consumer advocate have some alignment with WPTF. The allocation issue might be a different story, but not looking to have new products right now.
Thank you, Kyle.
Right. Yeah, Steve Keen, Edison. When I think about this, one of the questions that comes to my mind is, shouldn't RA make it so that we shouldn't have those faults? And I understand it's kind of a circular process, but I think maybe that's something we need to go back and look at is, we talk about setting RA as 0.1 LOLE, and we're looking at that kind of reliability. Okay, maybe we now need to think of something different. Maybe we need to, figure out, okay, what's the likelihood that the RA that we have is going to get us through? And then that potentially relates to, who do we charge for it if we're short? I think there may be some benefit to looking at it from that point of view. And I mean, part of this gets to, one of the questions that I have is when we get to EDAM, we here have an RA program. Most of the rest of the West doesn't. They have RAP. Maybe it's not implemented yet, and it's unclear when it will be implemented. And not everybody that's going to join EDAM is even in RAP. And RAP is very different than ours. There's no must offer requirement. It works very different. So yeah, I think looking at how our RA program helps or hurts us in that EDAM market might be useful. And that might also help, you know, with what I think is the next level question that we're eventually going to have to address is as we look at EDAM as its own market, you know, what are the implications of the various RA programs or non-RA programs in how EDAM functions?
Steve, this is just, or Danny, this is just for the ISO BAA's resource sufficiency. It has not to do with any of the other outsides, right?
It's the exact same rule set for all participating BAAs and EDAM. This is, like you're saying, how does the ISO make sure it's capacity sufficient going into clearing the market?
Right, but for purposes of the CPM backstop section, my thinking is that if you needed a product to CPM in order to meet the resource sufficiency evaluation, this specific for the CAISO, it is not for any other RAP participant. You're not,
The CAISO as a BA and system operators will be making decisions for the CAISO BA's reliability.
Right.
Not for other BAs.
Okay, so Steve, does that help?
Yes and no. I mean, I understand where you're going, and yes, this is just for the CAISO, but if the CAISO market, basically, one of the things that I'm worried about is that the other BAAs are going to rely on the CAISO for RA. You know, basically, because we have a very solid RA program with must offer obligations and everything else, and they don't have to have that. You know, we may be providing RA for the rest of the West in a sense.
But there's provisions within the EDAM that if that is occurring, then the BAs that are sufficient will get the surcharge from the BAs that are doing that. So there are intentionally designed mechanisms to make sure that the BAs whose capacity is being utilized are compensated from at least a day ahead perspective.
I understand that.
And compared to right now with kind of the way exports can clear the day ahead market, this is arguably this arguably provides more protection.
I understand that. It's just one of the problems I have with EDAM is that you're putting together very different market structures. The CAISO market is one market, and all the other BAAs they're not structured like the CAISO, and then the overall market is not structured like the CAISO market.
Yeah.
And I have fears that may cause issues going forward. And, you know, I don't know what to do about it at this point, but I just want to make sure that, you know, we're paying attention to those issues.
Well, at least to your first point, Steve, I think that is sort of the scoping question that we have in the backstop process. So like really what we have is like a spectrum of alternatives in terms of how we're going to be changing our various backstop processes, you know, including, you know, potential changes to into the CPM elements, like what's the CAISO's role, what's the timing of that. And I think that I think you're asking a really good question about like, how do we make sure through RA that we are sort of setting ourselves up well in order to pass the EDAM RSE to begin with. And I think we recognize as well that that's, you know, our role within setting the requirements and setting those targets is, you know, right now we're working on sort of steady processes to provide visibility and information, but, you know, currently the LRAs are really in that driver's seat in terms of setting those requirements. And so,
I mean, I guess one question with that is, and we'll hear probably about this tomorrow, in the RA, in the modeling, you know, is that something we're looking at? In the modeling they're doing, it's, you know, how often would we pass RSE and how often would we fail?
Hey, Steve, I personally don't think RSE and LOLE are mixable. I mean, we should have an RA program that's able to meet 0.1 LOLE. Already ISO's day ahead and real-time loads can be completely beyond the 1 in 10 forecast, or sorry, the 1 in 2 forecast with the PRM, right? And so to me, this is, as much as the RA program wants to get us to a certain location, the ISO has to deal with daily aspects. to ensure there's basically zero blackouts as much as they can.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, though, I think maybe one of the things we should be looking at in that modeling, in addition to, you know, are we hitting a 0.1 LOLE, is the RA program or the defaults or whatever we have, is that getting us to a position where we're meeting our RSE, you know, except for 0.1% of the time? It's a different view of, you know, what is RA supposed to do? You know, when CAISO BAA was, you know, an entity unto itself, kind of, we were trying to make sure that we had sufficient reliability that we only lost, you know, we lost 1 day in 10 years. Now that we're part of a bigger West-wide marketplace where we can rely on them a little bit, but in order, you know, like for cost purposes and stuff, we want to make sure that we're not, you know, that we're meeting our RSE. Maybe I was saying maybe we need to at least look at we still probably need to look at the same objective function, but maybe we need to add a second one to look and see, are we, you know, how are we doing in terms of meeting RSE?
I appreciate the feedback, Steve, and I know we have the second day tomorrow that will be focused on modeling. We have one more segment here. Shall we move through that and maybe we can pick this up during the modeling segment tomorrow? All right. I will hand it over to Partha for the revisiting our interdependency table and then take us through next steps.
Sounds great. If you want to go to the next slide. So I'll say, first of all, for everyone on the phone and in the room, the people in the room, I really appreciate how engaged you all have been over this 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock with extended discussions over lunch around solutions as well. So it's very impressive. And yeah, I think it's been a really robust conversation. I would say on this slide as well. So like, I think that we just already had discussed, I think, most of the substance here, but I think that as we alluded to, there's really is kind of a spectrum. And I think what we've gotten to in that RSE discussion, which I thought was really helpful, was like there's a spectrum of options, and just in terms of like how are we looking at sort of the role of the capacity that's visible to us in terms of providing that, you know, corrective capacity. So here, and I think it might be sort of one of those elements that we had discussed as well, sort of the maybe the one missing piece that wasn't discussed previously was sort of that interplay between the CAISO BA EDAM RSE and sort of the visible capacity that's not shown as RA, to where right now it's really the case that for all those capacity types, you know, if it's on outage or sold outside the BA, it's not, you know, obviously counting towards the passing the EDAM RSE test. But right now, if it's bid into the market, it would be counted towards, you know, if it's bid in, and particularly for those resources that are within the BA footprint, it would count towards passing the CAISO's EDAM RSE test. But there's been some questions that's been asked about, you know, to read that we're correcting EDAM RSE failures. You know, is there a way, and do we need to sort of have additional incentives or remove barriers such that they're bidding in and potentially bidding in a timely manner, such that we can have confidence in that capacity's ability to be used and accounted for the BA EDAM RSE. So like, for example, like if some of those capacity was not being bid in by 9 a.m. because we didn't have that requirement, it might be the case where we could anticipate or see a potential failure. But like, how do we get that visibility? How do we have those incentives available to such that we can account for and access it in the various processes and timeframes? And I think that like what the good discussion that happened earlier was sort of looking for is like, how do we have a holistic and consistent process among our various functions and these capacity types where we can, at bare minimum, have that visibility, but also ideally be able to access and utilize that capacity as appropriate. And so I think that particularly for this item, we have kind of a list of questions where maybe even before we're getting to sort of whatever those mechanisms look like, really try to understand the pain points. And I think that this is something that a number of parties, I think, Noah, you alluded to as well. So it might be contractual in terms of here's why we really can't offer in sort of additional capacity, and understanding like, are there ways to remove those barriers or address those, contractual, regulatory, et cetera, barriers such that we can have a more efficient and more coordinated process between our different functions. So.
I have a weird question with that occurs to me. With all the issues with getting resources interconnected, there's a number of issues that have come on as energy-only resources. They can't provide RA, but they are in the market. A couple questions, just, how do we deal with them? They don't have a must-offer obligation, obviously. But the other question I have is just in terms of like RSE, how do you count? Can you count energy-only resources towards RSE, or I'm just wondering how that works.
At this time you can, but given that they're energy only for a reason, there's provisions to monitor and see if some of that underlying capacity is being stranded systemically.
Yeah, no, those are all great questions, Steve. And I think that's what we're considering, or we're looking for feedback here as well. And that I think that like, maybe I'll say it at a high level, we have deliverability rules for a reason. And so like, obviously it would be the case of where like just eliminating deliverability wouldn't be something that I think that would be, good for a reliability standpoint. I think that people have brought up sort of one-off exceptions in the working group process where they say, hey, I might not have full deliverability in all hours, but like, could I have some non-deliverable capacity be used for substitution purposes under certain conditions? And I think that that's the type of feedback and conversation of like, how could, is there any use for it or no use for it? And is there sort of a limited opportunity to sort of look at those resources that wouldn't adversely impact reliability? I think that those are the type of discussions that stakeholders have brought up before to us, sort of in light of the tight market and in light of the interconnection queues. So,
and I guess one other question, Danny, on that. We have the deliverability statute, so I can see how you would check that here. But how are you going to look for that same sort of issue in the other BAs in EDAM?
That's more of a Guillermo question than a Danny question. Okay. I'm not sure. I would have to ask him how he plans to screen for it.
Okay.
Any other questions here before we move on, Carrie?
Carrie Bentley, WPTF. Maybe less of a question and more of an idea about maybe we could kill two birds with one stone, and in the monthly backstop process, begin to do those LOLE studies and then compare LRA reliability levels to each other, and then use that as a basis for the cost allocation for the EDAM RSC failures. If you do want to tie it to the RA program and not develop a new mechanism, it seems like then you are at least being very visible and upfront by saying, here is what you would have to provide to meet a 1 in 10 LOLE. If you do not provide it, then that's where, if we fail the EDAM RSC, you start to get costs, at least peanut butter to those LSCs. Something like that.
Yeah. Thanks for the suggestion. I think it'd be worthwhile item to explore. There's obviously a variety of implications to that in terms of, to me, that does seem like a way to at least have consistent allocation between parties. it would, obviously, there might
And
be
it's
some
not a
concern.
minimum PRM exactly, but it's
Right.
a high encouragement to meet a minimum PRM, which I kind of like.
Oh, thanks, Carrie. No. Well, thank you. Any other, I don't see anyone else online in terms of comments. Do we move to the next slide? Yeah, take away.
Thank you. So here's some next steps. Comments are due December 5th. December 13th, we have our input workshop to co-develop straw proposals. And in our notice, we released which policy leads you can contact to present, but let us know if you have any questions on who to reach out to. Yeah, Partha.
Yeah, and just one more piece of feedback. This is great substantive discussion today. I think we'd really love to hear more as well about the process going forward. We're certainly wanting to continue to have this be, stakeholder driven and lots of opportunities for input. I recognize that we have one meeting on the 13th. I think we've already received some feedback from a number of folks who would not be able to attend that meeting on the 13th. I'm actually seeing a lot of head nodding here. I can't see the heads online, but it seems like there's a number of challenges with that 13th date. So maybe just I'd recommend for just including in your comments kind of ideas around sort of what the iterative process going forward. If you're not able to attend on the 13th, I mean, I think that might be another piece of feedback if there's a better date or a better cadence in mind for some of these different processes. We'll also be including a question guide template, and maybe we can sort of have that be a part of it, be sort of with that that process going forward. But and if anything I've learned from today would be that having a few more breaks to help my mental capacity as we get towards 450 after a full day would be helpful. So, but yeah, any other sort of feedback on the cadence? Would people like to see sort of more meetings, but shorter meetings? Have more in-person multi-day meetings? I think there's a variety of ways to structure it going forward, and I think we're wanting to be helpful and responsive to you all. So yeah, really appreciate the engagement today.
Thanks, Partha. If we move on to the next slide, we just have a really quick announcement. For insights into the ISO grid and market operations, look out for our Energy Matters blog. Here you can see our latest blog posts. And with that, we'd like to thank you so much for joining today's discussion. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. The video file will be posted on the initiative webpage. Thank you so much. We hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.